Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Lancescurv. This is a topic that I wanted to touch on for a very long time. I mean, we've come close to it because most topics are very close or they're a precursor for another topic. For example, if we speak about child support, I've said this before, we can speak about child support from the woman receiving it, from the man paying it, for the woman who skedaddles the money off on foolishness, for the child that never really gets the benefit of it. So every time we speak about a topic as far as relationships are concerned, there's always a close cousin to it. But tonight I want to speak about, has social media turned love into a marketplace? It's so different from years ago, decades ago. Yes, society evolves and things change, but I believe things have changed for the worse. And I'm going to speak about this. I thought about this all day today. And I said, you know what? I'm going to write a little something and jot down some notes that I think that we should cover in this topic. And this is an open mic show. And for those who want to come in after I read my foundational notes, you want to chime in and say something, add something to it, make a complaint, say anything, I'm not going to censor you. It's always going to be that way. If I don't agree, pretty much I will. But if I don't, I'm not going to censor you from speaking your mind, because we all have different experiences. We all have different perspectives, and our experiences mold how we think, and we can learn from each other. But I want to welcome in Sweet Berry 32, Sister Diane, Landon Price, and let's let it go on as long as we can. I am a bit fatigued. It's 1:03 in West Africa right now in Ghana, but tomorrow's Sunday. I'm going to rest myself. I'll be home all day. So if you want to have a nice long one, let's just get on in and enjoy. But these are the things that I jotted down that I wanted to share to set the tone of this particular show. The way we connect, love, and build relationships has changed. Once upon a time, dating followed a natural order. Meet someone, going on dates, courting, engagement, and finally marriage. This was not perfect, but it gave structure and purpose. Today, social media has shattered most of that foundation. I believe most would agree. What was once a journey of true connection is now a marketplace of images, likes, and shallow attention. Many men now see women as objects, while too many women see men only as wallets. This is not absolute in every case. We have some good women and some good men out there, so don't tell me I'm smearing an entire society or generation. But this toxic exchange has pushed real love to the background. Our Black community feels this breakdown even more. And I can also add in the major cities here in Ghana, and most likely the major cities across Africa, are feeling this too because of social media. We already battle against forces that try to divide us. But instead of standing strong together, many of us are caught up in the false world of social media, where looks and money seem to mean more than character and commitment. The old days taught patience and responsibility. You built with someone, you grew with them, and you valued who they were inside. But now, social media has created a world where love is transactional, shallow, and often built on lies. I believe this is one of the greatest dangers we face today. Not just broken relationships, but a broken culture. And if we don't talk about it, if we don't face it, we will lose even more of what once made love and family sacred in our community. Back in the day, and I'm sorry to sound like an old geezer, but it's the truth, dating was not about quick gains. It was about getting to know someone and deciding if they were right for marriage. Courtship meant patience, respect, and family involvement. Engagement was the clear step before marriage, and marriage was the ultimate goal. In that world, a man worked to prove himself worthy, not just with money, but with honor, commitment, and responsibility. A woman valued herself not by what she can get out of a man, but by the love, respect, and partnership she can build with him. This balance created stronger families. It gave children a foundation. It gave men and women purpose in building together. How social media changed everything. Social media has completely flipped dating upside down. Now, attention is currency. A woman can post a seductive photo and gain thousands of likes, messages, and offers from men she does not even know. Men, on the other hand, often reduce women to nothing more than bodies on display. Real conversations and real bonding are replaced by DMs and empty words. What this has created is a system where both sexes are using each other. Women hustle men for money and gifts, while men chase women for pleasure without responsibility. Love is missing. Structure is gone. Entitlement and transactional love. In today's world, many women no longer see dating as a step toward marriage. Instead, they see it as a business. They ask, "What are you going to do for me if I go out with you?" It has gone beyond paying for dinner. Some demand money for hair, nails, babysitters, or even just their time. It has become a hustle, and men are forced into a role of constant providers without trust, love, or loyalty. This entitled mindset is poisoning relationships. Instead of asking, "What can we build together?" the question is, "What can you give me right now?" The rise of the modern woman. Many women now call themselves modern women. They say they don't need a man for anything, but in reality, many carry anger, bitterness, and a sense of superiority. This pushes away good men who want to build a real partnership. This bitterness is often fed by social media, where likes and comments give a false sense of power. But when the camera is off, many of these same women feel empty and alone. The digital validation cannot replace true love. I'm going to say it again. The digital validation cannot and will never replace true love. The loss of romance and passion. Back in the 70s, love songs and culture celebrated deep passion. Men wanted to win a woman's heart, not just her body. Women wanted to share in a man's dreams, not just his paycheck. Today, that passion has been replaced with suspicion, entitlement, and broken trust. Love is no longer about building together, but about transactions and short-term gain. Our community suffers when love is stripped of emotion. Without strong couples, we cannot have strong families. And without strong families, our community is left broken and weak. The impact on the Black community. For the Black community, the damage runs deep. Social media has magnified divisions between Black men and women. Too often, instead of unity, we seek constant battles. Instead of love, we see exploitation. When women treat men only as providers and men treat women only as objects, both sides lose. The family structure suffers, and children grow up without examples of healthy love. This cycle repeats itself generation after generation. If we don't address this, we risk losing the foundation of our culture. We cannot let social media destroy what so many before us fought to build, rebuilding what was lost. We must return to the values of patience, respect, and partnership. Dating should not be a hustle. It should be the beginning of building something greater. We must reject the false standards of social media and focus on real-life connections. We must bring back the honor of courting, the seriousness of engagement, and the sacredness of marriage. Only then can we create relationships that last and families that thrive. Social media has given us tools, but it has also given us poison. It has turned dating into a game of lust, greed, and deception. But we can rise above this if we choose to return to real love. The Black community cannot afford to be divided by false images and selfish demands. We must heal our relationships so we can heal our families. Dating, courting, engagement, and marriage must once again mean something real. They must become more than steps. We must see them as sacred responsibilities. I'll continue always to speak on these truths because silence is no option. We must protect the next generation from believing that social media is love. The future of our community depends on what we do today. Let's rebuild love, respect, and unity before it's too late, because I believe there's an expiration date. I just want to welcome one in. Let me see who just came in behind Landon Price. Truth Seeker. Yes, Truth Seeker just came on in. I have a few questions and a few ideas, and I'm going to vibe with the chat room. And if anybody wants to come in at the top of the chat room, I believe, or is it there? Okay, yeah, it's there. During this conversation, click this link. So feel free to come on in. The more who participate is the longer we'll be on. No participation in the chat room or coming on in, it'll cut it a little shorter because I'm tired, but I'm very enthusiastic about this particular topic. Because, I mean, it's getting worse and worse. And I know many of us have seen on social media how you have, and I'm not blaming just women now because it's both sides. Basically, you have opportunistic women and you have men who see these women as bodies, and it's a game to see who can get what first. But it's not everybody. Kudos and my applause and love to the good people out here. And yeah, we go over the double yellow line a little bit. Everybody's not a saint, but for those who are extreme with it, it's really, really bad. It's just cut and dried, and I see it. I've seen it for years, actually. You see, and it's not a pretty sight. It's not a good thing. Yeah, we have these deceptions. Like, for example, I know you've seen it, where you have a young lady who comes out on a date with a man and brings her 7 kids and didn't tell him, and runs up a bill and gets an attitude and feels entitled. or you have many women. I saw one today because they pop up when I research these things. I get a lot of these videos that pop up on my screen. And there was one woman who put this man down every turn she had. This was the first date. He showed up with flowers in a vase. And she said, well, how much did this cost? I mean, she asked him that. I mean, the perfectly good flowers, and men don't usually do that anymore. He said, oh, it cost about maybe $100 and $25. Oh, my last date spent $400 on the flowers and $100 on the vase. And she started to put it down by the front door. He's like, you're not going to put it inside? No, because it's not in keeping with my standard of flowers that I like. She's putting them down. And then she's walking with him, and they go to the car, and he says, oh, this is a nice car. If I may ask, how much does it cost? And he was like, well, $70,000. And it wasn't a Benz or a BMW, but it was a nice American car. I couldn't tell what it was, but it was something very nice. And so she's like, oh, I'm used to getting in Benzes and BMWs. I'm like, this is crazy. So they went to this restaurant, and he paid a couple of $100 for the meal and tipped the waiter $50. And she's like, oh, the restaurants I go to, my last few dates was at least $1,000. So when he got outside with her, he said, listen, just wait here by the door, and let me go out into the hot sun and get the car. Got the car, and when she was waiting there, he drove right past her. It's cruel out here. I mean, is this what it's all about? Just money? Is this what it's all about? Just money. But to me, it's more complicated than that, because a lot of things were set up, and social media was the final death blow, especially the Black family. The Black family has been under attack for a long, long time. So it's almost like a controlled demolition. And so now we finish the job ourselves. The broken families, the broken promises, the fatherless homes, the drug addictions, which affect both parents. There's no sense of structure. And may I say it, there's no sense of normalcy in the Black family in general. And yes, there are some who are succeeding, but you have to consciously go according to plan. You can't build a strong home, a strong house, a strong building with weak materials and poor plans that the builders can't agree on. See? So if you see this happening, and I will say to the guys that just see a woman as a bunch of body parts, just lust, temporary, getting off, and that's it. Yeah, as men, sometimes we have periods of that in our lives, not to excuse that, because it's kind of hard seeing these beautiful women out here, and you don't start thinking things, but that's no excuse. There's a lot of diseases out here, right? But when you live a life like that, you're going to look around and you're going to be up in years, and your body's going to start breaking down. Time is wasted. And there's nothing more beautiful than having built something over the decades. And I know most people who might even hear this may not have that. I understand that. That's rare, right? And it's sad that it is rare, but there are more than we think. But it could be rare. Patricia, welcome on in. Yes, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. But yes, I'm glad you're here. But it's really crucial, because me growing up, and I know you've heard statistically that back in the 50s and in the 60s, we had more nuclear families, a father, a mother, and children. And yes, unfortunate things do happen. Sometimes you'll have one of the parents, they'll get sick, deceased, an accident, or maybe it was just not a good pairing, but the majority of the people were married. Yes, you had husbands who were creeping, and I'm not condoning that. But the one thing I will say, that from what I heard and what I observed coming up from young, and the conversations that I overheard, was that even the married men who were creeping, they kept it where it was. They took care of that family. Now you have men who get a little taste of something strange out there. It blows their mind. And now they want to abandon everything now and they get with that situation, and look. Let me tell you a real story. Let's get down to it. And again, the to come on into the show, it's at the top of the chat room. If you want to come on, and I'll drop it intermittently throughout our show. Yes, you're always welcome, Patricia. The link is coming. There it is. Yeah. Here's a true story, y'all. I'll get as detailed as I can without naming names, because that was such a long. This had to be 31 years ago. I got a little job there at Home Depot for a while when it came. It was the first one that came into New York City. This was back in 1994. And there was a guy who worked in the paint department. Real tall brother, really tall brother, looked like a basketball player, right? And he got along with everybody. But there was a woman who, and I remember, okay, was this 90? No, this might have been 97. Yeah, this was 90, no, not 98, actually. Yeah, I'm sorry, because I worked there twice at two different periods. But this was 1998. So what was that? 27 years ago. And this brother, who seemed to be cool, brothers who have little issues within their personal life, a lot of them will get along with the other brothers from a distance, They're not going to tell all this stuff of the demons that they're fighting. But I remember his wife used to always come pick him up. They had one vehicle. They had several children. When he was off at night, his wife would pick him up. Now, sometimes if she couldn't make it, in rare occasions, he trusted me to say, Lance, could you drop me home? I said, no problem, I got you. So one night this happened. The wife couldn't make it because she was leaving town for some reason to another family member. They had some kind of get together and stuff, and he couldn't make it because he had to work. So he's like, well, can you still drop me? I said, sure, I got you. But he didn't tell me where I was supposed to drop him. I'm figuring it's the same place. He said, no, I'm going somewhere else tonight. I said, okay. So I didn't pry. I didn't think about anything other than that. So he said, I want you to come up. This is what happened. He said, I want you to come up and meet my friend. See, he was grooming me to drop him off by this other woman's house occasionally. So I'm thinking it's a buddy. They're going to watch a football game or something. So we walked up the steps and went to this apartment, and this woman came to the door. Okay, none of my business. When she saw me and she saw him, she was so happy to see him, she wrapped herself around him and put one piece of tongue kissing on him. Okay, I'm a big boy. I know what this is all about. I understand this. So she was dressed to arouse him because I saw a whole lot more than I was supposed to see. So he said, Lance, come on in. So he walked in, and she left her at the door. He's coming in, she's coming in. She held the door for me. I came on, and I'm like, what am I walking into? So he says, you need anything to drink, man? Whatever. I know you worked hard. I saw you working hard over there in the floor and wall department, man. Keeping you in shape. I said, no, I'm all right, man. I'm not going to stay long. I still don't understand the purpose of me being here, but he wanted me to meet her. And I'm not going to be judgmental. That's your other woman. That's your business. So anyway, I got myself out of there. And he called me the next day and said, hey, man, if you're in the area, he wanted me to drop him home. I'm like, I'm not going to become your personal cab service, especially with something like this. I already know the guy's wife a lot better, And so I think she was away for a week. We started back working again. And so he was on the phone in the break room, and he was almost in tears. He's like, I don't know, I want to, but see, what happened was, and this is before social media, the other woman was egging him on to leave the wife. And he tried to get me involved in it. And in actuality, I couldn't judge this man's life. I could assess it, but I'm also a businessman. So he said, listen, man, I'm going to pay you to move some stuff for me later on tonight if you can. I said, okay. He said, give me a good price. I gave him a real good price. And it was what I suspected. So now, do I get emotionally invested into this situation? Me and him really weren't great friends like that. He wanted me to move some stuff from over where he lived over to this next woman's house. Now, let's get to the end of it. He moved in with her. He left her after a couple weeks. Guess who did the moving job? I did. He moved back to his wife. He left her again after a few weeks. Guess who did the moving job? I cut myself off from this and I said, okay, if you want to keep doing this, I'm going to get paid. I had young children. So, one more time, he left that woman and went back home to his wife. Then he left again. All of this within 3 months, 3 times. And so the last time, when I moved him to the other woman's house, the wife tagged along. She followed and she said she was going to come over. And she already knew where she lived. So I stayed there, not to be nosy. We moved the stuff over there and I told him after this, I'm not doing this no more. Because now I look like an accomplice. I'm getting my pockets fat, but I don't want to be involved in this because it was going to get real ugly. So she knew where the other woman lived, and so she ended up going there, speaking to her, and letting her know, I'm not taking him back because you seem to be part of the problem also. So he's yours, and we're going to get a divorce, and he's going to have to pay for his children. And this guy had a former crack problem that I believe she said relapses every now and again. She said, you can have it. And it came to the point where the other woman didn't want him anymore. And he was down and out about that. And the funny part about it is, she kept calling me. She had my number through him. She kept calling me to come visit her. So what I'm saying is that we had situations like this in life anyway. Social media ramped it up. Ramped it up. Maureen Hamilton, welcome on in. I'm going to drop this link again for anybody who wants to come in and add on to. So I got to keep my eyes on this board in front of me. If I don't see you for a second, I will let you in. But there's all kind of situations going on out here. And when you add into the fact that there are dopamine hits that come with social media activity, I mean, I get my dopamine hits from following bodybuilding because I used to compete as a bodybuilder. I follow boxing. I like boxing very much. But it's out of control because I see people just scrolling, and they're looking at an image. And it's paid to play. And I'm going to tell you, it's out here in West Africa also. There was a video I was just listening to a little earlier. I'll drop the link in. And they were saying, yeah, this woman was saying, she said, you think you're going to come out to Africa and have your fun? You come into the bigger cities, these girls are sharp. They're trying to get money out of you because they know what's on your mind. And that's the way the culture is. If you want to get a good woman in Africa, I'm in Ghana, so I can't speak for everywhere. You better go out to them villages if you're looking for a wife. Because the ones who are in the city and on social media, it has tainted their mind. But then what came first, the chicken or the egg? Because a lot of these men complain that women want money out of you or want some kind of something out of you because they don't believe you're going to stand around. Right? And a lot of the guys, they're guilty. They trying to get what they can get, and who's going to be real? What happens when you play this game for decades and decades and realize you didn't build anything? But then again, for the women who don't or find themselves at a certain age not married, not that everybody wants to get married, but if you feel that sense of loneliness when you get to a certain age, I don't blame you for not playing that game because most people are not sincere. In my life, I've seen so much deception. I've seen pastors, well-known pastors, walking up to the crack dealer and doing that special handshake when he exchanges money with them. I've seen pastors' wives. This is not about pastors, but you know, I've seen them show up at lesbian orgies. How the hell you know you? What were you doing there, Scurv? Long story, right? But I've seen things before social media. And you can put a profile page up, take away pimples and zits, slim yourself down, lighten yourself up, just make yourself look so delicious. And when you go and meet the person, and this goes to the men also, you standing somewhere right next to the person and you don't even recognize them. Welcome in, Larry Wilson. Larry Wilson says dating has always been an economic transaction, but the difference now it's far more out in the open. Larry also says people have the opportunity to look all over the world for people. Yes, no, and I agree with you, but it's so disconnected now. See, I agree with you when you say dating has always been a financial economic transaction, because the old school way, as far as I know, you ask a young lady out on a date, you take care of the bill, but you don't go anywhere that you can't handle. And if you go somewhere that you're trying to impress her with something you can't keep up, that's on you. Larry Wilson says, again, the big advantage of women have today is that a lot of them can get financial support and many other things that they previously had to get from traditional dating. Okay? There's a plethora of men out here who would give women a lot of money for doing next to nothing except for basic acknowledgement. Yeah, but that's part of the breakdown. That's part of the breakdown. It used to be where you had to earn. Okay, Truth Seeker is in. Let me add him in so we can broaden the conversation. But you had to, Truth Seeker, you're in. Let me hear you.
Hey, can you hear me, Lance?
Loud and clear, brother. Loud and clear.
Okay, yeah, Lance. Yeah, you telling the truth, man. You been, like I said, you dropping these bombs like you always do. It's really terrible out here, and it's really sad. And I talk to all ages of women, and this something got to change, man, because they losing their mind out here, the men and the women.
Seriously.
Yeah, and you know what, Lance? I kind of blame the men. This is what a lot of these, because I'm a man also. The damage we caused a lot of women back in the past is biting us in the ass now. And when I talk to men now, they don't want to admit the damage they done. And like you said, Lance, we both male and female got to come to agreement and admit they wrongs and go from there. But I try to tell men, Lance, you can't go out here constantly cheating on a woman and think she ain't gonna do nothing about it.
Right.
And sooner or later, and that's what me talking. Like, I got a girl now, but when I talk to different women, I hear the stuff what happens with them in these relationships. I'm like, man, bro, these dudes done a lot of damage. So when a good man come along, he's getting the tail end of it. Now he's messed up. Now he finna go mess up some women because what this other girl did. And it's really, like you said, you really have to be careful out here, Lance, because you'll get swallowed up and ate up. I try to tell guys, if you got a good one, leave that bullshit alone, bro. You don't wanna mess that up, because some of these women want to get with a good man, try to expose you to the girl that you would. So it might look good, Lance, but I tell these guys, don't do it. Do not do it. You got a good one, hold on to, because there's still some good sisters out here.
Yes, there are.
A lot of good sisters, but some of these brothers don't want them, and then you got some sisters that don't want good brothers. So I told my girl, The good got to stay with the good. Let the bad stay with the bad. That's how a lot of stuff gonna get solved.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And those who stay true to who they are on a righteous level, they can win, but you have to be careful. You have to have a lot of patience. There's a lot of good-looking situations out here and a lot of deception. And I'm not going
Yes.
to be negative and say, but there is a lot of deception out here. So it's like shopping the day after Christmas for those who celebrate Christmas. Everything's picked over. Things are returned. You know, I
Yes.
mean, the woman will go to buy some lace panties nicely, and somebody else the day before might have worn, and there might be a streak in there. So everything has got little scratches and scratch and dents and stuff. So it's you got to take more time.
Yeah.
And you just don't know because you have a lot of, and this is not a woman blame game. I'm a man, so I can speak on what I see as far as women. I can't speak about men because I don't get down like that. But what I'm saying is that there are a lot of women who will put the front up as being this good woman.
Yes.
Having such a great profile. I don't mean a social media profile. I mean just a profile in life that you are dating her, getting to know her. You feel as though you're courting her. You feel as though she has great potential to become that wife. And she goes along with this kind of talk, but she's setting you up for the big cash out. You know what I mean? This is not to make people feel paranoid, but this is just the way it is in life. You got to take more time because there's so much instant gratification from what women do and what they do, the tricks they do, and from what men do. There are a lot of men out here who meet a good woman and they say, listen, sweetheart, we're not going to rush anything. I want to get to know you.
Take your time.
I want to take my time with you. I want to get to know you. I'm not pushing up on you in some sexual way. We have time for that if we get to that point. But this is long term for me. And she is telling her girlfriend she's so happy. She found somebody who she can feel, and he never pushes up on her. Why? Because his testicles are drained from all the quick women he's out there messing with, so he can appear to be Mr. Faithful, and I'm going to wait. Yeah, you can make her feel as though you're going to wait because you're doing stuff anyway. See, so there's so many different angles of how people play this game. And so we're all messed up now. Social media is that match that was lit, that was put on all the gasoline that was dumped in your house, and now your house is on fire. You see what I mean?
Yeah, because like social media, like back in the day, you had magazines, you see people or whatever. Now you can go on social media, you could just DM somebody and they answer you back. You know what I'm saying? So like you said, Lance, social media is putting out a false narrative out there. Like you can live like this 24/7, and there's no such thing you can live like that 24/7. You got to live life. You got bills, you got health issues, you got to take care of stuff, but they don't show that. They just show sipping tea and coffees.
That's right. I think you I know you're still there, but I don't know if you had a call because I heard a chirp. So I'll continue talking on until you come on in, brother. You're still here. I just don't know if it's some type of electronic malfunction. You know that happens. You still with me, brother? I see your hand there in front of the screen. Maybe he muted because I think he might have got a phone call, but that's no problem. He'll be back in. You know, Larry Wilson says it's not hopeless, however, but the landscape has dramatically changed, so people have to function differently as society tends to decline more. And he continues, naturally, women are attracted to men who can provide security, but given the current economic situation, it changed a lot. And yeah, I mean,
my bad,
yes,
Lance.
brother.
I was
No problem. No problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, Lance, you're right, man. It's a lot of work got to be done, and like you said, you got these guys out here, 60s, 50s, even I see guys like close to 70 last, still talking about they laying it down out here. And I said, man, what? Hey, Lance, it's like you live your life, you live your time. But some people don't want to let that go.
They don't, because their identity is tied into that.
Yeah.
And it goes back to something that I heard somebody say on a TV show back in the 70s. You know, back in the 70s, we had Like It Is, Bill McCreary, Black News, you know, Tony Brown's Journal. We had a lot of black shows, especially that would come out on Sunday mornings and Sunday afternoons. And I would soak those things up. I loved it. And that's the kind of conversations we had in the house. But it was said on one of those shows, and it hit me because I saw it as so true, even though I was much younger, that many black men feel that their only source of empowerment is between their legs. If you notice, let's take it on a stereotypical level, which we know it's not all black neighborhoods or whatever, but you might have a bunch of guys on the corner. They were hanging out all night, maybe drinking a little bit, maybe selling little stuff or whatever. They on the corner all night. Now it's daybreak. They're going to soon go home, but they see a well-dressed young lady coming up. Obviously, she's living clean. She's dressed professionally. She's not driving, but she's heading over to the bus stop or to the subway. So they see her coming. And so they greet her, you know, and she may nod her head or greet, you know, but she's not trying to let them know she's going to hang out in the corner with them. She keeps walking. So these guys feel a sense of rejection because I guess they feel dirty. Like this woman is rejecting me, but they feel bad about themselves. So what do? Yeah, you bitch, I got something for you here. You'll come back to me. You'll love this. And they grab themselves between the legs. A lot of the guys, not the majority, but a lot of men out here, even those who may even be on a professional level, deep down, too many of us feel as though our magic power is between our legs. That's standard equipment. Now, some may be hanging to the knee and some may barely be hanging at all, looking like a pawn shop, you know, those three little balls hanging up, right? But the bottom line is, you know, we got to get away from that. You know, we got to develop ourselves. We got to, you know, like, okay. I've had my times of hedonistic, you know, years. But one thing I always prided myself on, and it's not me patting myself on the back, but since you know me, I'm going to say it. Y'all know I like to talk. And I think that I can have a conversation just about anything and keep it interesting. So me, it was also the cerebral. It wasn't about, hey, mama, you looking good. I need to come by see you tonight. No. In those days, lots of times, the women that I dated, they're like, man, you were talking so much. I thought maybe nothing was going to go down. I'm like, well, it's not just about that. Because I had options. You expand yourself, you grow, you make yourself interesting. Just like every single year, or every 4 years, whatever it may be, a car company, the 2026 Honda Accord, is going to look different than the previous year, even if it's not a total overhaul. So what are you doing to make your value go up as a man? Not just as a provider, but one who can share wisdom, one who can make the woman feel secure, right? Stability, regularity. There are women out here who may not have experienced that. It doesn't mean that you got to pay for what the other guy didn't do. But if you exude this ability and you hone and you polish yourself and make yourself better every single year that comes by, your value goes up. Yeah, you may feel a little feeling when you see a shapely young lady, but you know you can't sell yourself cheap either. Because that woman, not to demonize them, might just be somebody who's so deceptive that will bring you down. You got to be careful of that. So it's the value of who you are also as a man. That counts, you know? And yes, here's Truth Seeker back again. Yes, Sweet Berry, their identity is connected to that. And we can bring that back to slavery when it was okay to mate with another woman. And it wasn't always where it was something romantic and nice. They needed more slaves to be born into the future so they can have. It's like you're selling puppies. You're selling some rare breed of Doberman Pinscher or Pit Bull or Rottweiler. You want them to mate. Well, come back. I don't have any in my litter now, but come back in a few months. Come back next year, and I have a whole lot more for you. Well bred, pure bred. That's the way they did us. So it was okay for us We couldn't do a whole look. We couldn't read a book, but guess what? We can screw as many women that were there. No contraception, no responsibility. Just get the other woman pregnant. Now, if you had a wife on the plantation, which was hard because they were splitting us up so much, you got into the pleasure. It felt good. Massa approved of it. He wasn't going to whip you for that. You were making more slaves. Well, look in the modern day. Black men, lots of them don't have a sense of responsibility as they impregnate a woman because the state is going to take care of those children. They need you to be the breeder. They got a place for you because when you don't pay that child support that they know that you can't pay, you're going to get locked up and you're going to work for these private corporations called prisons, damn near free, pennies on the dollar. You're going to be the best license plate maker. And to help destroy your race, you're going to be in there. A lot of the men, I'm not saying all, I don't know the proportion, but I know with my own eyes, working in the prison and working in the jail, there's a lot of men in them cells at night doing things that you wouldn't believe. And how do you think AIDS and all these diseases are spreading? So many inmates that I know from the past were HIV positive. So many of them. And then if I work overtime in the morning time, when visitation was face-to-face, because the jail worked in now, and Truth Seeker is back, the jail I worked in at that time, earlier on, it was face-to-face, but then it was through the TV screen. They'd come across the street. That way, things couldn't be passed between the visitors and those who were inmates. And I hate to use that word. I saw one dude, I worked the night shift. I saw one dude giving this next guy head. I'm going to say what it is. This dude here, tall, muscular, handsome black man, mannerable. I forgot what he was in there for, but that morning when I worked the overtime, he was shocked to see me because I gave him a warning. I said, hey, man, that's your business, but you can't do that here. You know what I mean? I didn't pull him out the cell and send him and break him up with him. No, just, I catch it again. It's got to stop because that's on my watch. They're going to ask me why I didn't, take care of that. But he had a baby mama there. And those are the days where you can, with a little supervision there, you can let him slide, tongue kissing her and all this. I say, oh man, if she knew what he was doing the night before. Now to compound that next day, when I got off from the morning shift after working the night shift, I was off that next day. So I went home, went to sleep, and we would get a call sometime from several clubs. There were a bunch of us who were COs. They'd call us to work the door. I was always the shortest guy. I was the fastest and had the slickest talk, but we 6'7", 8" guys, whatever. That same woman who, and I've told this story before, that same woman who was tonguing down her man, who was the night before, down between the next man's legs, she was at the club. And she would go into the dance floor, dance a little bit, get some drinks, and walk out the front door. And I was working the front door and can look down into the parking lot, at least 5 different dudes. She went in the front seat of the car, and her head was down between the legs, bumping the steering wheel. And I know she got sniffed up. So she was there, maybe getting money or just cocaine or whatever. But she's with a dude who just got locked up who was in there doing that. So he had to be doing that before. You see what I mean? So just that quickly, HIV or whatever diseases they had between them, because he was HIV positive. So you just don't know where it's coming from. So you got to be careful. And with all this deception going on, and with a lot of women, I'm not blaming just women, we can blame on both sides, but it can't work by itself. It can't be just women. Men have got to be in there with the deception also. And on both sides, they pretend. They pretend to be, everything is normalized, everything is pristine and clean, And let me just read what Larry Wilson said. People fail to understand what the intention of the romantic relationship should be. instead of building something that's lasting, that's all about quick gratifications. Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. Yep. It is. Yep.
People don't want to deal with
And
the real and resolve issues, much less fight for something that's worth it in the
yeah,
long run, because they don't
yeah,
like the sacrifice required.
yeah. Don't
And
nobody, Lance. Don't nobody want to struggle no more. Like if they can come in like with the OnlyFans and make a quick $3-4 million a month, they gonna do it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Could you believe?
um
Could you believe out here in West Africa, several women have approached me. I didn't know them, but they knew me from social media. You know, the algorithms are funny because, like, when I go on TikTok, I have a TikTok page, and I'll occasionally put up clips from what I do here on YouTube, but it'll circulate a lot in Ghana and not so much in America. And they've asked me on 3 different occasions, could you help us with our OnlyFans?
mm,
And could you help us set it up and do the videotaping and stuff? Because I don't know about this quick money thing, man. It's like, and they want to live this life of an influencer also.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
you know, they see these fake pictures, or some pictures can be real, but it could be
yeah,
like, it's been revealed, it could be some man taking them on a date, but they don't want to show the man. They want to make it seem as though I have it this way. And they put
yeah,
this illusion up, and so many women are like, oh my God,
yep,
I'm working this job that doesn't pay any money. I'm sweating. Guys are still sweating me. I want to be like that.
mm-hmm,
And it's an illusion, like the Pied Piper. See?
mm-hmm.
Diane says, my opinion, when men are bragging about body parts, they are men in the body, but boys in the mind. Exactly.
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 Lance, it was a rapper. I forgot his name. He said he don't even want real body parts no more. He said he want the fake stuff. I said, you gotta be kidding me. He actually rapped this in his rap song. I said,
No, but
this
yeah,
is
but
crazy.
look. I can still speak as a man. I'm a married man, but I can still speak because I have the wiring in me to see the difference. Let me have, if I was a single man dating today, I do not want the plastic body parts. I want to look, if the woman got a mole on one part of her body, a scratch, a scar, or what, that's real. Give me the real woman. Give me the real, you know, if we're going to talk about body parts, I don't want no fake titties, man.
Yeah.
That means I'm lusting after something plastic.
Yeah.
If one hangs a little lower than the other, or the nipples are cross-eyed, I don't care. If it's real, that's what means something to me. If you got a little belly, I don't care. We can alter the caloric intake, but I'm not going to pressure you. I want the real. If your hair really don't grow, I don't want the weave. You scared for me to run my hand through your hair? Listen, cut it down damn bald. There's a lot of beautiful bald women or short-haired women. It's not about this illusion that they're putting out there.
It's out there and it's bad. Like I remember sisters was never into that stuff, but it's reverse psychology. We turning into them.
Go back and look at the old Ebony magazines, the old Essence magazine. They had a magazine named Sepia. It's not around anymore. Look at those older magazines and look at the women in those magazines. Now, yes, some of them had wigs and they straightened their hair, but aside from that, the makeup wasn't overdone, and it didn't have to be half naked to be noticed. When you look at the women, remember Lola Falana, Get Christy Love? Now, Lola Falana wore some things, whatever, but it wasn't about like being lewd. She was just beautiful, right?
Like
she wore some heavy makeup,
and all of, right.
But that was the stage. That was Hollywood. That was entertainment. But what I'm saying is that normally, when you look, at Good Times, the heartthrob was Thelma. She had an afro, man. She had beautiful, clear skin. Right? She wore jeans. You could see her shape, but she wasn't trying to push nudity back then. Look at the entertainers. Look at the female singers back then. They knew how to sing. And they were dressed decent. Of course, they had nice outfits or glittery something and something a little more pulled into the waistline or whatever. But it didn't matter. Even if they were a little heavy set. Their presentation, the real raw beauty, a real woman. I don't understand this plastic stuff.
Yeah, because Lance, they feel like if they not plastic, they not gonna make no money. And like you
Yeah,
Like you
you're
were saying,
right.
like you were saying earlier, that money is controlling people like, man. And Lance, I remember when I was growing up, you have very select few sisters that mess with the dope boys, right?
Right.
Um, materialistic materialism came to me from white people.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
I remember a white lady told me, this was probably like in the 90s. She said, if you want to hurt a man, you hurt him in his pockets. This is like
Mm-hmm.
the early 90s.
Yeah.
And I think what happened with the black families and stuff, I think the sisters got tired of these brothers out here slinging all this dick around, getting the women pregnant, and then bouncing where they got to take care of these kids by themselves. So now
Yeah.
women are saying, okay, it's gonna be transactional. You want some, you gonna take my time, you gotta pay me. And that's where
Mm-hmm.
we at now.
Yeah. You're
So
right.
it, like you said, Lance, it's really messed up. Lance, I'm trying to see. Hey, Lance, who's the guy that played Drago and Rocky?
Oh, I used to train in Madison Avenue Muscle. He used to pop in there. Oh God, his name, his name eludes me right now. But
Because
tall guy,
he
yeah.
played in he played was he did he play in did he play in Predator? Was it with Arnold Schwarzenegger? I think
I'm
was
not
that it?
sure. I don't think so. Um,
Okay, I know. They did a thing on him, and he was saying how he cheated on his wife. This is a white man, because a lot of people think these white men don't cheat, but they do.
right.
Um,
Dolph Lundgren, brother. Dolph
yeah,
Lundgren.
that's what is that. Yes, him. They had
Yeah.
a thing on him. He said he cheated so much on his wife, and he said every time he cheated on her, she'll go buy a new car. He said that then she'll go buy a house, and he said it got so bad on him, Lance. He said it broke him. He said it broke him so bad that he lost everything. And reason why I said that is because you see where the materialistic stuff came from.
Yeah.
The white woman said,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you materialistic. So now the sisters didn't pick that up now. Oh, okay. I'm gonna make this motherfucker buy me a car. I'm gonna get a house. This is what they doing, Lance.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
it's more of a revenge thing, man. That's why I tell these men out here, bro, man, stop doing stupid shit, man. Chill out. You found a good one, leave it alone. It's time to let that shit go.
That's right.
Like I like Lance, I had my time. I'm good. What they say, yo, raw oats, whatever you saw your oats, I'm good. I don't want nothing out here.
Right.
Because it's so much, man, it's so bad out here, Lance. And then these women, some of these women out here, they don't even want a single man, Lance. They want a married man.
Yes.
They don't even want a
And
single
I
man no more. They
always
want
wondered
a
about
married
that,
man.
but I have a theory about that because it gives them enough space where they can navigate, because that married man is not as free as she is. So she knows
Exactly.
he has to be to work. She knows he has to be at home unless he lies and gets out there. But he can't have 10 women because that's too much to manage. So I know where you won't be.
Mm-hmm.
So they can juggle more than one man. And the married man is safer to them because the woman represents that escape for that married man who has his mind that way, where he's looking for something on the outside. So if she can become that escape and that illusion, he'll find her more, or maybe she can be able to get more out of him because he doesn't have so many options.
Yeah,
See,
right,
that
right. Now,
single
you know
guy,
what, Lance, you're right,
if
you're right. You're right.
yeah, if he's not a simp, the single guy, he has more options because he can move freely. He can go out every single night after work
Mm-hmm.
if he wants to. If
So
he
he's
has
more
his own place, he can have
he
whatever woman he wants
he's
to
more of a
have.
threat. He's
But
more of a threat.
yeah, because now you can play the open field. The married man can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I told one guy, he was single. I said, listen, man, when you have a ring on your finger, you're gonna get hit on more.
Yep.
He's not married. He put a ring on his finger. He told me, Lance, you're right. There's a couple guys that I know because, like I said, and women who have hit on me, I'm like, listen, what? What is it about me? I'm an older guy. What do you know? They don't say, but I try to get information wherever I can. Well, one told me the truth. You safer. You got something to lose. And if I become something to you, theoretically, you're not going to want to let it go. You're going to treat it right. You're going to be home stuck with your woman thinking about me, what I might be doing. So when I need something, you're really going to make the sacrifice and give it to me.
And
Men can play
I
two or
try to
three
tell
guys that way.
right, and I try to tell these guys, I'm like, you creep off on your woman while you sleep. She filming while you in bed sleep. When you watching her do whatever you doing, she film you. She putting that on social media, so she waiting for a person to say, "Oh, I was with him last week." Oh, you know what I'm saying, Lance? That's why I tell these guys, man, be careful out here, bro. You don't want to mess a good thing up. Just leave. It's best to just leave it alone. Cameras everywhere,
man.
Lance.
You know, yeah, it's and I've seen it.
Yeah.
I saw a dude, a guy on the bus when I used to drive a bus in Orlando, Florida. He was sitting in the back, but right behind that door where everybody gets off in the back. So if you were to get off on the back door and stand in front of the back door, he's going to be to your right. So he was up on this woman. I've seen him before and I saw her before, but you get to see a lot of things when you're driving the bus because the bus driver is always invisible unless you really know him. When you see the bus, oh, there go the bus. You ain't say, oh, there's the driver. You pay your money, you sit down, you talk on the phone, you tell her your business. This dude was smooching hard with this woman. This is off topic, but it's still with deception. All of a sudden, I see the line of people who are coming on. I see them down the seats that are available. I said, man, it's going to fill up soon because a lot of people on this bus. As soon as this one dude swiped this card and looked to the back where his brother was sitting down all up in this young lady's neck, I mean, she was aroused and she was in a whole different world. I can see it through the mirror. I was just sitting there. You know what I mean? I'm being entertained.
Right.
As soon as a dude who was smooching the girl saw this dude swipe the card, he got up. The dude in the front looked shocked. I said, uh-oh, that's his woman back there with this dude. No, the dude got up that was smooching the girl and ran off the back of the bus. And the dude who was in the front went up to the woman. I'm thinking he's going to say, I caught you cheating. No. He said, bitch, I told you to leave my man alone. They were gay. So the way I thought it was playing out, the dude who ran off the bus was messing with the dude who came on the bus. So even now we have that element of things.
Yeah, because
that's why some of these women say, I'm going to mess with a married man, but then some of the married men are messing with men.
Men, yeah.
We have this gumbo out here.
Lance, I know a few gay guys and stuff they be telling me, and I'm like, man, I said, won't you just get you? I mean, Lance, I don't want to get I don't want to get your thing flagged or anything. You good?
No. That won't flag
okay. Some of the stuff they tell me, I'm like, man, won't you just get you a gay man? Why y'all keep going after straight men? And they told me, man, the straight men sometimes ask me, they just want to try it? And I'm like, what you mean they just want to try it? They got a wife at the crib or a girlfriend, whatever. They just want to do it for a little bit. So I asked them, but bro, by you being gay, you don't get tired of these men treating you like some type of hoe? Like, they cool with it, Lance. You know why they cool with it? They cool with it because they getting some D out of it.
Right.
So they don't mind getting treated. They don't mind being a little side piece for another man.
But see, it validates them because they love it when that man that they mess with has a wife going home to the wife. Because he may have a wife, but I'm his real passion. He's coming to me. You see what I mean? And just like Sister Diane said, some women are satisfied with being a side chick because they don't have the pressure of being the wife, right? They're free. You come on and do your little thing for a little while, or, the married man will come and voice his problems or whatever. And this side chick, the female, may feel as though, well, look, I'm the one keeping their marriage together. I'm giving him some good sex. I'm giving him some freakish fantasies coming true. And he goes home to his wife happy, and he accepts this. He don't even need it from the wife no more. And I'm holding it together. That's how they think. And they'll try to put that in the mind of the man also. As far as the gay dudes, when they basically don't want each other when they're flaming. Feminine gay dudes don't want feminine gay dudes.
And that's feminine
gay dudes will mess with masculine gay dudes. But the prize is the forbidden fruit of taking a straight man's virginity, seducing him. That gives them a rush. They could be on a job and trying to flirt with this dude on the low. And this guy says, hey, man, we can hang out one of these evenings. And this gay dude gives him some head. And this guy is so happy to do that because he's validated. He feels more powerful. He's like, man, I got a straight guy to get with me. See, the forbidden fruit is the sweetest in any situation. It's like a man who's trying after this woman, and maybe he does have one thing on his mind. And he does whatever he can to get this woman in bed, and he gets her in bed and gets her good. Now she's chasing after him, and he act like he don't want to be bothered no more. Because it was the conquest. It was the challenge. So we don't know what's in people's minds when they pursue you. Lots of times it's innocent. And even in the innocent things, when you break it down, there's circumstantial factors, I could say, because of what we need from young, which may not be something sinister when you do your self-healing and understand how you're wired. I know a young lady who is very powerful in her, how could I put it, in her industry, but she has a soft side and she needs to be secured and protected with a strong man. But she can hang on the corporate level and in that industry with the best of them. But most wouldn't know it. I know it because she's a very good friend of mine. And that's why she doesn't just run around anybody. She's like, I'm waiting for the right one. You know what I mean? And she's open for that. So there's a lot of times when it may not even be us, but it's what we represent to that person of the opposite sex or for them same sex situations. So with a man who is straight, who is curious, you ain't straight no more. You know what I mean? Right. You know what I mean? That's like a vegetarian hanging out in a steak restaurant about to order. You know, like, before you take the bite, if it's in your mind, you already there.
Hey, Len, and I done heard stuff like, "Oh, you ain't gay. A man that mess with another man ain't gay. They might just want to experience it." I said, "Man, that's gay.
No,
that's gay.
No.
You can't say it was
That's
just
gay.
an experience. That's gay,
That's gay.
right?
Right. You don't sample. You don't have you know what it is. What you mean?
Right.
You had that in you.
Right.
You had that in you. Don't try to twist around it.
Yeah.
I was we make a long story short, on one of the bus routes I had that went through Universal Studios in Orlando, on Friday and Saturday night, a lot of the kids from, I hate to say the hood, but they get on the bus and go up in there and grab on little white girls' behinds and smack people and steal things. It was crazy. So the cops had to ride on those nights on the bus with 2 unmarked cars behind it. It was really bad. So this white cop was talking to this black sergeant. They were riding up front with me. So they were talking about that stuff. And the black cop, the sergeant, he wasn't with it. But the white guy was trying to joke. He was like, well, if I got head from another man, it's not gay on my side if I don't push. So you lying to yourself, man. What are you doing with your penis in the next man's mouth? Come on. Oh, if I don't push, it's not gay. Come on. So he tried to grab me into the conversation. I said, listen, if I grab your wife and have sex with her, it ain't rape if I don't push then. No, that's rape. No. No, it goes across the same thing. No, man. People lie to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And when they lie to themselves, they're going to lie to you. And this is going right on back to how social media turned love into a marketplace.
Oh yeah.
Like marketplace doesn't always mean money. It could be we were getting people to go along with our own self-deceptions. And now we make it real because they agree to the illusion that you project. You see? What's the reason? Like the song years ago, reasons, the reasons that we. What's the reasons? What's the reasons?
Right. Because I look at social media like a gift and a curse.
It is.
You can share a lot of information, a lot of stuff I learned from it.
I learned
but then,
every
like
day.
you said, it got that low vibration side, and it's just freaks come out at night.
Don't slip off the slippery slope.
Right.
Don't slip off the slippery slope. Yep. I got a friend who has a grandfather. He's up in years, and they gifted him with a computer about a year ago. And they would come around and show him how to use it. And so the grandmother, she's still alive. She called him and get that damn computer out of my house. I say, well, what happened? He ain't been coming to bed late at night. That joker done fell asleep with a jar of Vaseline, his pants around his ankles, and there was pornos. The way she said it was funny. There was pornos on the, you know what I mean? So he wasn't coming to bed. He was up at night. He be stroking. Stroke it to the east, and he stroked it to the west. Yep. That'll make the difference. So that's why a lot of these single women want to be side chicks. They're like, I don't want to be bothered with that. Come on over when you want. I'll be the fantasy for you. You got to treat me nice because I'm your escape. And I'm getting to know you better than a cheap hooker out there. You can come on over, whatever, But you can only come over at these certain times because I got 3 other men that they're married and I deal with them.
Lance, you did a podcast. I think it was like about a week ago. You did a podcast on and you was just hitting the nail right on the head when you was talking about like a lot of people feel like even with sex, like you said, like get to know that person real well, and the sex is gonna be even better. And I think you were saying you just saying in the podcast how people be going through stuff and they feel like sex gonna solve everything, and it don't. You're gonna go right back to you got to deal with that same problem. So it's it is a lot of mental health going on out here. It's a lot of insecurities going on. That's why people are posting so much. And like some of these guys, like I said, Lance in Chicago, man, some of these guys post so much, man, and they know people out to kill them. And they film their own death on camera going live.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah,
several times.
Yeah,
in different situations.
Yeah,
one just happened recent.
Yeah, we had one on the west side of Scotland. Yeah. And he knew they wanted to get him, and he filmed his. I'm like, man, couldn't help.
Yeah, but I'm saying that compulsion is so strong. See, it's like this in a roundabout way. Years ago, people didn't get a chance to express themselves. But it's not just that. Many people want to put out an image that is not truly them because they don't like who they are. You see? So they want to be something else. They want to be the creation. They want to create this illusion. But then it's still not satisfying because the mask that you're showing the world, that false persona, the people are falling in love with, and it's not you.
And you crying behind closed doors.
So that's why I said back in 2001, in February, when I first started getting online on AOL and eventually Black Planet, I said, I'm going to be myself because I'm not going to sit here and have to carry around 12 or 15 different personas. The best way to be is be yourself.
Yeah.
In life, on social media, now you ain't going to tell all your business on social media, granted, but why falsify something?
Yeah.
Because even right now, there are people who are listening that I've known for many years from back in the 70s. Just got off the phone with one of the brothers. He's listening right now. He didn't say anything in the chat room, but he'll step to me if I lie about anything.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, he tell, man, you don't tell enough, man. You crazy life you had. Yeah, I'm dropping a little bit at a time, but
Right.
be yourself.
Yeah.
Be yourself.
Yeah. People are scared to be real. And it's like being fake is the new real now. You know what I'm saying, Lance? You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? It is like I said, this reverse psychology thing, and it's like it's sad because people feel like, okay, everybody doing it, so I got to do it too, and you really don't have to.
Right.
You know, got to be able to live, like you said, live with that to yourself. Be real with yourself.
But
And it's like,
like you said earlier, there are guys who are in their 60s and their 70s still telling you how they putting it down. Oh my
right,
God.
still bragging
I ain't
about
gonna
that.
lie. I ain't the man I was when I was 20 years old, 25
Exactly.
years old. I'm 62. And I'm happy with the little bit I can conjure up. My ego is not attached to that
Right.
because I know that there's going to come a time where basically the only thing I can do out of that part of my body is urinate if I live
Right.
long enough. So I'm happy with the little bit I can do. And my ego's not, look, my ego's, it was not, even when I was all over the place for a little bit of while, my ego wasn't attached to that. Because I knew that there's going to come an end to that. And why would I want to be in that mode all the time anyway?
Right.
I would feel like a failure. For me, look, me writing a dope article is the equivalent to what these men feel when their penis is hard. You see what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
you put down a good article, you put down some good artwork, you express something that's phenomenal from the heart, whatever. Me and my friend were talking earlier, and we both were speaking about what it's like for our fathers to transition. And it was a deep exchange. And when I was voicemailing him while I was preparing these graphics for the show, and I was almost in tears, and he was too, because he was like, yo, I feel the same way. And I said, you know what? Probably tomorrow I'll record a little freestyle something about that to bring you into that and how to see it and how to come out of the pain from that in different situations, and why, you see this man who is like your superhero, for those who've had their fathers, or whatever male figure, and they get to a certain age and physically they decline, and you don't know how to feel because your Superman is now frail or getting sick or getting dementia, you know, or whatever
Mhm.
it may be. And sometimes there's anger involved because you're letting me down. Like, I thought you were always going to be whatever. It's like when Mike Tyson first lost for the first time, it's like, oh my God,
Right.
that aura of invincibility was removed. Or
Right.
Muhammad Ali losing a fight back in the day.
Right.
Like, oh man. You know what I mean? And there's other
Yeah,
things
I
that
know what
go
you're
along
saying.
with that. So those are the things I want to talk about. I'm also going to, get deeper into sexuality, not in a lewd way. That's
Right.
something that nobody really wants to be real about.
Right.
You know what I mean? They want to
Right.
talk about the bravado and I'm putting it down. No. It
Right.
may
Because
come every 8 times when I put it down. I ain't putting it down like that no more. Leave me alone. I'm
right. Because
getting older.
when I see a couple when they like 70s, 80s, and I'm like, and the love they still got for each other, and I'm like, you
Right.
see, you see that, man? Like they
That's what it's
stuff
all
ain't
about.
working. They stuff ain't working no more. But it's that genuine love for each other that really is gonna matter in the long run.
Right.
You know, and I'm like, that's a beautiful thing to see. And when I look at what's going on now, I'm like, man, they really destroyed all this, man. Like,
Right. Because these
men
people
and
these
women,
days, they're not going
men
to
and
get
women,
to that point
right?
once they
They at each
change
other.
their
They
mentality.
at each other neck. I can do this better than you. You know, it's like, man, where's the roles at? And to
Right.
the black men out here, it's time for us to take charge.
Exactly.
Your true form, take charge.
Exactly.
Because we forcing our sisters to go that route. Sisters don't want to fuck with these other race of men out here, but we forcing them to do it because we not black men ain't stepping to the plate. Where's our heart? Where's our balls at? Where's it at?
There you go. There you go.
And I don't have nothing against drinking or like that, Lance. But man, we like Lance.
Right.
I don't know if you know. Have you seen all these fights that been going on too?
Yeah.
On social, man, it's like everybody got so much anger. It's like man,
disconnected. They're not satisfied. They're not fulfilled. They get the superficial stuff that social media tells them that they need. And again, remember, when you see somebody 25 years old, and I said this the other night, or they might have been born in the year 2000, right? When they were 5 years old, Facebook came around, YouTube came around, right? They grew up in this thing. And so now everything is a performance now. Everything is a proving ground. People in the back of their mind, many people feel as though, I better represent because this might be a soundbite and I don't want to look bad.
Right.
We're performing now. There are a lot of fights that men have that they really didn't, probably in another day and time, wouldn't have. But as soon as the phones come out, you got to prove yourself. You see what I mean?
It's the ego. The ego.
Yeah, the ego.
It's that ego.
Egos run wild.
Yup. Ego's going. Yup.
And it's putting people in bad situations.
It's putting them in bad situations, Lance. Bad situation.
It's so easy to get locked up. Look, at 62 years old, I'm not trying to get locked up for nothing.
Yeah, Lance, you don't got nothing to prove out here. That's why I tell people all the time, like what you said earlier. Just be real to yourself. Stop trying to impress. Stop trying to live like the Joneses. And let's go back to this relationship stuff too. Even some of these men, like the men and the women, the sisters and the brothers. Man, don't be listening to your girlfriends. If your man take you somewhere, be happy for her. Don't try to come home and have such and such took her man here. Why you ain't or why you not taking me? You see what I'm saying, Lance?
Yep.
Stop trying to live like everybody else. Have your own relationship. It's like people don't have a mind of their own anymore. They like Lance. They like puppets out here.
It's like eating food that looks good but has no nutrition.
Right.
You ate the food and looked good, but you're still hungry.
Right.
I've done enough in my lifetime to look back and say, wow. And I have no pressure. I never had any pressure either.
Right.
Because I've never been or never put myself in certain situations. I had opportunities to do some stupid things in reaction, people watching, and I took it and I walked away. There's certain times I was cornered and had to do certain things, maybe that nobody knew. You know what I mean?
Right.
My hand was forced, right? But I'm not going to sit up here and try to, and like I said, our perception of time, I'll say it again in this case too. A lot of us don't understand that we are a little older. It doesn't mean you can't do certain things and enjoy life, but change the speed, change the gear. You're not on the straightaway doing 95. You're on the turn, the exit, and it says slow down your speed to 25 miles an hour. And some people want to keep their foot on the pedal and they fly off the exit.
Right.
And they wonder why they crash their vehicle.
Yep.
Because it's time to slow it down. Now, maybe you get back on the straightaway, you can go a little faster, but I'm not trying to run myself in the ground. I accept the place that I'm in right now, and I have a lot of energy. I'm still very strong, but for my age and for my category, I'm not trying to prove nothing to nobody. I see a lot of guys out here. I was walking, I went down into town earlier today, and a couple of vendors, hey, daddy, they'll say daddy, that out of respect, like you're an older guy. You're still strong. I can see you're strong. Yeah, I'm a little strong for my age, but that young buck, I probably can't whip him. You know what I mean? But he's giving me respect. It's like Muhammad Ali when he was shaking and he had the Parkinson. Right. He's older. He might be at ringside, but they give him reverence because of what he's accomplished. But the fighters in the ring would probably knock him down and hurt him right now.
Right.
But that's the order. how it should be. The old lions should be there to give wisdom to the younger ones.
Younger lions, right? Yep.
You see what I mean?
Yep. No, you right. But and it's like you got like you said, I said earlier, the older guys, you 60, 70, 50 something, and you trying to be on a 22-year-old guy level.
That's not gonna work.
And you look crazy, you look stupid.
Seriously.
And then Lance, like up, up here, Chicago, these young brothers up here, these OGs getting out of jail trying to control stuff. Man, these young boys killing these old men. They don't have no respect for older people out here, bro.
Right. It's a foolish game to play.
Yeah.
If you want to influence by example on a righteous level at this particular point. You should have learned something when you come out. And you're coming back out to this new time period now, because like you said, these younger cats, they do not want to hear anything. And they're doing things different. Even back in the day in New York, from what I observed, because I was born in Washington Heights, which is right above Harlem, and born in 63. My father had his business right in the midst of all of that. We kind of figure out who these guys were that are famous, and they're doing what they do. There was a code back then. There's certain things you didn't do.
Yep, certain things you didn't do. Yep.
These guys were pushing heroin big time through Harlem, Washington Heights, all those different areas. But you know what? They weren't going to disrespect. Okay, you can say they would disrespect.
You respect the women and the kids. Yep, but the women and the kids and the older people. Yep.
The old grandmothers that didn't have no money to get buried, whatever, in their family, they would give money. They would do a lot of things, But when you saw them, they were better than a bank if you needed help. I'm not saying that justifies what they did, but at least there was a code. Now these little kids with their little corner money will shoot down a grandmother if they get in the way.
Oh yeah,
it's ruthless.
It's ruthless, yeah.
It was never good to do any of that stuff, but at least
you got Lance, dude. You know your gang violated you.
Right.
Your own gang. When you did something like that, the own gang will violate you. Like they didn't pay. They didn't play with pedophiles. Now
that's right.
They cool with pedophiles now, because you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Pedophiles, yeah. Like you said, you did anything to older people, killed the baby. Oh man, you got dealt with back in the day.
Yeah. You have to go to no cops.
Yeah. Street justice.
No arrest and nothing. They took care of business. So there was a street code. I was never in the street as anybody active or known, but I knew about that because I grew up around it. Half my friends were in the street, and so I knew.
Right.
And I was taught that from my father anyway. And he wasn't a street guy, but you had to coexist. And the other side is very much real. But the other side now is not organized and it's just out there, and you don't know what's coming at you.
Yeah. Yeah.
People
Les, I had a question. I meant to ask you, how's is he brother Kawaku? Is it Kawaku, right?
Yes, that's my brother-in-law.
Your brother-in-law, how is he? I meant to ask you about him.
He hasn't spoken to me since January of 2021 when he told me and my wife we were on our own.
Oh, wow.
I can say a lot of things, but I keep quiet about it, but I will say that because that's truth. And all I'll say to that is that people can put themselves out to the world with a certain visage, and it's something completely different. And we were very, very close for years.
Oh yeah. That's why I just thought about it, because I'm like,
but look at it this way.
Lance about, because I'm on, I've been following your podcast for a long time.
Look at it this way. My wife is his sister.
Sister, right?
Older sister. And when your own sister sees that you violated, and she don't want to be bothered with you, something's wrong.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I didn't say, oh, he did this or he did.
Right.
No, I'm not saying that. But you just have to be careful. I mean, I
Okay.
learned a lot from that experience. And
Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to bring it up. Enough said, Lance.
no. It's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay.
Okay.
And if he hears this, he can get mad all he wants to, because if I was to talk, you know what I mean? But when you put lies out about a person who has helped you and
Oh yeah. I
been in
see
your
that.
corner,
I don't play that. See, I don't play. See, stuff like that. I'm through with you. Especially when
hallelujah, there you go.
when I didn't help, like you said, I didn't help you out, and you backstab me and turn on me. Oh, we don't got nothing
And
to
not
talk
only
about.
that, but you do your own family that way.
Wow.
To a really bad level.
Oh
And
yeah.
it's a fact.
Okay.
And his little minions and his little do boys can step to me on that, because I don't play that.
Right.
And that's why I had to clean house with a lot of people who came in on the show.
Okay.
But that had nothing to do with that.
Right.
You see?
Okay.
And see, yeah, it's a whole lot. Sometimes people will come around you for what you have and what you've cultivated because they want to be you. But I help people all through the years.
And that's really
on a social
sad,
media
man.
level.
It's really
For
sad.
years. I've been in this game for a long time. And sometimes they want to shine, but they also want to steal your destiny.
Yeah.
Therefore, you can't shine.
Yeah.
So when you all move together to a certain place, you get the smear campaign, and you got strangers hating on you like you did something wrong because you don't back them up on their mess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really sad, because I do notice that a lot. Like, now, the jealousy and envy is so bad nowadays too. Like,
oh man,
you know what I'm saying, Lance? People ain't happy for you for nothing, and you can work hard for something, and they still mad at you. It's like, man.
And let me tell you something. I ain't come out here to be famous. A little bit of people who know me, they know me for the years I've been out here. I come on here and I talk regularly. We talk about topics and subjects. That's the way I was raised.
Right.
But you want to stop somebody else's shine? Because I'm not looking for a shine.
You ain't looking for the shine.
God gave me my shine. God gave you your shine. And
what they-
everybody else who's in here in their own special way.
Hey, Lance, what they say, you got that natural swag. A lot of people don't got that. And that's why they get, and my thing is that I tell people all the time, it maybe it wasn't meant for you to have, but it don't mean you get jealous of somebody else. And people will actually, Lance, they will try to kill you for that. That's how, I mean, it's ridiculous, man. Ridiculous.
But I'm still here.
I tell people hey, Lance, I tell people all the time, and I learned this just back when I grew up with being in gangs and stuff. When you got a bunch of people around you, you can praise them people all you want, but I tell people, I'm gonna say I get them about 5-10 years, ain't none of them people gonna be around no more. Sure enough, man, they all fall out, they start backstabbing each other. You don't need a big crowd.
Right.
And a lot of people don't understand that.
Well, I'm self-motivated, and there's nothing that a person can do to work overtime to smear a name, and you all out here together, and you start telling people this and that and stay away from them because they're bad and this and that, but you doing some stuff. You don't know. You don't know.
Right.
And you're going to treat your sister like that. You're going to treat your family like that. You know?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to hear that, man. I thought, man, because I know he is.
Well, I mean, eventually people will pick up on things, but he's not going to present that kind of thing or whatever. But it had to be something because we were rolling deep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We rolling deep, and you do some stuff, and we don't accept what you're doing right now because you're violating the one you're supposed to be with, and you mad because we don't go along. That was the plan all along.
Right.
Go ahead.
People gotta realize right is right.
You just don't know.
Yeah.
You just don't know.
Right is right, wrong is wrong. People got to realize that, and that's another thing I know. That's what's wrong with a lot of the world today, man. People got to be held accountable, man. Like Lance, it was something on the news the other day. I think it down in Georgia. 3 guys broke in his door. Did you see it?
Yes.
And he killed all 3 of them, and then they showed the kid mother mad at him for killing her son. But
he should have been running up in there like that.
They ran right, and I'm like, this is what's wrong with us. Our accountability.
Accountability.
It's like,
Accountability. Without
man,
that, we're unhinged. Anything goes. Without that, and let me tell you something. I had a couple dogs growing up and cats and stuff like that. And we had one of them doors in the back that a dog can push. It's like vinyl in the bottom, and you could push and go out in the backyard, and nothing can fly, and no bugs or nothing like that.
right.
It was raining outside, and the dog was in. He could have went outside, but he came inside. But he took a dump right in the living room. And when we came in through the front, we could smell it, but we saw the dog right there by the door, and the face he had on, he was sticking his tongue out, and he was looking mad scared. Even a dog knows accountability.
You know what he
and
did
so
wrong,
for us to be humans and not understand that, we're worse than any so-called animal.
Yep.
We're worse than any so-called animal because we purposely say to ourselves, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and I'm not going to acknowledge it. But the only other word I wanted to say to your question was everything that you can hear about a narcissist, homeboy embodied. Okay?
Got you.
Narcissist. Anything you can hear.
I got you.
You know, that's what it is.
I got you. I got you. Look, I know exactly where you're coming from. I got you.
I've been confident all my life. My father made me this way. He put me through tough tests and taught me discipline. So me being sure of myself as a man, even in areas where I don't know things, I know if I apply myself, I can succeed. There is no insecurity. There is no envy over the next man. If you achieve something, you may inspire me to achieve something on my own because motivation is the flip side of envy. If you are not motivated from what the next man does in your own way, if you work hard and get a Rolls Royce, well, maybe I want to have a nice garden. But me seeing you achieve your goal of getting that Bentley makes me inspired to get the garden. Say, wow, I saw the steps you took. You inspired me. But if I'm not motivated, I'm envious. And I've never been envious, only inspired by what other people do.
Yeah.
That's the side of the coin that I ride with.
Yeah.
That's why I'm still here on social media, soon to be 25 years in February, rolling hard. Even if they took the other channel down, it doesn't stop my reputation.
Man, Lance, man, it's funny you said that, man, because like we were talking about the envy part, because I'm real big on envy. I don't like none of that stuff. It's just, I just think it's a weak gene.
Yes.
Like I'm on one time, there's one guy that I knew, rest in peace. We went to a bar one time, you know, nice looking guy, whatever. But I also get my women too. You know what I'm saying? This is some years ago, Lance. So we go to a bar. I'm gonna say it was about maybe 7 girls on him there. I'm in it, Lance. I'm chilling. You do your thing, cause I know what I get. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
One girl said that the 7 girls that he had, Lance. One girl said something to me. He got mad, and I said, "You see this type of stuff? You want all the light on you." And Lance, do you know to this day, he got smoked. Somebody set him up and killed him.
See that?
Yeah.
But and that him getting knocked off like that had something to do with that root spirit that he exhibited to you.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's why I want nothing of that.
Yeah.
See, you keep yourself away from those mindsets. It keeps you buoyant.
Yeah.
You'll never drown. You'll always rise up, even if you're pushed down. Because I've been smeared for the last several years, basically ever since we moved out here to Ghana, like actively, like, you're not going to get popular out there. I'm going to be the one. I'm going to smear you and say things, whatever. But you doing the dirt, man. Come on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to stay steady in what I do and take my time and rise. And I'm not competing with anybody. I'm enjoying life. Right now, I'm ecstatic. I'm enjoying myself talking to you, brother, and talking to the chat room and just being alive and being able to express myself.
Lance,
I'm in heaven.
You know how many times, Lance, and I always tell you this. One of your podcasters will come on, and what you start talking about it, and I see it. Like it's like you can read you got a gift of putting real stuff out there, and your platform is good to have because ain't nobody
Thank you,
putting it
brother.
down like you, where you can call and talk to somebody and talk about the real problem that's going on. A lot of these podcasts is a bunch of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but you talk about real stuff that's really going on that people can relate to you about it. Like we talking about the female and the male, what's going on with the female. You see the stuff and you putting it out there, so people gonna call and say, man, Lance was thinking out, he speaking what I was just going through. So
Yes.
you definitely have a gift, brother, a great gift at that, because you talk about some stuff that be going on, and a lot of podcasts they ain't talking about it.
Thank you so much, brother. Because like I said, it's from the hip. Like even today, this popped in. I wanted to talk about this slice of the topic, and there'll be other similar shows that will hit me, or somebody calls me up and says, "Hey, talk about this, talk about that," and I'm like, "Okay." If it
Yeah,
if
I
it
got your info.
pops,
I got your info too. Now I'm gonna start sending you some stuff too, for some topics too that we could talk
yeah,
about too.
I'm open for
Yeah,
that. And
yeah.
even the participation. It was like the other day, someone had brought up the topic of homelessness, and we spoke about it over the phone, through the voicemail. I was like,
Hmm.
wow. And so I pondered it for the rest of the day, came up with some points, and I put it out there.
Yeah.
Maybe it gets hits, maybe it doesn't. I don't worry about hits. I mean, if I wanted hits, I can go down to the beach, I can go down to certain parts here, cry and get some, shapely chicks to be acting stupid and get a lot of hits out of
Right.
lust. And then what?
Right.
That's not going to be satisfying to me,
Right. Yeah. It was a guy. It was a
you
guy on
know?
one podcast. He even said it. He said he noticed when he teach knowledge, he don't get no hits. But he said once he get into beef and bullshit, he said his ratings
Right,
go up.
right,
Yeah. He
right.
said that. Yeah.
That's what attracts people on the lower levels and the lower energies.
Yep.
That's the same thing that when there's a car accident on one side of the highway, the other side is jammed up because people are eyeballing. And when you're putting out misery or discomfort or tragedy that way, people like it because they want to see other people doing worse than them or in the same soup, a different ingredient in the same soup. And like I said, I'll talk about things that are hurtful, but we're going to try to find a way out of it or talk about different angles about it, whatever. I just don't
Hmm.
want to, I don't want to be in conversations that are just so flat. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
boring to
Exactly.
me.
Exactly. Exactly.
So if the present state of the world is where this is what they want to do, let them do it. Because I can do a lot of ratchet things and get a lot of hits and act stupid. That would be boring to me.
Right.
That'd be very boring to me. You
And,
know?
and the people in the chat, don't be shy. Go and click on this stream and join this conversations with us.
I leave that as an open option if they, because sometimes folks are still at work or,
Right, right, right,
whatever,
right.
and they still participate. They'll make little comments and stuff, and
Right, right, right,
like I
right, right.
said, I can talk the stupid stuff too. I mean, I can bring a person from that level and take them to a different level.
So
I've
Lance,
used the
do you
example lots of times when I'm
okay,
out there
go.
with the brothers. Sometime when I used to be on a layover late at night in one of the hoods that I would drive the bus to. If I got there 6 or 7 minutes too early, I had to wait. Because if somebody was trying to get on the bus 6 or 7 minutes after and I left early, then I'm in trouble. A lot of times I'm sitting there and talking with the guys, and a lot of those guys knew me from the jail. And
Right.
Scurv, man, what you doing out here, man? Good to see you, so and so and so. And we start talking something almost righteous, and then some chick walks by. Of course, she has a nice shape. They say, Scurv, man, look at that, man. Don't she got a nice ass? I'm like, yeah, man, she got a real nice ass. But like I was saying, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna, well, we
Right.
shouldn't talk. They're not on that level yet, man.
Right.
So you gotta talk their talk.
Right.
And then you gotta continue again and pick up where you want it to go. And leave them with something deep. But you can't chastise them for the level they're on. I'm
Yes,
not saying
yes.
you got to agree with it and get down with it, whatever, but you have to be able to get. That's what I learned from my father. You got to get along with all different types of people. I saw
Oh
my
yeah,
father
most
get along
definitely.
with
Yeah,
all
most
different
definitely.
types of people
Most
out of
definitely.
respect.
Lance, I want to also say this.
Yes.
What you think about this so-called, I'm finna, we gonna get on some sci-fi stuff now. What you think about? Because I got perceptions. I mean, of what I think is gonna happen.
Yes.
About this meter or this atlas thing they said is supposed to be coming in December. Have you heard about that? Like they talking about,
I've been hearing about these different meteors and different things, and I kind of brush it off sometime. But when you think about,
you think it's just a distraction, or do you think it's something that's really about something about to happen?
well, I've always had that feeling, you know, not to try to act as though I'm some guru or some prophet or some seer, but we're going to pull something toward us in a very devastating way on this planet. That's how I feel. It's like in 2018, late 2018, I came home from work. That video has been destroyed with the old channel. I'm gonna see if I can still find it. And it was 3:00 in the morning. And what I spoke about, it happened. And I wasn't trying to predict. I was like, I think the title, there's a stirring in my soul or something. I titled it, and I put the picture of the East Coast, New York City, and this big tsunami hitting it, right?
Oh, I think Lance, I think I remember that. That was your cover on the podcast, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
And I basically spoke about something coming that was huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when I look back at it, people were like, yo, I listened to that, man. You was talking about the C-19. I was like, I didn't know that. I just felt something was gonna
something's about to
affect
happen.
us, right? And I mean, people do that all the time. They'll predict things every month. Well, after a while, something's gonna happen and make you look like you knew what you were talking about.
Right.
But all I'm saying is that either something's gonna be engineered or something is just gonna plain happen. There is just too much hate and stress and manipulation and exploitation. And it doesn't mean we all have to be perfect, because we all have our path and our personal growth. You can meet somebody now and they're the most wonderful person, but they might have been terrible years ago. But in their growth, they've evolved. So maybe they don't have to face the chastisement for their transgressions because they grew and made amends for that. That's a universal law. No matter what religion you follow, it's a spiritual law. But on a spiritual level, we worse than Sodom and Gomorrah to the 1,000th power.
Yeah.
And we got these apps and we're doing all kind of things. And now we don't feel guilt for the things that we're doing.
Yeah.
That's like me coming home and seeing the dog that doodled on the rug in the living room and he says, F you. Even the dog had accountability. But now we doing our stuff brazen and we just outright hating and manipulating, and there's a lot of goodness that's sucked out of the air.
Yeah. Oh, Lance, you hit that right on head. Yeah, and it's causing people that are trying to do good, they starting to get rotten because they feel like, oh, I can't win everybody like this, so I'm just gonna start doing it too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so now, where's the balance?
Where's the balance?
And so we're going to call for our destruction, and it's going to come externally somehow. It may be a meteor, it may be whatever, but see, we have to destroy ourselves of those things within that are marring us and bringing us down. That's our responsibility. That's why when you hear the term where you have to slay yourself, doesn't mean you take a knife and slit your wrist and commit suicide. You have to slay the lower desires, the lower thoughts, and rise above. That makes it easier. So when we transition, it won't be as painful. Even if we're in a head-on collision, it might hurt for a while. But once we begin that transition, it's painless. We're in bodies. We're going to feel things. Women who are righteous, they're going to have a monthly and feel cramps and it's pain. That's natural. We're in our bodies. This is a temporary experience. This is a temporary pit stop to eternity. It's a quick pit stop in the whole race of life. So unless we slay ourselves for these things, we know what's inside of ourselves. We know what we have to fight. But my dear sister, who I call Customato, you know, and I have a great respect for her, And she tells me like it is. I tell her all my personal stuff. And she, like I said, she's loving to me, but she has a time where I tell her, uh-oh, you're getting up in my ass now. And I told her, you can do that. And I accept it because I want to hear the real deal about me. And she has corrected me harshly, righteously cussed me out. Lance, you don't see it? This is what you need to change about yourself. But she's right.
Hey Lance, how long your podcast gonna go? I gotta talk to my girl before she go to work.
Oh, go ahead
how long
and
you
talk,
gonna
man.
be
I'll
on
be
here?
here for a while. I'm just gonna keep running. I started out kind of tired, but you got me up, man. I'm rolling.
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah, because I got some more stuff I want to talk about too.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it going.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it going.
All
Yeah,
right.
you know. All right. Just come back
Okay.
on in.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
Okay.
But yeah, like I was saying, you know, you got to be able to face the fire from within. And I told her, as our friendship grew, it's a brother and sister type relationship. She knows things about me that even friends I've known for 40 and 50 years don't even know. I got right down to the nitty gritty. I said, because this is a person who can break it down. And I have grown a lot in the last couple of years, last couple of months. I found some things out about myself within the last week that were profound from the conversations that we had. You see? So, yeah. Oh, yeah. I see what you said there, Sweet Berry. She said, I think it's connected to the message about the fall of the West. It was something along those lines, but I had a picture of tall buildings representing Manhattan and a tsunami. And you know now, just like what they had back, I don't know, it's a $20 bill when you could fold it a certain way and it looked just like the Twin Towers flaming up the same exact way they did. Well, there's a way of folding up the money now. I forgot which bill. I'm going to have to search and I'll drop it back in the comments section of the buildings in the city and this big tsunami that's taller than the buildings. And so speculation in many of these message boards kind of meant that, well, that might mean when a nuclear bomb is dropped on the side of, in the water right by New York City, you never really can tell. Hindsight is 2020. But I do feel on certain levels there's so much going on that Sweet D, that was brother a truth teller, truth talker. What I know it's truth something, right? Well, the brother came on before. We always get good conversation on it. He'll be back, so I'm gonna stay on here until he comes back because he gets me fired up. Like I said, tonight I said I'm gonna do this show. I'm gonna take time and do some nice banners and whatever have you, and we're gonna talk. I did start out a little fatigued, but I'm gonna be home all day Sunday resting. I will do a live show tomorrow, probably be a little later. But I said tonight I promised to do the Saturday night open mic type shows, and last week I didn't do anything. I just put up a recording, but I said, let me just get back into the lives. I like these. I'm gonna do more of these. And like I said, there'll be more lives coming in within the week. Monday, Tuesday, a couple of little things that get done. And I want to experiment with this green screen that I put up directly in the wall. I may have to put another coat of paint on there for a different look and mix it up, and come out with a whole lot of stuff, not just long shows with little 10-minute things live, 10-minute things recorded, whatever. I'm going to just flurry on them. A lot going on, but I'm going to still remain in balance. Like I said, it's too much. People say, well, the reason why it seems like it's too much is because social media has all of this stuff out there, what's happening. It was just as much stuff happening from before, but we couldn't get this information. But across the board, it just seems like it's more evil stuff. And where are we going with all this evil stuff? I was realistic when me and Mrs. Scurv, we were talking, and I said, at my age, how much longer do I have? Of course, we want to live long lives. We would say we want to live to 100. That's cool. But it's not just a number. You don't want to waste the time in what it is you have to do for yourself. Oh, yeah, you can relax and chill and enjoy. Of course, enjoy life. You don't have to be as strict with yourself. Every now and then you want to get that pizza, you can get that pizza, even if you may have a little weight problem, get that pizza. Say to yourself, I'm going to eat that, and I'm going to face the consequences. and negate the effects, the negative effects of it. You see what I mean? You don't have to be so uptight, but stay on yourself and don't waste the time, especially when other people come with their foolishness or their hang-ups or their narcissistic attacks in-house. See? Yeah, truth seeker. I'm saying truth teller and all, yeah, I'm a little fatigued, but I feel when I get fatigued and I'm talking, it's like I'm high. It's a natural high. Thank you so much for that correction. I depend on you for that. But even in the whole dating thing, to go back on that, a lot of these people don't understand. It's okay if you're still single at 50, 55, or 60 if you don't want to deal with the crap that's out there. As long as you're making yourself better. Because eventually, no matter what the age, the chronological age, as long as you improve, as opposed to putting out the same product on the market, the same thing that was there 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I'm not calling anybody a product. I'm just speaking that way. What is the appeal? The appeal comes when you work on yourself. So when people say, I just can't find nobody, well, make yourself better. Maybe the model of you that will come out in 4 years will attract somebody on that level. And as long as you bring up your mindset, you see? Exactly, sweet D. Life is short. I can't believe the number age that I am, but I accept it because of the amount of experiences that I have and the improvements that I made on myself. I have no problem with that. If I was still, I can talk junk on a low vibrational level, but I'm not that. So I can't say, if I was 10 years ago talking the same way, I was talking some deep stuff then, but I grew a whole lot on so many different ways. And I have a lot of growing still to do. It's never where you're going to be perfect, but you can strive for perfection, knowing that you'll never reach it. But in your striving for perfection, you are going to get better. You're going to get better. So that's what I do. And that's why I talk with many different people, different viewpoints, different mindsets, because it's like a chisel on marble. And we're chipping away at the big block of marble to make a beautiful sculpture, a beautiful form. But there'll be pieces of you that are chipped away that's going to be on the floor that you have to sweep up. We're not going to carry everything that we are now with us. We have to alter some parts. We have to accentuate some parts, mold it, and make it better. You see? Oh, okay. Let me see what Sweetberry said. Oh, you were talking about the 31 Atlas comet. Okay, so I'm talking about something else. Oh, that's the same one that he was talking about that's supposed to hit by December. Yeah, I've heard in God, there's so much things I look over and can't retain it. That in some type of ancient scroll that was predicted. Like that was something that's supposed to, hit the earth and rearrange water and land. And, if that happened, that's bigger than any old nuclear anything. That's something we can't control. We're just going to have to accept it. If that's something that's going to happen. Or maybe possibly it could be something that they're putting out on the news and they want to drop something nuclear and we think that's what it is. But like I said, as long as we try to improve ourselves and take our minds above the foolishness that we indulge ourselves in. Straight ratchet foolishness, right? Seriously. I look at all the animals that come around this house. Sometimes they scale the wall. They come in, they're running around, and they have more order than we do as human beings. They have more unity than us as human beings. It's amazing. More order and more unity. I always speak about the ants that I see. And they got a mission. They're walking in line, in unison. And each one has their mission that helps the overall. And that's a beautiful thing. But here we are with our high-minded self, lying to ourselves, lying to the world with all these deceptions and different things. And it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. I had put down some points on and when Truth Seeker comes back, I'll bring those things up. The death of real love in the social media age, when dating had structure from courtship to marriage, how social media turned love into the marketplace. That's what I put on the banner. Entitlement and transactional relationships, the rise of the modern woman and its impact, why romance and passion are missing today, the unique damage in the Black community, the cost of broken families and misguided priorities, how to rebuild real connection and trust, choosing unity over division in relationships, what we must do to save love in our community. Those are talking points we can talk about when he comes back if he wants to. Those are separate shows. If you take one of those little talking points, it could be a whole different direction. So that's what I say. That's a beautiful thing. How, each one is its own thing that we can talk about and go deep on. Because a lot of us have similar issues and they may not be exactly the same because they're coming from different places. They're coming from different experiences. You know what I mean? So, oh yeah, trust me. I've tasted a little bit of everything from the table and buffet of life. I don't know it all. I'm still trying to figure out some of those things that I tasted, but I've been around. So when I sit down and start putting down notes and stuff, these things come to me, and I think it's a good thing because we can have these discussions and talk. So yeah. Any questions, any statements on the topic or other things? And let me roll with it until our brother comes back. Just hit down in that comment section and let's roll with it. And again, I'll drop this link in case there's anybody that wants to say anything. There it is. But like we were saying with this transactional thing, and we have this thing called passport brothers that, oh no, I don't want to deal with the modern women. I don't want to deal with the American woman, so I'm going to go to a different country and whatever. I understand what they're trying to say. But all American women are not bad. There are a lot of good sisters out here, and not to knock the so-called passport brothers. There are some who are legitimate in what they say to a point because of their own experiences, but they feel they're going to go to another country and their regular money that they make over here is big in other countries and they can play the flesh game. See? So they figure they can flash a little money and it won't hurt them and they can bed these women down. But just like the video that I was listening to earlier, especially about Ghana, these women are getting hip to the game. And they're used to these guys coming around to smash and smash and dash. Well, if you think you're going to smash, you better give me something. Since they're getting used to. So they want to blame it on women, but a lot of it is these guys who, they ghost you. They get to a certain point, it's like a game. And they just run to the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. Well, if you're going to do that, you better make my life a little easier. You see what I mean? So there's two sides to the coin. And again, a lot of these guys don't want to build. A lot of these guys don't want to take their time and build with somebody. And a lot of these guys don't want to work on themselves. Listen, I personally know some guys that I know that they've gone from one relationship to the next, leapfrogging, not realizing that it's their lack of trying to improve themselves personally that's keeping them on the same level of relationship. You see what I mean? I know someone who the girl dumped him. They were together for years and he was so upset. But it's like, listen, brother, yes, Brother Boz is here. I improved and I remember. I didn't say Bose.
Brother Lance, boy, you awesome. You know that.
Thank you, brother. But what did I do?
Brother Lance, you were no, brother, you awesome, brother. When you mentioned about well, first of all, let me say greetings to you, brother. Greetings to all your listeners.
Yes,
There's nothing like experience. Yeah, Brother Lance, thank you. There's nothing like experience.
Tell me, brother.
And you can't put a price on it. And you know, you mentioned about the passport bros, and in the past, you know, having been in the military and traveled a little bit. In the
Yes.
past, it was the service members who were going abroad and getting like these women pregnant. And how you doing, my dear sister? It was the military that was going out and getting these women pregnant, you know. But now it's civilians, you know, guys that you see from the hood. There's one guy, he went to the Philippines. I don't know how true this is. He supposedly got 7 women pregnant in 30 days.
Oh no.
In 30 days.
What?
How do you do that? Who has time
How
to
do you
do all that?
Man.
And
At
at the
least we know
30th
his
day, he
parts are
skipped
working.
out. Oh yeah, too good.
He's a human kickstand.
His parts are working too good, man. And I couldn't believe it when I heard it. Somebody told me about it. I'm like, what? I'm like, how is that humanly possible? I mean, he would have had to stay in the bed the whole time he was there. Now we talking about 30 days.
When you see 2 dogs out in the street doing their thing, and the
Mhm.
one that's mounting the other female, she might run away from him prematurely, and he's still in the air humping.
Right.
Can't stop humping. Well, that's what he did. He just walking around humping, just jumped on whatever he can jump on.
Right.
What's his diet?
I don't know.
What
What do you call that? What do you call that? Not okra, but asparagus. Brother on the asparagus diet.
Oh.
He said, "Forget about the carnivore or the remember the Atkins diet." He's like,
right.
Forget about that.
Right.
This brother is asparagus. So,
Unbelievable.
but yeah, I couldn't believe it myself. I'm like, no, that can't be over 30 days.
Dang.
So
I know guys who got out of prison who couldn't beat that record, and they've been locked up for 20 years.
mhm. Even if you let them out for a weekend, you could let them out for 30 days and they couldn't beat that record.
They couldn't beat that.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
But wait, did he
crazy.
know these women like ahead of time, where he rapped to them and just got them into bed like that? It had to be where he had
That I
a
don't-
running
that-
start.
Well, that's what, when you talk about social media and everything,
True.
it's possible. But
Yeah. he
from
set it
what
up.
somebody was telling me, you know, you talking about be fruitful and multiply.
My
I
God,
mean,
that's beyond fruitful.
yeah, almost beyond multiply. To call it something else. we have to call it something else.
I'm telling you, we had to come up with a whole new mathematical term. Seriously.
I mean, he could teach Solomon something. I mean, this
I'm
brother,
telling you.
you know.
Wow.
But you mentioned about, but you're talking about like the social media, and but you know what, Lance? In spite of everything what social media has done, there's one big positive that does come out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the positive, brother Lance, listeners, is that you really know ahead of time of what you're dealing with when you're talking about people, because what traditionally has been hidden behind closed doors has now made itself manifest right in front of people's faces.
But you see, just as much as there's so much that has been manifested in right there in plain sight,
Mhm.
there's so many people who want to ignore what's evident. See, their desperation
Mhm.
makes them ignore, and not in every case now, but you're 100% correct.
Mhm.
To add on to that, like there are men who don't want to see the certain red flags that certain women show. And there's certain
Mhm.
women that will get with a man who is clearly not good for them.
Mhm.
And he may appear to be, and he may have his act together pretty much across the board, but there may be one thing that would keep it from going further. And sometimes these women, for the man, won't want to see it, just like the man for these women who may have these flaws,
hmm
they want to ignore it just to keep things going because they've been through loneliness, they've been through pain and heartache, and I'll take them anyway. I know it. You know,
hmm
the whole situation where you have these women. I'm gonna pick on the church women now, who they're waiting on their Boaz. You know what I mean?
hmm
Or they're waiting on their duplicate Boaz, right?
hmm hmm
And they'll meet a guy who is downtrodden. Not to knock the man because he's downtrodden, but he may be downtrodden because he ain't trying not to be downtrodden. And so they'll pick this man up because they're desperate now. Other women in the church are getting married and having men. She'll pick up the man off the curb and put him on the dental plan and buy him some outfits and, you know, teach him the church talk and, you know, proudly show him off. And now she's happy in an exterior way, but she knows that she had to build a brother, you know?
hmm
And there's so many people who are living in a way where they're filling in the gaps to appear a certain way and show the world, yes, I'm happy too, ha ha ha. But they're not really,
hmm
you know? So yeah, more stuff is coming out, but there's so many other things that are still deceptions out there too. It's just so much out there.
But Brother Lance,
I was so
whatever
mad
happened to
earlier.
the? Mhm, mhm.
I just want to say this real quick. I was so mad
Yes, sir.
earlier that I went out, I had this really nice, strong lawn chair that really, it lays back so far and your feet go up in the air. I got two of them.
Mhm,
And I brought it down to right next to the studio. There's a carport behind it, but we're not using it for a carport.
mhm.
And so I put it out there and I came inside, got something to eat, and I went back out there. I was going to sit down for a little while before I leave the house and meditate for a little while. Man, I went out there and saw a big load of crap from one of these big lizards. They love to climb up on your stuff and make a crap and then go a few
Right,
feet away and you look at them and they do these little push-ups looking like, and then they run away. So
right,
I took a rock and I was throwing it at them.
right,
And you know, they're quick. So I
right.
took up a bunch of rocks and I threw it at them. You know what I mean? So they were
So
distracted. They
fistful.
didn't know this one lizard didn't know where to run. So one of the rocks hit him. And he ran away. I just had to do that before. It's a little tiny piece of thing that they make out of them anyway. But what I'm saying is
Right.
that in that statement, there's so many distractions out here. And we get so excited with so much that looks good. Because so many people have become great pretenders and actors.
hmm
And so we can't just go through each and every one. You spend a lifetime. You have to develop your discernment. And I
hmm
know that's a word that churchified folks use, but it's true. We have a
hmm
discernment. We have to
hmm
develop that to know intuitively, like, okay, I may not know what it is about this person, but I can feel it and I'm gonna run with that. Because we all have that sense. But go ahead, brother, with what you were saying.
Now, I was just going to say, Brother Lance, what happened to the time when we were coming up, and even our parents went through the same thing, where like the term "get in where you fit in" or "stay within your lane."
Yes.
Like somebody like me, with all the money that Beyonce has, I know she wouldn't be interested in me. You know what I'm saying? She wants somebody more on her level, and that's no disrespect to her.
Right.
But the man that she with is more on her level, for what she's into. And I can accept that. But that doesn't mean, I'm already spoken for, but that doesn't mean I can't go find somebody else, somebody that may be on my level that we can both grow and develop with. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? It's like people are just not satisfied anymore. Everybody's trying to do this leveling up thing. I'll
Yeah.
use this guy's like the starter husband. And then once I get
Yes.
as far I can go with him, then
Yes.
I'll leapfrog and I'll go to somebody else.
On the come up. The
Yeah,
upgrade.
yeah, you know,
That is so true.
yeah. My parents, they were married over 50 years, before they made their transition, and, like I said, everything wasn't perfect. We see in our parents the good, the bad, and the ugly, but at
Right.
least they tried to make it work, and they did. They had their problems. I'm sure, like your parents, the same thing. But the people
Yes.
try to do their best, especially when they have children involved.
Right. But they understood that importance. And
Right.
they were groomed and bred through the examples that they saw. See, but now there's such a breakdown in society. What is the norm? And before you can even absorb the norm these days, your smartphone is telling you what the norm is, and it may not even be that way.
Right.
You know, we can follow behind certain behavior that seems to be popular with the man against the woman and the woman against the man, and so we view them as enemies. But other cultures, they don't get into that. And we fall for it. We fall for it right there. And we follow through. And when I say we, I don't mean you or I, but those especially who are in the younger generations, and some of us who are older, who are bitter, who join on to those things and keep it going. Those algorithms run free.
Brother Lance, you know how ridiculous, to add what you're saying, do you know how ridiculous it is to see a man 56 years old with his pants sagging?
Oh, man. I hate it. It's coming out here to Africa, too, with the older guys sagging their pants the same way.
Yeah. And it's like, brother, you all were supposed to be the trendsetters. You all supposed to be the ones that was supposed to lay the foundation for these young brothers out here. Right.
Right. Now they're following behind that foolishness. No way. Look, I don't even sag my pants inside my house.
Right.
You know, I was downstairs and I had to run up to the top floor and I had just a t-shirt on. I was like, ain't nobody else, you know, other than who's supposed to be here. Here, I can run upstairs like that. So I threw on these athletic shorts, and the string had pulled back where you have to go and pull the string out. You know, you walk, if you don't tie it up, it may go back up in. So I put them on and they started sagging. Like, no, I can't do that. I didn't feel right. I had to run upstairs real quick and come back down. I could have ran out there half naked. You know what I mean? But I could have, but I put that on because I had some keys in my pocket that pulled the pants down more. Let me change these things. It didn't even feel right inside the house. I'm better off just running around with my butt out in a t-shirt. I'm not sagging even in the house.
Don't do that. Go out and don't do that. Go out in the street in Ghana. The brothers. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
You could not tell me I knew it.
You could not tell me I knew it because I knew it.
It'll be all over the town. Trust me.
I know. He's a scourge. They will call you Lancescurv. He's a scourge.
Yeah.
Scourge. Look at him. Look at him. I must have saw one day. I must have saw about 5 brothers in a row sagging. I saw 5 in a row one day, man, and I was like, man, only these brothers knew where this stuff come from.
I know, but they still do it.
Yeah.
But they want that rebellious reaction. Well, they're the ones being rebellious. They want that reaction of shock. I saw one today. There's different ways that these guys sag. This guy had his underwear up high, boxer shorts, but he had a belt on, tight, closed in tight. And the pants weren't sagging, but they were tight. They were sagging, but it pulled up under his butt cheeks, and it had the same effect as a woman wearing a push-up bra. So this thing is tight, pulled in, and his butt cheeks were made to look bulbous. And he's walking around and looking normal, looking at everybody like to say, okay, how are they receiving me? And you have a lot of conservative, Ghanaians out here that were looking like that stuff is coming out here. So they can't just say us Americans. That part of yeah, go ahead.
So he had the underwear like a G-string.
No, the underwear was up where the pants should have been around the waistline. It was up, but his pants were pulled down and he buckled it tight, and the belt line was up under his butt cheeks. This is a skinny guy. So the underwear was not tight, it was boxers.
Right. Okay, they were boxers. Gotcha.
Yeah, they were boxers, yeah. So it was flared out. So, he's walking around and it's just weird. Like he couldn't move his legs right because it was so low.
I thought he had on like underoos or something like that. Like he was wearing underoos instead of boxers. That would have been terrible.
Oh no, I saw that late one night when I first got here. As a matter of fact, for me now it's the 7th. I know it's still the 6th over in America. And once it's the 16th, that'll be 5 years I've been here straight. But yeah, I was at Labadi Beach and I said, I'm gonna stay out there all night. You know, I'm used to breaking night and I'm got all the time in the world and I get on my sleep, but I just can't do it anymore outside. When I'm driving, I'll probably be able to do it. But this particular night, I stayed out there all night long. And what I heard about that beach is true. It's not a gay beach, but there is some covert gay activity going on. So I saw that going on. I saw this dude with a G-string on. His pants were sagging. He had a belt, but it was mid-thigh. So the pants were hanging, and he had to walk funny because it was like his legs were shackled, but his butt was out.
Right.
And so he's walking around looking stupid, and people, you know, most of them are hetero, and you know, but they had some people that he met up with, and they were laughing and ha 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 and all that stuff. And then I saw these white men came meet up with them, and they disappeared, went up in the hotel.
Oh,
so
wow.
That stuff goes on. It's out here. I forgot what the village was, but it's a village not too far from the main part of Accra, but it's a village where a lot of them who feel abandoned by their families or put out, they go over there and live, you know, and they bunk up and live in these little, you know, structures and whatnot. And there's a lot of them. I saw a video where somebody walked through there and was interviewing and whatnot, you know, but it didn't get much hits because I know that with the algorithm, they don't want to push that about Ghana. And that's going on over here too, but they're not pushing it. But it's going on a lot.
So those guys that was out there meeting up with these foreigners, do you think they're selling their bodies to these people?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that out here. They don't publicize it like in the Gambia where you have the black men with the old British ladies. That's out there. They know where they can come and they know what it is when they're out there. But there is a lot of that. And the thing is, since this place is so conservative, the more conservative a society and the more restrained it is publicly with different things, it's like a pressure cooker. What's in there is explosive. So when you see the things that are going on, it's even crazier. I remember I was at the same beach that same night. These two girls walked by. They had their arms around each other, but I'm thinking, oh, they're just friends, whatever. And the girl walked in front of me and tried to tongue me down. I'm like, who is this coming at me? She laughed and she kept going and she tongued the other girl down she was with. They were lesbians. I don't know why they tried. You know what I mean? Like, okay, maybe you switch hitter. But what I'm saying is that all of that stuff is here. Yeah, you'll be shocked.
So
and I'm unshockable.
Last pitch and catch.
Yeah, exactly. She can play two positions. You know, run behind and play the catcher, catch the ball and throw it back, and run back and beat the game.
And then be the designated hitter.
Going on too. What I'm hearing. Oh yeah, there's a lot of that going on because I was in another conversation. This lady was saying how the first experiences of a lot of the young ladies here in the all-girls school, you know, they're playing around and stuff like that, and they get into that stuff. And a lot of the teachers that molest them, the female teachers, and this is a place that touts Christianity and the attributes of Christianity, and you know, like I said before, you see them selling cigarettes in certain places here. You never see people smoking because even to smoke is looked at as an abomination. So when you smoke, you gotta hide and do it. I saw a guy the other day that really wasn't hiding, but I was like, Dad, this is a strange sight. You know, folks out here smoke weed. You're not gonna see them in the open doing it, but you'll walk down the street and smell it coming out of somebody's yard or one of their houses or whatever. So the freakishness,
but you know what, Lance, back in the day, I don't know how it was up in New York, but I know in the Midwest, I remember a time if somebody wanted to use drugs, they would sneak off and do it in the basement or they wouldn't do it in public. It was like
Right.
frowned
Well,
upon
see,
to do drugs in
yeah,
public.
see, in New York, like with heroin,
Mm-hmm.
you had a lot of the heroin addicts that would gather in certain places where they were giving away the methadone because the
Mm-hmm.
methadone made them high the same way.
Right.
So they're playing both sides because they get in these methadone programs, but then they're hanging around where they had the methadone centers because some of the dealers would come by and hit them off with heroin. So
Mm-hmm.
they were doing a thing called spitbacks to get
Mm-hmm.
heroin. So when they
Mm-hmm.
would go in to get the methadone, which was a pill, after a while, the people who administered it made sure, like, you're not putting it under your tongue because for many years they would take it and act like they swallowed it
Mm-hmm.
and go back in the street, spit it out their mouth, and
Mm-hmm.
sell it so they can go and get heroin. And I'm not
Mm-hmm.
even into them world. So, you get around different people, you find out all kind of stuff. And they call it
That's true.
spitbacks.
That's true.
But yeah, the drugs, you had many places to go hide and do it, but people didn't really care. They were high off crack or heroin, nodding out.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't
Mm-hmm.
care.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so accepted now with the Molly and this methamphetamine and this what they call it, trank, and this other
Mm-hmm.
name or this other stuff, and they're
Mm-hmm.
nodding out. If you what is it, Kensington Avenue, Kensington Street in Philadelphia, go on YouTube
Mm-hmm.
and search that. And
Mm-hmm.
that particular street, as well as other streets, but that's the main one. The drug
Mm-hmm.
they're hitting up now, they're standing there and they're nodding off with their head like a foot away from the ground.
But
Worse
let me
than the
ask you a
heroin
question,
addicts.
Lance. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because
Sure,
you're from
sure.
New York and you know more about this than I do. What was it about 10 years ago, 15 years ago when they were talking about that K2, that artificial marijuana that they were selling like in convenience stores? And remember that they were selling that? It was in like a little plastic, a small little plastic
Yeah.
pack. Remember it was K2 and it was synthetic marijuana. And the people were
And that's what's
smoking it, and
messing up.
they were nodding out in the street, like standing in one place and just
Yep.
leaned over.
Yep. And these people are so stupid not to realize they're being experimented on. And there
Mm-hmm.
was another video recently that came out with some new information on marijuana, whether you
Mm-hmm.
consider it pure or not, how it just messes you up. Yeah, you can get high and feel creative and play your music better and all this stuff like that. But the bottom line is that you're made to breathe oxygen. You're depriving your brain of oxygen. Listen,
Right.
you hold your breath long enough, you're going to feel high when you finally
Right.
take in some air. You go
Right.
in one spot and spin around 15, 20 times, you're going to feel dizzy. It's not
Mm-hmm.
a pleasant feeling, but
Right.
all of that, leave it alone. It's bad enough that many of us are breathing air that's not pure enough. And we're doing
Mm-hmm.
it to ourselves. But that's one big experiment. A friend of mine, he wasn't really a friend, but he came out here the same time we came out here, long story, young guy. He
Mm-hmm.
did a show about marijuana, and I have it up on I think I have it up on YouTube. It was an old show on the old channel, but I had saved it. He was an expert on that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he sold it, but something was wrong with him because his brain was definitely getting fried in the short time that I knew him.
Mm-hmm.
Guy he came out here to Ghana with us, and somebody made sure that he was unalived.
Mm-hmm.
He would be abrasive with different people and loud and everything like that. So, and I had my suspicions.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long. I won't even say it on this channel, but
Right.
yeah, he was a big supporter of marijuana. From young, he knew all about it. But what he did say in that show is that this stuff, this synthetic stuff, it's a whole different world.
Mm-hmm.
It hits your brain a different way, and
Mm-hmm.
people just consume this stuff. When people when the authorities put a stamp on it and say, okay, yes, you can smoke this, and this is official, and this is legal, they're hitting us from so many different angles to take us out.
Mm-hmm.
Just overall, slow burn, depopulation, make us not as effective in life as we are supposed to be. And that's the way I see it, a slow burn.
Mm-hmm.
Because in my years of life, I've seen a lot, but I see this change going so quickly. The club scene and these so-called fashionable drugs that are so cool to take. I mean, people will talk about, you know, the Woodstock era and the drugs and the marijuana and all that stuff. Yeah, okay, we understand that. But this stuff that and they say, well, a lot of those guys went on to be CEOs and prominent people. These people these days taking these drugs, they ain't gonna go on to be nothing. I'm telling you.
No, this is totally different. I remember like back in the day,
Exactly.
like you'll be walking down the street. I'm talking about like in the mid '80s. You'll be walking down the street and you turn a corner and you be like a building and you smell some marijuana. You're like, oh, okay, somebody, you know, they tooting it up, right? Nowadays, you walking down the street, you turn the corner, you smell that marijuana. It's like your chest start hurting. Like I took it. I was walking around the street. Now they was in their house with the window open. It was in the summertime, and the whiff of it came out the window, and I was like, man, and my chest started hurting. I'm like, what the hell are they smoking? I said, this stuff, this is straight up poison.
Yeah.
I mean, it was poison back in the day, but you can tell it's not the same. It's like it's something that's been laced with something else, some kind of poison or something like that, man. It's like it's poison. It's you know, it say worser. People used to say worser, but it can't. It can only get worse. But I'm saying it's worse than what it is than what it was back in the day. It was bad back in the day, but now these chemicals that they're putting in this stuff, man, it's far worse than what it is. And a lot of people, they just cannot stop smoking, man. They just can't stop smoking, man.
And they want to justify it. And they're weed heads that I mean, it's like crack.
Yeah. I was just about to say that. They're addicted to marijuana like it's like crack cocaine.
Good friend of mine, she passed away, and I know the smoking of the cigarettes and the smoking of the weed, the way she did it. I mean, she was a nice young lady, but she had such a problem after a while. She was basically like a prostitute for the weed. You had weed, you a man, you wanted something done. We ain't talking about no chores around the house. She'll do it. Get her that bag of weed. She worked a good job and everything, but she couldn't help it. Whole neighborhood ran through her because of that. You know?
Yeah, my cousin, he got hooked so bad on crack cocaine. One day we were just having a conversation. I might have told you about this. And he told me, he said, remember Richard Pryor when he did, which one is that? Was it Live on Sunset Strip? When he struck that match, he said, I heard you all talking about me. And he struck that match. He said, look at that, it's Richard Pryor running down the street. Remember when he said that when Jim Brown came over his house and kept on saying, what you gonna do? Yeah. And the drug said, don't listen to him, Rich. He said, where were you? Where were they when you were down and nobody? And he said the drugs talked to him like that. My cousin. Yeah. He said the drugs talked to him like that. And it was so bad. It got so bad for him that he was just like that sister. That if he had to go out there and turn some tricks for some guys to get his fix, he told me to my face, he said, whatever I got to do to get it, I got to do it.
Yep.
That's how bad it was.
That's what it is. And for the men who are turning tricks with men, it can be as light, and I say it that way, as weed. But weed is heavy these days.
Yeah.
Since it's not going anywhere, it's so-called legalized many places. How do you know? And it's like GMO weeds sprayed with something, laced with something.
Right.
You get that addictive.
Right.
And the thing is, it's so acceptable now.
Yeah, it is. Especially when you have these distribution centers. Yeah. These distribution centers. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It is. You know, people back in the day, they did things because they wanted to do it. But now, because it's so laced down in the music, it's in the movies, it's just, it seemed like after that Friday was made, it's like a package deal. You know, you get it all. Oh, you want the hotel? You want the rental car? You want the the airplane flight, the flight round trip tickets,
Complimentary breakfast.
complimentary breakfast. We even throw in a lap
Exactly.
dance. We gonna give you the whole
There you
package.
go.
Everything is
And
packaged
these
today.
and some of these young ladies, man, you know, it's a whole nother world that most don't know. I've never been part
Mm-hmm.
of those worlds, but I observed it because I've been around those worlds.
Mm-hmm.
But you go to the club and you're a guy and you have a little money and access to the little Molly and the liquor. And, you know, back in the day, you used to have the social clubs where after you go to a club, you get out 3 and 4 in the morning, you go to the social club. And these special kind of social clubs that they had in New York City, and I'm quite sure they had it in other major cities.
It's like the
It was
little
a
after
door.
party.
Yeah, it was a door. You had a special knock or a code word, and there were no windows. Man, the little tiny windows so
Mhm.
they could peek out of some little bodyguard who was armed illegally and
Right.
let you in. And there were
Slide the little
no
thing.
windows. Yeah, they had a bathroom
A
in
little
there, maybe a
slide.
little
Right.
tiny bar area, but they had illegal
Right.
liquor, but nobody was looking for liquor. People were looking for cocaine and heavier
Mhm.
drugs. And they would sit up in there and look around. It's 11, 12 noon, 3 in the afternoon. They coming out when it's dark again, zooted out of it. They
Mhm.
go home to sleep. They might get something to eat. Maybe not even that.
Mm-hmm.
I had a tenant in New York City. It was a young lady who I rented to, and I thought that she was pretty much, you know, she was young, but I was like, okay, let me see. I checked her out. She was in school and working and everything. I said, okay, I'll give you the apartment. But she had a boyfriend
Mm-hmm.
that was beating her to the point where I had to go upstairs and intervene. Not going to like, listen, you know, I hear what's going on, y'all. You can't do this up in here,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And he was getting drunk. I didn't want him in there coming in even to visit, but I only had so much power. I had to let them keep going through that where he got arrested, you know, for beating her. And the cops were there. You know, who knows what would have happened. He had a gun up there too. But before I discovered him slipping up there, which I can't really control a person's life if they want to have a visitor, but he would go up there and fall out sleeping. I never saw nothing like this before in my life. What are you doing to yourself that you lay around for 3 days? 3 days.
So what
And
do you
next
own?
week you come by and you're out of it for 3 days. And I found this out because the apartment was right above my floor, and I'd hear her walking around when she was going at work. He may go to the bathroom, come back, lay down again, groggy. I remember her, wake up, you've been sleeping for 3 days. You always do this for 3 days. And I never knew what drug this guy was using.
Mm-hmm.
I know they both were from New Orleans, Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
So what kind of drugs you got down there?
Have you sleep for 3
You know what I mean?
days?
3 days, all the time. You know, you could be drunk as a
What
skunk
was he
and an
on? What
alcoholic.
was he
You're not
on
gonna lay out
speed?
for
What was
3
he on
days.
speed? Lance, what was he on speed for 24 hours? And he say, all right, now I got to relax for 3 days.
And exhausted his internal organs. He was just exhausted. You know what I mean? I mean, I would push myself when I was younger, just out of youth, where sometimes you stay up all night and you go to work the next day, you go into the gym and working out. That's youth. And I would still be so tired, like, oh man, I got to get my sleep now. And I didn't sleep for 3 days.
No.
What are you doing to lay around for 3? That's something serious. I don't want to be around anything like that. But you have people out here who drugs are like food.
Right.
And youth, in the cover of youth, is the only thing saving them. Because you know when you're real young, you're 18, 19, 21, 22, you can do things. You ain't going to do them same things at 60 years old, bro.
No, you can't. Your body won't allow you.
No, right. And it will show on you too. The kind of life that you're living when you're younger, it will show on you. You get a pass when you're younger, and you shouldn't even waste that pass. You should preserve your youth. Because nobody ever got old looking and turned young again. I mean, you can go to rehab and look better. You can't get back all that you wasted. You keep dogging yourself out. You know what I mean?
You know, when we were 20 and 30, we could run through brick walls, you know, especially a teenager. But once you hit after 50, death is starting to tap you on the shoulder a little bit, say, hey, I'm right around the
Exactly.
corner. I'm right around the corner.
Exactly.
It may not be today. It may not be tomorrow. It may not be next week. It might not be 10 years from now, but it's tapping you on the shoulder. Hey, it's on its way.
It's on its way. And I acknowledge that every day. I'm like, I remind myself, I'm like, yo, I was in the backyard to the side, and they were throwing some concrete and some debris over the side, doing some work, and it's not just the soil, it's temporarily there. And so I walked on the little broken pieces of concrete, little pebbles and little stuff like that. And I lost my balance, man. I straight up fell.
Right.
And my response time wasn't as quick. It was a split second slower. And I caught myself on the ground.
Right.
My property goes down on the grade. So when I fell low. It wasn't a flat, you know what I mean? And I laid there for a second. I'm like, yeah, I got to watch myself. You know what I mean? And I never did those things, like bad things to my body or whatever have you.
Right.
You know?
It's like you could be working in a house and you make a sudden turn and you get a strain in your foot somewhere or in your shin. It's like, ooh, man, you sit down and be like, man, I got this. I got to slow it down a little bit, you know. Like,
you're so right.
You know, you make a abrupt turn. It's like, ooh, man, oh my God, my foot. You know, it just that stuff catches up with you. You know?
So you're burning it from the wrong end when you're young and you're doing all those things. And I've seen some guys growing up, young, everything. And they started living that life. And by the time they're like 30 and 32, they're done.
Yeah.
They look like they've been through 5 or 6 decades of a bad life because everybody doesn't have the tolerance to come back. And we all know that one person who does drugs all their life. You know, they may go to rehab or may stop. They keep pushing it and they still look a certain way.
Right.
That's not the norm.
No.
That's not the norm. And that inspires so many other people. Look at him, man. No.
Like, no, that's not the norm. The earlier you get into life and the earlier you get out of that, the better. Because you don't want to be somebody that was clean in your teens, clean in your 20s, clean in your 30s, your 40s, maybe in some degree to your 50s and 60s. And all of a sudden, some bad experience just resurfaces itself and they start getting on them drugs. Because it's hard to get off of that. It's kind of like what happened with James Brown. You know, it's one thing to be clean when you're young. But when you do it when you're young, like say when you're a teen, like in other words, it's easy to get on drugs and get off of drugs when you're 18, 19, 20.
Right.
But try to be in your 50s and 60s, get on drugs and try to get off.
Your body doesn't
it's not the same.
Right. It's just like when they say, as a boxer, you take punishment to your head when you're younger. It's not as traumatic as if you fight on to your older in your 40s and 50s, and blows to the head have much higher impact. Your body does not have, I mean, you can take care of yourself and look a certain way, but your body, even when you take care of yourself, like you said, you start doing drugs late, it's cataclysmic, man. It's going to really jack you up quicker.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because I know Prince was having some problems like that. You know, most of his early days, he was clean. But then, you know, he had that hip surgery. You know, he had that hip surgery because, you know, he's jumping off them risers all them years back in the early 80s, and mid 80s, jumping off them risers with them high heel shoes on. And he was like in pain. I don't know if he had partial or full hip surgery, but he was in some serious pain. And to be that old and in pain like that, with that metal inside your body, whew, man, it's bad to have a toothache and be an older person. When you got metal inside your body like that, like he did, I'm gonna say, I'm glad you brought that up, Lance, when you mentioned about being older and taking them blows. I heard some of what you said about this Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
I heard some of what you talked about when you said this is kind of like, it's like James Brown said one time, you got to know when to walk off the stage. And this is like, it's like a disrespect to the sport of boxing.
Yes, it is.
Could you just touch on that just a little bit, and as it relates to the age thing?
Sure. I mean, like, okay, in this day and age of illusion and AI and not caring if what you see is real or not because you want to be entertained and anything is possible, it's wonderful to have limits. It's wonderful to have a career and you walk away. It's wonderful to have done something and you're great about it, but now you prostitute your legacy for another generation of people who have no idea what real boxing is all about. They just want to see, how are you going to put a 147-pounder with somebody who's over 220 pounds now, but they're way past, we're going to pull out a corpse? You know what I mean? I mean, like at what point, exactly. I mean, are they going to have, if Mike Tyson passes away, they're going to have something they can shoot him so he can throw some punches? Look at him, he's great. He still has it. He's dead. He's not dead now, but he has health problems. You saw how he performed with Jake Paul. Of course, I felt he had to hold back. Right. Nobody would want to get hit by Mike Tyson right now, but he's not the person that he was.
Right.
Look, Mike Tyson did lots of drugs. That's not normal age on him. He should not be looking that old. I'm not saying in the ring, right? I'm just saying in life. When he was younger, his voice was, yes, and Customato helped me, and I'm a great champion now, and I couldn't have done it without him. Now he's like, that's that drugs, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a story that he was telling somebody, and I hope I'm getting it right, but he was with two young ladies or one young lady, and they had a shoebox full of cocaine, and the car broke down, and the cops pulled over, saw that it was Mike Tyson, and they said, hey, we'll give you a lift. And so they gave Mike Tyson and this young lady or two a lift somewhere to some hotel or somewhere where they were going, the party, and they sent back to get the car taken. And he was laughing. The cops didn't even realize that they were helping to transport drugs. I mean, he's lived a wild life on that level.
Right.
We think about the great fights and stuff. He destroyed himself early on with the wild living. And I know Customato died and he was older and he was kind of keeping him, in check. But once he died, and that's a whole boxing conversation, but all these people coming at you, you're young, you got all this money, you're buying cars and giving them to people. Anywhere you drop down in the world, whether you're fighting or not, there's a bunch of women at the airport waiting for you to come to your hotel room. And then you got all these drugs going on, high at night and whatever. There are a lot of stories I heard about him, but how are you going to live a Spartan life, try to take care of yourself and expect your body to perform? And it was true. What was his name? One of the assistant trainers when he was under Customato and he had the bald head, he was going prematurely bald. But basically back then he said in the interview, Mike can go 100-0. And he could have if he lived clean and then he started fighting.
Then why did he get rid of those guys when he had those dudes in Tokyo when he fought Buster Douglas? How did he come up with that whole group?
Don King.
Because they had said, because if I remember, I know who you're talking about, because he didn't have those same people. The guy that said that Mike would win all those fights, Mike didn't have all those same people around him when he was in Tokyo.
Right.
He had like a whole new group of people.
After Customato died, and actually at the funeral, Don King was at Customato's funeral next to Mike Tyson. From then, he's shrewd. He don't care. People will give Don King certain business accolades and stuff, but he was relentless and he didn't care. And he knew that if he caught Mike Tyson at a low moment, he can woo him over. And there were people saying, Don King's a shark, stay away from him. Even Customato would say that. But he got next to Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was vulnerable. Don King encouraged the whole Robin Givens thing, just to have the control. And he started getting into we know there's racism out here. We know how the world is. But Don King was isolating Mike Tyson with that even more so. I don't know if you remember that clip, that a little short mini movie that Spike Lee did for Mike Tyson, and Don King was in it. And Mike Tyson was talking what they would say the black talk. That was to win him over and make him see things a certain way. Because Mike Tyson was out there, but he wasn't wise. He was very emotional. And Customato knew how to control those emotions, even when he had him go for hypnosis and to stay focused. But see, Customato wasn't a saint anyway either. Customato had a vendetta with the boxing establishment from way back in the 50s, and he was blacklisted, right? So Mike Tyson was his chance to get back at the boxing powers that be, even though a lot of those people weren't around anymore. I validate myself by having this champion. And so that's why he was pushing him that way, but he didn't live to see him win a championship. But all he taught him and pushed him to do, and he knew how to manipulate Mike Tyson's mind, and it came out with good results. But guess what? He didn't teach Mike Tyson accountability when he was young, because Bill Caton and what's the other manager's name? It'll come to me. He was a handball champion, trivial thing, but they were businessmen. Bill Caton was one of them, and something Jacobs was the other one. And they would pay. They go to the malls. When Mike Tyson would take some time off, a day or so, and go to the mall, but he'd see this little white girl want to squeeze her ass. He'd do something like that, and the people at the mall were going to sue it and ban him and put out bad, and they would run, pay them lots of money to shut up. So Mike Tyson wasn't accountable because they were trying to hurry up to get him to win a championship. You see what I mean? And so the media, when he would go on these shows, he had to play it up. Customato is my trainer. Whatever he says, is what I'm going to do. And he was such a darling to the public. I don't hate him. I like Mike Tyson, right? But I know that was going on back then. And so they wanted to get him a championship. He was fighting it every 2 weeks at one point. He's turned pro, what was it, November 85?
Yeah,
before
I
86 over champion.
Mike was just a monster, man.
Engineered
that right hook.
Engineered to impress you and everything. In a heavyweight division at that point, I'm not taking away from him, but it wasn't the super strongest either. So in the hype, the machine around him and everything, and he was all that. But he began to lose it. I mean, he was already going fights high as a kite. What did he say? When he fought Michael Spinks, he had 4 or 5 girlfriends out there that didn't even know who they didn't know each other. He had issues going on. He's living fast. And see, Don King got those friends of his. They were friends of Mike Tyson. One was last name was Horn, and the other's last name was Holloway. I forgot the first names. And they were super pro-black, but in a toxic way. Like they wanted to create this thing around Mike where people couldn't get to him. And so in that little I can't say movie, it was like a couple of minutes long that Spike Lee made. And that's when Don King came out. Well, you're a nigga till you die. If you're a poor nigga, you're a poor nigga. You're a rich nigga, you're a rich nigga, but you never stop being a nigga, And so he had his pumping Mike up with that in his head, and they don't want to see the black man win, but it was for his own selfish reason to keep him in that mindset. So he had
always keeping him, always keeping Mike in the mindset that he's a victim. He's always the victim. He's always the victim. You're always the victim. Whether you win or lose, you're still a victim.
Exactly. You're making millions of dollars, but you're the damn victim. You know what I mean?
Right.
He couldn't Truth Seeker. I'm here. We're gonna keep it going. But he had endorsements and video games and all this stuff that he had.
Mike Tyson Punch Out.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why sponsors are scared to really go in with boxers, because it's like there's always some hideous side that pops out, and he had it all going on. I mean, Sugar Ray Leonard had that going on, but of course Muhammad Ali had a few little things, but it was more
Right.
commercialized, more business, like more corporate. So if you have a great bit of popularity and you're visible, you know, that's the business part of it. So you got to behave yourself, man.
Yeah,
This
but
is
you know what?
money.
When you
He
think about it, when you
way
think
more money.
about it, Lance, when you mentioned about the people, the quality of people that Mike was fighting, the Tommy Hearns and Hagler and Sugar Ray, those fights were more exciting
They were
than
more
what Mike
exciting.
was doing. Yeah, because Mike was just basically going there and just manhandling his opponents.
right.
You see,
But
you said Hagler and Hearns and them. I remember them.
oh man,
I
well, those are
remember
the
watching them on TV.
three
I was
greatest
like,
rounds in
damn, man,
one
these
fight.
dudes. Yeah.
Yeah. It was 3
Sister
rounds, but
said
people left.
Nintendo. Yeah, Mike Tyson punch out.
That's
Yeah,
right.
I remember that.
Nintendo going on, man. You're making money.
Yeah.
And you want to come, really, I'm going to say it. It wasn't some real dignified, pro-black, conscious, whatever that you understand how things stand. You're not claiming to be a victim, but you understand, but you playing it where you're dignified and you represent, and you say things between the lines or whatever have you to get that money. You don't compromise yourself and you're scared because you're not going to get paid talking ultra. And people know when you stand for something and you support black things, you know, organizations, different things, they know you really about it and they know that you know, but you're in a position where you trying to, you know, because once people pull away from you and blacklist you and all that stuff, even though you're a boxer, you decide if you win or not, it can dry you up. And then, you know, you have the powers that be that will come after you and whatever. And you find yourself in a whole bunch of crap. You know, you got to watch yourself.
So what happened?
He was with Don King, and this is when Desiree Washington, you know, got him all messed up. He didn't have to go rape nobody, and I don't believe he did rape that girl, but she came up in the room with him. What you doing? You're 18 years old, going up in the room with Mike Tyson. You going up in the room
at 3 o'clock in the morning
with this, with this man. What you expect? He's going
to
to
play Scrabble. Scrabble,
Monopoly.
Monopoly.
Have strategies on the stock market.
Monopoly.
Yeah. Monopoly. He was trying to get the nipples, man. For real.
Right. So what happened with Cuss? Why did Cuss fall out with them?
No, Cuss didn't fall out with him. He died.
I'm talking about the boxing. You said, but they fell out with the
with the
whole
mafia,
boxing.
the mob. Yeah, from way back, early 60s, late 50s, I believe. Cus D'Amato, he trained, what's his name, the light heavyweight, the Latino guy. He was heavily involved with it, but he didn't get along with the mob, from what I believe, and other powers that be, and they kind of like, you know, blacklisted him. And he wanted a champion again so bad because he was so pissed and he was good at what he did, you know, and he got Mike Tyson and that brought him to life. This is why he did not play, you know. He did everything he could on a professional level, and he took him in, adopted him and all that stuff, but it wasn't like the corporate powers that be. I think, honestly, it was such a wonderful story for them because it's the white savior saving a little black kid from the hood. You see what I mean? So that made them look better. And Mike Tyson did have genuine feelings for him, but from what I'm hearing and what I've read, there are many books that were written and people that I know on the inside, you know, I mean, I don't know everybody, but you know, you know people and you know what it is. And overall, I do believe that he was selfish in the fact that he gave Mike special treatment. And he didn't want him to slow down his march to the title and the success and to be able to thumb his nose, Cus D'Amato, at the world. Like, see, I got a dominant champion. So he died before then. And the momentum Mike Tyson had, you know, because he was very sheltered. You know, he was very disciplined. And Cus made sure of that. And he had his own selfish reasons. You know, there's other things I heard I'm not even going to even put out there, but you know, he had his own selfish reasons, and he succeeded in getting Mike Tyson to that point, but he didn't live to see him at that point. But Don King got around him. Don King was around him for a long, right after he died. Cus D'Amato, Don King was right there. He didn't get his clutches into him until a little while later. Don King's a chameleon, and so that's why him and Don King had a falling out. You know what I mean? So it was.
Because I know I saw Mike. You see that video where Mike is in his house and he's got his belts on the table, and the guy is asking about Mike. He's interviewing Mike and
he
asking
says it
about,
don't
so
mean
Mike,
nothing.
your career. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's exactly what he said.
So, yeah, and it was a surprise answer because at that point you thought that, from what the people were groomed to see in him, like, why would he come out and say that? It's like people who appear to be in a perfect marriage and, you see the woman's all scarred up and beat up. And it's like, wait a second, what's going on there with them? You don't expect that, but his world, and for him to be alive and for him to even have a modicum of a little bit of wisdom is because he's been through so much.
Right.
It's like I was telling my friend before the show. He was telling me, he's like, oh man, you're so wise, you're so wise. And he watched me, we're basically the same age, he's a year or two older than me. But we watched each other grow up. But I said, it's like having a dog in your backyard. And I tell you where to walk because I know where the doo-doo is because I stepped in it enough times. So I can tell you where to walk. Don't step over there. So I'm not wise. I made mistakes, misjudgments to know what it feels like. So now I know how to tell you what not to do. Say, yeah, I can see that.
Like I said, Lance, there's nothing like experience.
There you go. There you go.
You say, hey man, don't go over there, man. Don't do that. Hey,
right.
Watch out with them guys you hanging out with on that corner, man. Hey, they don't mean you good, any good.
Right. See, I didn't have to worry about.
Oh man, I know what I'm doing, man. They my friends, man.
Ended up with emotional accountability. Like my stuff pains me in an emotional way, bad choices for me. So that's why I know, and it's not like I know because I'm great. I know because I've been down those roads emotionally in relationships and trusting people and, and stuff like that, which I still trust people, but I have to go through my own process. But yeah, could you imagine you're only 20 years old, you win the title, you have these endorsements. At one point, you felt you were ugly. 7 years before that, you were in the street. 7, 8 years before, you're getting arrested all these times, or 30-something times. You're robbing people. You're a little guy, but you're so big, and you're knocking out grown men. And like he said, when he first got with Customato, he was thinking about how to rip him off and rob him. You know what I mean? He still had that same mindset.
Right.
So, and then to see that this guy really, he felt like he really cared for him. And of course, there had to be a bond. But, then you come out, you're still young. You're muscular and you're big and you're the champion of the world, but you never had to be accountable. And now you're thrown to the wolves, and the one who was over you, guiding you, is gone. Now this other guy is over you, putting these things in your head, and the women are coming, the pleasure is coming, your ego's blowing up more to the point where you're not even training like you should be training. Because like after that, when he won the title and started fighting, got into the late 80s, he stopped using his head movement. He got away from the style that got him there. He could have went 100-0 and been, because he still fought for a long time, but he was a shell of his former self. With the prison, went through all of that stuff. Technically, that man should not be alive. I'm not wishing that on him. I'm just saying that he.
Right. But you know what? I remember Lance when he fought the rematch against Holyfield. Now, the first fight, Holyfield came prepared. I had to give it to him. He came prepared. The second fight, I could see Mike kind of trimmed down a little bit, had a little bit more muscle and everything. And Mike was doing pretty well. The first round, Mike was kind of like this. I'm talking about the rematch. Mike was kind of, you could see he was kind of hesitant. He was trying to feel things out a little bit. But in that second round, he started giving it to Holyfield. And then Holyfield started headbutting him. And then when Mike was gesturing to the ref, say, ref, man, this dude's headbutting me, man. And the ref like, man, keep fighting. Just keep fighting, keep fighting. And when Mike bit his ear, and I was talking to my partner, we was watching the fight because he's a boxer, he's from New York. I said, man, this fight's over with, man. I said, they ain't gonna let this go. Holyfield was jumping up and down. We was trying to figure out what was wrong.
Yeah. And he bit him again.
And Mike, And I said, man, this fight's over with, man. It's done. I said, this is done with. There's no way they're gonna let this fight continue.
Right.
This man got blood coming out his ears. I said, no, this fight is over with, man. I was disappointed.
But you got to remember, there was so much money in the rematch.
Mhm.
You know, and it's so much with the gambling and the betting and
Yeah.
they probably wanted it to go on so it can go the way they wanted it to go, so certain people can make money. Because when they have the Texas oil millionaires come in to the big fights in Las Vegas, they don't spend a penny. They fly those guys in, give them top of the line suites, girls, prostitutes, if they want all the food you want, probably some drugs you want.
Probably some guys.
These guys lay down some heavy money in the casinos.
Lance, probably some guys.
Probably some guys, for real.
Yeah,
for real.
yeah. They say, hey,
Yep.
some little young guys, bring them in there.
Yep. Some little young boys. Yep.
Yeah.
Underage,
Little young guys, bring
15, 16 years old. Anything goes.
Right. Yep.
When there's money, anything goes.
Yep.
And that's what people don't understand. So these guys will come down and they want to keep them there. And they want to keep them there before the fight, during the fight, and days after. And they're gambling and dropping more money than what it would cost to get that free hold. That's to get them there. Because I know when you get up in this room and you get all this pleasure from the things and the decadence you want, you're going to drop some money at those tables. That's what it is.
Let me ask you the $64,000 question. By you had been a boxer, what do you think the outcome was supposed to be with that rematch? This is the $64,000 question. Could be the $64 million question.
Yeah, let me think about that. That with that being said, it was probably going to be Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson probably knew the odds were stacked against him, but he blew it and lost his cool.
Yeah, that's what.
Holyfield wanted to win, of course. Holyfield had the talent and the ability. Now, why Holyfield was looked at as a potential underdog before the fight was because when he fought Michael Moorer and lost, and they said he had stiff heart and he had heart problems. I think it wasn't as bad as what they made it seem, because when you really think about it, Evander Holyfield trained for several years with Lee Haney, Mr. Olympia.
I remember that.
Now, Lee Haney, Mr. Olympia take steroids.
Right. And I remember they tried to say that Holyfield.
Yeah, to heavyweight. It was extremely muscular. Muscles sitting on his back.
Yeah, it's traps.
Yeah. Look at Holyfield now. He's a skinny little man.
Right.
When you get off drugs, you go back to what you were supposed to be.
Right. That's true.
You don't have a muscle in sight. I never took drugs and I've never been, but you can't see it because I got a coating of fat over my body. I'm not cut up. My body fat is higher. But if I flex my arm, you feel real muscle. You like, oh shoot, you got muscle.
Right.
So if he was
say muscles ain't made out of
guy,
hey Lance, muscles not made out of water.
There you go. Real. That's right. It may not look the same way because you're eating different food and whatnot, but you still strong, right?
Right.
And so how do you go in a sport where you get to be a grown man, you're throwing punches, you're doing sparring, you're running several miles a day, and yes, I got you, Truth Seeker. You're running several miles a day, and all of a sudden your body decides to put on 30 and 40 pounds in the middle of that. And you didn't get there before. No way. And you're still running, you're still sparring, you ain't gonna put on that much weight. And the way he looked. And honestly, it wasn't where Mike wasn't juiced in his career either. Not taken away from him. He was always a thick, big, thick guy, but certain fights, certain times in his career that was, and he didn't depend on it heavily. That's just me saying that. I don't know. I don't want to. I'm not taking away from his career, but to compete and do that, even guys who didn't even look muscular. Look, Larry Holmes never thought about taking that stuff. But when he fought Michael Spinks, he realized somebody in his camp was giving him steroids.
Mm-hmm.
And he admitted that. He said, I had these pimples on my back and I was real strong. You know what I mean? Like,
Ding, 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 ding.
exactly. And he found out that they were slipping him that stuff.
Yep. That's it.
So even today, in the sport of boxing, you got guys who methodically move up and they carry their punch and power. Look at Manny Pacquiao, man, from flyweight to welterweight. And he carried punch and power for each division. And he didn't want to take any needles before the Floyd Mayweather fight. He was scared of needles. No, you're not. You ain't scared. You've been doing it. A trained eye can tell. You know? But he did it anyway, and he didn't even look the same when he fought Mayweather. And they say, oh, well, he fought him years later. Mayweather's older than him. What you talking about? You see what I mean? So it's big business. Big business pushes the illusion. And this is why with what's happening now with Mayweather wanting to have an exhibition with Mike Tyson going to try to smack the crap out of him anyway. He don't like him. You think this is an exhibition? I'm going to get you in this corner. I'm going to make you'll be shitting for the next 2 months when I get you with this body blow. He's going to try.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's too big.
And how much does Floyd weigh?
147. He may come in at 150 or 150 something since there's no weight limit and Tyson's so big. But he'll still be faster. He's smaller.
That's just like somebody said. That's just like, not to go off subject, that's like somebody said that Mayweather would beat Michael J. White if they were in the ring. I said, I'm gonna tell you something. It's one thing to have skill, but when you got strength on top of skill, that's hard to beat.
Right.
That is hard to beat.
He's in so many different styles of fighting. You know, you can't mix that. You know,
right.
I mean, Mayweather's a boxer, and he's not using his legs. He's not used to that. He's gonna find out.
Right.
You know, respect for what it is. He's good as
Michael
a boxer.
Michael J. White roundhouse him and kick him in the head. He's gonna be like, you know, maybe this just wasn't a good idea. Did I leave the iron on before I left the house? Yeah.
Yeah. But right now, boxing has been degraded so much. You have fighters that don't want to fight. They want to pick and choose. They want the big purses. And like I said in the video that I did a couple days ago, you take a Henry Armstrong or Archie Moore or Sam Langford, Jack Johnson, all of these old guys back in the day that had to deal with real racism in sundown towns where they beat the hometown favorite and had to get out because the whole town was trying to kill them. You know, you're not promised any great food. You're not on any kind of nutritional thing. You got the high-tech training now. You got the nutritionists coming in. You're being coddled, and they still want to pick and choose. Yeah. You know, those guys are real fighters. They had grit. You bring them up and train them the way these fighters are training now, and there's no competition. No competition. Truth Seeker, your line is open.
What's up, Chief?
Hey, what's going on, man?
We all here, brother.
Yeah, but that now it's fantasy. Now nobody cares anymore. This is a reflection of society where we don't care if it's real or not. That's like I said, and not to get lewd. You got these twisted men now who are curious about certain things, and they see some big fullback thing walking down the street with a wig and some lipstick on. You know it's a man, but you're gonna go pay that thing to put their head in your lap. You don't care if it's the real thing or not, as long as it tries to give the appearance of something. And how, like you said, the dude, he don't care if it's plastic or not. He's into the plastic breast and the fake butt then you plastic too. How you gonna be real and lust after something fake? You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, yeah.
how do you do that? There's something's wrong with you. So this society, they want to see some fantasy thing. Well, Mayweather and Tyson gonna make some more money.
Mhm.
Tyson is gonna be what? Next year, he's gonna be 60 years old in June. 60.
Mhm.
He can still beat most 60 years old in the world. Maybe not. There's some well-trained people who didn't take the beating with the drugs in the system. But
When
we
is- when-
keep
when they-
this
when they- when are
illusion
they scheduled
alive
to fight?
because it makes us feel young. It's just
Yeah,
like
but when
when
they
you heard
scheduled to
back in the
fight,
day-
Lance?
Say it again.
When are they scheduled to fight?
I forgot what month it was. I'll find out before the show's over. But they sprung that on the world. I went to bed one night, no news about it. When I woke up, I was like, man, this came out 2 hours ago. That's why I made that video right away. I just had to talk about it.
Right.
But again, if you remember back in the day when Muhammad Ali was champion and in the barbershops, the older guy, man, Joe Louis would have killed him because that's what represented them when they were younger. So we want our champions to be on top from our era because it makes us feel good. See? So that's the way it works.
What did Eddie Murphy say? Why everybody got to mention Rocky Marciano?
Right. Chance Rogers, welcome on in, brother.
F you, and F you. Who's next?
Exactly. And just like Larry Holmes said it. Rocky Marciano can't carry my jock strap. You know what I mean? Just like that. And they were mad. And Rocky Marciano's brother was at the fight when he fought Spinks, to break that record. He still told him. Because they want to have their
Rocky Balboa.
Rocky Marciano was with 185 pounds. It's 5'10". If he was at 185 pounds, he had only a handful of defenses against older Joe Louis, older Ezra Charles, older.
Sure did.
He fought his brother. He fought some real tomato cans, but he went undefeated.
You remember that computer fight that said Rocky Marciano would have beat Muhammad Ali in his prime?
And they had a computer fight where Rocky Marciano lost weight and put on a wig, and they boxed with Muhammad Ali. It was a black background, but they were in a ring. And it was supposed to be a computer thing, but they had it where Marciano won.
Right.
And Ali acted like he's on the ground and all that stuff. He would have whipped that behind.
Man, he would toe him up, man. Whap, 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 whap.
Ali, who was in the Olympics in 1960, would have beat Rocky Marciano. But they have to have their dream. They have to have their illusion. And that's what we're selling people now. Everything is look at AI. You got AI porn now. You got dudes falling in love with fake AI black women.
Their dream girl.
Beating their meat and looking at the fabrication. Well, what you say, guys?
Last you come home from work and she be there waiting on you on the computer. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, right?
How was work today,
baby?
Did you get that raise?
You get that Vaseline, baby. We're gonna get it on tonight. Yep.
What do you call them?
With these things. Did you hear about the
VR glasses? What they call them? The VR glasses. What do you call them?
yeah, make it look real.
Yeah.
AI companions.
Yeah.
AI companions now.
Hey, don't let her get jealous. She'll shut your garage door up. You go through the garage. You be driving and she bring the door down, start your car, but won't open up the garage
door. Go on your
door.
smartphone and look at another AI because see what you cheating on me.
Now somebody need to make a movie out of that. Like a guy, I was thinking about writing a brief story, like a guy that was married and his wife passed away, and before she passed away, he did something with her brain and took her consciousness and transferred it in the computer with the hope of creating an AI duplicate of what his wife was. But the problem is the AI would eventually turn on him because they didn't consider that the AI could possibly get jealous just like a female could, in terms of, the jealousy factor is also there, I was thinking about a story like that, and the AI just made his life hell. Couldn't even shut it off.
It could. It could shut him off, and
Yeah.
no, the AI can cheat on him and have sex right in front of him with other AI men. Right? It really mess him up.
The AI.
But people are catching feelings.
Yeah, they are.
They're catching feelings, man. I mean, you have these dolls, right? I think it's in Toronto. They have a whole.
I think they got them in Texas. They got them in Texas. Yeah, Texas is talking about doing that
too. Yeah, it's expanding.
Yeah,
these lifelike dolls that you can go in and pay like a whorehouse and have and do all kind of stuff with, because now you don't feel guilty to let your fetishes come out.
But I also heard, Lance, that if they abuse the doll, like if something happened and they throw the doll up against the wall, they can be charged.
Yeah, you got to leave it in the same condition. But I think it's DNA sperm collection centers. You know what I mean? Because it's just getting out there. It's getting crazy, and it's getting crazy fast. And we have lonely people out here that have mental problems. How about the guy he was an Asian guy, and he got caught up with this bot. I forgot what website it was on, but he got close to this bot, this AI bot, this woman. And the woman he thought it was real. So he was going to meet this woman. He packed up his bags and left where he was in Jersey. He was about to go to Manhattan, and he went to Manhattan to meet this thing, and it was a fake address or something. And they realized that he was being duped, but days later he died. Something happened when he fell and died. But he was telling his wife, "I'm leaving, I'm going." He was fed up. He was in love with this thing. I'll tell you one thing, on Telegram, you're back in, Truth Seeker. On Telegram, half the people that's on there are bots talking to you, and they talk to me every day. "Hi, how you doing? You know, in Korea somewhere. Do I know you? Have I met you somewhere?" Right now, I just talk nasty to him. I ain't gonna repeat what you know what I mean? No, I'm abusive. I'm another. When it's a bot, I say some really disgusting things to it. Oh, you want to meet me for real? You gonna come over here and do so and so? They don't say nothing no more. You put pictures of real people. I'm tired of that. I'm thinking about getting off of Telegram because it's not doing nothing for me. You know, it's another platform you can communicate and you get good information when you sign up to certain platforms and stuff like that. But them people it's too intrusive.
Yeah.
And they try to lie, but a lot of them are trying to get you to sign up for some type of investment or something like that. And they talk real. Put pictures of black women up there, like we'll fool them. We'll put a sister up there. You know what I mean?
She's from Ghana.
I said, "Where are you right now?" I said, "The only way I can communicate is through the phone." I can't talk right now because I'm at work. Well, you need to get back to work. Call me later on. I don't want them to call me. They can't.
Right. Because it's a bot.
Yeah. It's the same way it's funny in America, you got to pay for long distance phone calls, but you call a company to pay a bill, you get a free call to India. "Hello, how are you doing this one? Where are you calling from?" "I'm calling from Texas." "No, you're not. No, you're not.
You're in Bombay.
Exactly. "What's your number? Let me call you back right now." I hate that. You get a free call to India. They talk about they can help you or whatever.
Everybody in the background speaking Indian.
Oh no, you hear it all the time. You hear it all the time.
No, yeah, I can't. I hate when they answer the phone. You can't get through to them. You got to repeat yourself like 1,000 times.
For real.
Yeah.
I'm like, let me get somebody that speaks English.
And you hear the people speaking Indian on other phones, talking to other people. You hear them in the background.
Straight up.
Talking.
Yep.
Somebody in Texas. Okay.
I was mad when I had I drew this picture of a black man being lynched by an American flag tied around his neck, and I wrote things in it. and I put it up on the AOL hometown page. It was like your own little page they gave you for free. But I also had the paid version of AOL. And that's when I first started getting online. And so I would always pay my bill. And you know, back in the day, it wasn't no the way it was just the phone way of connecting. So you heard
that dialing in.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. They had to start all over again and dial.
Analog.
When you had a picture, it took so long for it to, you know. So I get on and it said, you know, your account is suspended or something like that. And I said, wait a second, I just paid my bill. So I called, and it was a lady, and oh, we don't want your business anymore. I said, well, who are you? Let me speak to a supervisor. They couldn't get one. I said, what's the reason why? Well, they say you have content on your page, so and so. Oh man, I was so pissed. It was censoring me from back then. That's what made me get my original website. Yep. They want to control.
But they'll let you get on. But they'll let you get on Craigslist. Now that was before Craigslist, because that was dial up. That was analog. Yes, back then when you had the dial up. Yeah, America Online. Yeah, I remember that.
That little man running.
Last, you talking about what Windows? What was that? Windows 3.1 or was it Windows 95?
95, I think.
Wow.
I think it's 95. It was a while ago. And I was online before that. I used to get on with, remember Web TV? Before I even got a computer. Back in the late 90s. You know?
I just remember Windows 3.1. And then they went from Windows 3.1 to Windows 95. And then they went from 95 to 98. And I think from 98, they went to like XP or something like that.
Yeah, you remember that. I remember those. I remember those. Wow.
I remember if you had a hard drive, if you just had a hard drive that had 1 gigabyte, you were doing something. If you just had 1 gig, you were doing something. You were the man. You were the man. I got 556 RAM and 1 gigabyte. You tell all your friends, they're like, really? Yeah, it's an E-machine. Man, what? How you get that, man? Gateway. Remember Gateway when they were giving away them computers? They couldn't even keep them.
They couldn't even get right.
They couldn't keep no computers. They were giving them away, man.
You're right. You're right. That's so funny.
Yeah, I got me a gateway. What you got? Don't tell me about it. So you think Tyson gonna beat him,
huh? They're gonna stage something.
You talking about with the Mayweather fight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They say it's an exhibition, but
that's
Mayweather's so fast and so small. He can see Mike Tyson telegraphing blows. Mike Tyson's legs are gone.
Yeah, especially after Mike, the way Mike fought Jake Paul, I don't even know why people want to see it anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah,
if people in the current day will see this version of Tyson, and it's going to mar his reputation. Why would you do that? That's like okay.
Hey, Lance, somebody said
like an old dude gets drunk at a party, has words with somebody in their late 20s, and he's 62. Now he's going to step outside with him because he was bad back in the day, but this 28-year-old really ain't nothing, but he got youth on the side and whips his behind.
Right.
I don't want to face nothing like that.
They said
I'm going to defend myself if you trying to do something to me or my woman or whatever, but I'm not going to, on ego, try to prove something to somebody, and you might get away with it. But
they
only for so long.
They said he guaranteed $100 million. They saying,
"Oh my God,
Mike Tyson." So they said tight. Yeah.
Shit, I'll fight one of them for that.
Yeah, Lance, 60 years old. 60 years old ain't completely old. 60 ain't completely over the hill.
No, I know that. But Mike Tyson's 60 from the drugs and the fast living. You know, he can't even get into muscle memory, man. I mean, they did those clips and everything and sped it up a little bit. But right now, shoot, I'll do it.
Yeah,
I don't care if I get embarrassed or whatever. I'll do it. I'll do better than what people think.
I'll be in your corner. And I say, Lance, if he hit you in the lip, Say, Lance, now, if he hits you in the lip, don't worry about it. Think about that 100 million.
That's right. Break my nose.
Lance,
Break my
hey,
nose.
if he hits you in the lip and you look like Jimmy Walker, don't worry about it. Just keep fighting. Yeah, there you go. Just keep fighting, man. Don't worry about it.
100 million, I'll start my own YouTube version. That's right. Scurv tube.
Backyard fights.
Exactly.
Find a guy in the street and say, hey, man, you want to be a boxer?
Yeah.
What about this Canelo and Crawford fight coming up this Saturday?
That's very intriguing the way they're talking about it. And I really feel that Crawford has a better chance than people are giving him, but at the same time, there is the weight difference. And Canelo right now, because that fight's going to happen this time next week, Canelo is trimmed down, and of course he's waiting for a quick, athletic Crawford, which Canelo never has good results with quick, athletic black fighters.
Yeah.
You know, even though some of the fights he won that he should have lost, you know, he has problems that way. And at this stage of his career, is he going to change up and increase his footwork, which I doubt? I'm not saying he gasses out. He can last to the last round, but with a guy like Crawford who has that mindset, now Crawford cannot get hit.
I was just about to say he got that mindset.
Yeah, but see, Crawford's a dog that can work against him. Dog meaning that I will fight you. We know he has that in him, and Crawford is very, very strong. But people are saying he doesn't have a chance because when he fought the guy at 154, and they say he didn't look as good because he's coming off of that dominant performance of Errol Spence, which the detractors say Crawford's not that great. It's just that Errol Spence was damaged after the car accident. Then he had another car accident that was a little more minor. But when Errol Spence came into the ring, if you rerun that fight, something was wrong with him. If you watch Errol Spence coming into the ring against Terrence Crawford, he looked like he was high off weed and something was wrong with him. When I saw it, because I did a little live commentary for that fight, and I said it. I said, this guy looks like he's about to lose.
Hey, Lance, but you know what, though? They always try to blackball Terrence Crawford, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to give that man his credit. And me personally, Lance, I feel like because he's a darker skinned brother, they kind of got fear of him. And they always been trying to blackball him. And that's why
keep him on the outside.
Keep him on the outside. And I'm really rooting for him in this fight to whoop Canelo.
Oh, I want him to win. Oh no, I want him to win. And I want him to whip his behind. It's just got to be done a certain way because on the real undercover, the powers that be are probably going to be rooting against Crawford because where do you go when you are Turkey Al-Rashid, who's putting up the money for the fight in Las Vegas and those powers that be? You can milk more out of Canelo if Canelo wins. If Canelo loses, where do you go with him now? You see what I mean?
Right.
They protect him like anything else because after he lost the fight from what's his name, a light heavyweight, Bivol, he straight lost that fight terribly. Oh, they say, because he went to 175. Well, you beat what's his name that fought Andre Ward, Kovalev, which looked like a fake knockout to me. So he's the cash cow.
Right.
But with the climate that's going on in America right now, with ICE and the deportation of Mexicans, so now you have an American black man fighting a Mexican guy in this climate. So there's a lot of people rooting against Crawford because when you have a good black fighter, most of the time America doesn't get behind them.
They don't get behind
America. They always go for the other person. Always. When what's his name? The heavyweight, the black heavyweight from Alabama. I'm tired. I'm thinking
Deontay Wilder.
Deontay Wilder. When he fought, what's his name? Fury. America was rooting for Fury.
Hey, Lance, you know what?
They weren't rooting. I mean, the black folks are rooting for
And
Deontay Wilder.
Lance, you know what too? A lot of people say they that he was a brawler with her, but they cheated Wilder in that first fight. When he hit Fury, and when Fury just went straight down, his hand hit the canvas, they usually waved the fight off. But they gave that man a count so he can get back up. They cheated Wilder out of that fight. Because if you go watch when Joey Gamache, I think his name Joey Gamache fought what's that guy name? Arturo Gotti. Gotti hit him the same way and they waved the fight off. Because his head hit the canvas. That's considered like a concussion. They wave it off. They cheated that man out of that fight.
And then the next fight they had, his gloves were hanging off.
Lance, I'm gonna tell you something too. No way in the world he's not he cheated in that fight.
Right. Did you see the gloves?
Oh yeah.
And they fought against that, the visual proof. And the way that he had busted up Deontay Wilder.
No way in the world
still in the third
you
fight.
You don't become a knockout. Exactly. Lance, you don't become a knockout artist overnight.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's how they do. The powers that be.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's big money. We're looking at the fight and the boxers, but they're looking at those who want to make, who are going to make a lot of money off of it, and they still control it. You know, so like I said, where do you go with Canelo if he loses? But you know, Bud Crawford is such a force, and they're saying, "Oh, he's going up 2 weight." It's only what they say, 21 pounds. Okay, is Crawford walking around at 147? He had to kill himself to get down to 147.
Yeah, he was killing himself.
But he was naturally 147. Right. He fought
because remember Bernard Hopkins moved up to fight Tarver. 2 weight classes to fight Tarver, right?
And beat him.
Yeah, beat him, right.
You've been doing this all your life, and you fighting guys in the gym bigger than you. And remember, Terrence Crawford has that dense musculature. Now, you might not see it. He's not like a ripped bodybuilder, but what I'm saying is that he was a state wrestling champ. So he is very strong and athletic, and he can fight orthodox and southpaw, right? So, and he's athletic, he's thinking, he knows what to do. Canelo's a robot. He learned a little more defense and moving his head and stuff like that, but he cannot do like Crawford. And what will Canelo weigh next week? And did they really test him properly? If they tested him properly,
you're right about that.
His advantage is gone.
Yeah,
nobody wants to talk about how he's been busted with steroids.
He's been cheated
several times.
Several times.
They want to ignore that. As a matter of fact, the guy who trains him, the whole team, 6 or 7 of them, all got busted recently. Without the steroids, you better be on some type of steroid they're not looking for that you can mask and come off of, but it's not going to teach you the skill to beat a guy like Crawford.
Right.
Canelo's best bet is to be a fast starter and run up on Crawford early and try to catch him early, wear him down, because the longer the fight goes on, the more it's going to be in Crawford's favor, because Crawford has that mindset. He has that crazy, and I'm not saying he's crazy, but he's got that psycho mentality where he's going to do what he has to do to win that fight. People
he's very dexterous.
He knows that if all the things that he's been through, that if he can beat Canelo, as they're looking at Canelo's the best pound for pound, Canelo's a duck. He should have fought Benavidez. You see what I mean? He should have fought other people that he ducked along the way while taking steroids.
And Lance, you know what's funny? How when Mayweather beat him, Mayweather was 38, Canelo was 21. They tried to make it look like, oh man, he fought him when he was too young. Ain't nobody trying to hear that.
15 years old,
Mayweather, exactly. Mayweather, he called Mayweather out, and Mayweather schooled him. He schooled him. Yeah.
And he really thought he was going to beat Mayweather and couldn't touch him. Lost every round.
Yeah. But if
And he learned a little bit from that, but now you have a different creature in Crawford.
and
And now you
Lance,
got that's why he was sparring with Boots Ennis, you know.
Ennis, right? And
Yeah,
Lance,
and two other black guys.
If Canelo would have beat Mayweather at that age, they wouldn't have looked at it. They would say, man, they would have said Canelo whooped his ass, but they wouldn't look at Mayweather's 38. You see what I'm saying? You see how they do?
Right.
Yeah.
So even though they say Canelo's older, he hasn't taken the beatings that Canelo has had to go through. I'm not saying he was beaten down, but all of those fights and all of those wars and what he did with his body with the steroids and up and down in the weight, that takes effect on you. You can get old overnight. But
I got a question for both of y'all. Who do y'all think would have won between Holyfield and Tyson before Tyson went to jail?
Oh, Tyson.
Tyson.
You got for Tyson. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Holyfield could have beat him before, granted, because they know each other for many years before.
Right.
But if the Tyson right before going to prison, I'd pull it back. I'd say the Tyson at 87, 88 would have got him. But Holyfield has that stamina. He knows how to fight. But the Tyson right before Fort Razor Ruddock, where it was a slugfest, that Holyfield could have eked it out because they were scheduled to fight. The fight posters were up and the date was up and everything. So that fight had to wait.
It's just like when Ali fought Frazier, that first fight at Madison Square Garden. Ali hadn't boxed for 3 years.
Exactly. It's too fast.
He shot, right.
He fought Jerry Quarry the year before in Atlanta, I believe, and then went right into Frazier in March.
Yeah.
The 71. Yeah.
Yeah. And Frazier knocked him down. That was the turning point in that whole fight.
Right.
When Frazier knocked him down. But let's say if Ali would have still been fighting up to that point, Frazier would have had some problems.
No, he would have been Frazier would have been easier. Because he lost that momentum. You know, it's like a race car that sat in the garage for 3.5 years, and you started up and take it around the block to warm it up, and now you're ready to put it on the track. No, man. So much things you got to replace and bring it up to its prime condition.
What y'all know about Ika Belbucci?
Oh, he's coming back.
Yeah,
he's coming back.
I see. Yeah, I used to follow his career. Yeah, he just fought the other day. He's from Nigeria, right? Nigeria, yeah. He's from Nigeria.
He had mental problems back in the day, but he was a monster. He was. If he didn't get locked up,
he was a monster. God. Yeah, he was. Yeah,
he was. You know,
he kind of looked like Sonny Liston a little bit.
Yes, I was saying the same thing. Yeah, he resembles Sonny Liston, but his musculature, his strength, his natural boxing ability. But right now, he's been out for too long.
Yeah,
he's gonna win some fights.
I think he's 52. Yeah.
That's
he trying to. He said he trying to fight the European guy. What's his name? Usyk, the Lithuanian guy. Lithuanian, yeah. He trying to fight him. He the one that got all the belts right now.
Hey, brother, let me ask you all a question, because I was talking to this about somebody the other day. Why do you all think Ali and George Foreman didn't have a rematch?
He went to church, didn't he? Didn't he go to church? Did he go to church after that?
No, after he fought Jimmy Young.
Oh, that's right. Because he lost
77 or 78.
He lost to Jimmy Young after that.
Right.
And then he retired.
Experience, and he stayed out for 10 years.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Ali was looking forward to something like that. I'm not saying Ali had balls, so he didn't duck anybody, but Foreman claimed he wanted a rematch. Ali was fighting the softer touches. They say even Ali lost that fight in Maryland in 1976 to Jimmy Young. Then the third Norton fight, they say Ali didn't do as good as like he should have. So Ali knew he was on his way to a different level, and especially after that Frazier fight that took so much out of him, he was like, "The hell with this." He did fight Shavers. Yeah, Shavers caught him real good with that punch, man. Shavers was a puncher.
Yeah.
I think he
Okay,
wanted
let
to
me.
take it a little easy and get, you know, he didn't. That's why he landed up with Spinks, man, and lost that fight because he really
Yeah.
wasn't in shape. He just wasn't there. And
You see,
remember,
didn't they
the
shoot him up with
Parkinson's was
something,
creeping up
Lance?
on him.
Didn't they shoot him up with something? Because I remember seeing him, and he looked like $1 million, man. The way he was moving around in the ring, I was like, damn, Ali, what has he been doing? But
Oh, you mean when he
of
fought
course,
before
when he fought,
Holmes or
when
in
he
a
first
fight?
fought Spinks, the fight before he fought Spinks, I remember seeing Ali was like, and he was just practicing for the cameras and talking, and I was looking at him. I was
Right,
like, man, he looked like the way he used to look. But when
right,
he got into
right.
that fight, man, it just didn't.
Yeah, and it
It
was
didn't
worse
just.
when he fought. When he came
Oh, it was
back,
worse when he fought Larry
against
Holmes.
Holmes, it was worse. He was so heavy looking. Remember, he had the mustache. He cut it off, but
Right.
he they were giving him thyroxine, and he dropped
Mm-hmm.
all the weight, and it was frightening because he looked like the Ali of old. But I
You're right.
believe they were doing that for him before because he liked to eat. He liked sugary stuff and cakes and all this stuff.
Mhm.
He put on all
Because he
this
didn't
weight.
look like that for the rematch. He had put on some weight for that rematch against Spinks. He didn't look the same.
Yeah, but he was in better
So
shape.
they gave him something. So you're saying they giving him something for his thyroid, some
Yeah, to
thyroid
make him lose
medication.
weight. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because see, he
Hey,
was so caught up in the appearance when he fought Holmes. Like, yeah, look at me, I'm trim, I'm looking. But he was shot. He was shot.
No, he wasn't the same person. He was. I remember seeing him. He was cussing, calling somebody MFs and all this other stuff. And I'm looking at him like, this is not
Holmes.
Ali. This is somebody else.
I
Yeah.
know. It was.
Like,
He was really trying to get
I
under
remember
his skin
that. I was like, I remember him acting like this. It's like, this is not him, man. And Holmes would just beat him up so bad. I felt. You remember that when he was in the? Yeah, I'm looking like, what is Ali doing? Yeah, I'm like, what is Ali doing? Like, this is not
trying
him.
to get up under his skin. And Holmes wasn't playing. Holmes didn't hate him, but Holmes knew he had to beat him to get the monkey off his back. And he still couldn't because they said, oh, you beat an old Ali. They still didn't give him credit. Because Holmes was somebody who many people didn't expect to do any good because when he was and it was trials or the Olympics
sparring partner
or something, and Dwayne Bobbitt beat him and knocked him out, as an amateur. And then he had the little legs and he wasn't, he was Ali's sparring partner, but he was picking up and learned, and he's one of the greatest. He just didn't have the personality, and he came around in Ali's shadow. So that's a tough act to follow. But 7.5 years as champion, and all of those defenses, he didn't hide from anybody. So,
who do y'all believe did the most damage to Ali?
Probably Joe Frazier.
I know it's definitely Joe Frazier.
I said Frazier. I said Frazier too. I agree. I said Frazier,
especially at that time, because he fought Norton after Frazier, but Frazier put it on him. After Frazier, Ali didn't really want to be in no hard fights, or maybe he couldn't have been in any hard fights. He was spent. Remember, the 3.5 years, to me, when he was out, affected him at the end of his career also, because if he fought during those 3.5 years, kept himself sharp, went higher with his ability, he would have been way higher, and the curve wouldn't have ended so fast. Maybe he would have retired earlier with better performances, with more dominant performances if he didn't stop. You see what I mean? So I think he held on longer because that was in his back of his mind, where he had to make up for that lost time and get that money.
Yeah. I felt he should have retired after he fought Spinks. When he got the title the third time, that should have been it.
Oh yeah, he should have never came back after Spinks to fight Holmes, and then he fought Trevor Berbick, and what was that, a draw or a loss? I think that was back in December '81. That was just too much.
Yeah,
he represented himself better in that fight against Holmes. But where you going, man? December '81. I remember that.
Yeah,
it was in Bahamas, and it was just, what are you doing? But yeah, and most people say after Frazier for the Parkinson effect. Like he should have never came back after it, and still the accumulation, he still would have probably had that bad bout with Parkinson
Mhm.
after the Frazier fight. Some people say he should have stopped after the Foreman fight in '74.
Yeah.
But when you look at how he fought on for 7 more years after that,
Mhm.
and you're training, remember, it's not just the fight, it's the training you're taking. And the way he started training when he came back, and especially when it was around that time before Foreman, he thought that the more punishment you take in training makes you tougher. So he would lay against the ropes and let sparring
And
partners
people
hit
punch
him.
us. Yeah. Yeah.
Just hit me, just keep. And he rope it over, just keep hitting me. The more punishment, I'll get used to taking it. But people don't understand. It's that sparring in the gym is what gets you. The wars you have in the gym.
Mhm.
There's some fight I heard recently that they say that they don't make them spar that much because that's where you get your punishment from. You know,
Well, I've
put
heard in the
yourself in
NFL.
shape.
Mhm. Not
Say
to
it
go off
again?
subject, but I heard in the NFL. You know, my son, he was asking me. He said, "Dad, why is it that these guys in the NFL don't know how to tackle?" And I
Mm,
went and spoke to a friend about it. He said they don't even do a lot of hitting in practice like they used to back in the day. In
yeah.
fact, I knew a friend who knew Vince Evans and who, he
Mhm.
played with Walter Payton on the Bears, said Walter, he used to piss blood after the game.
Yeah, I can understand that.
All those
I can
hits
understand
he
that.
was taking. He said Vince told him, he said, yeah, man, after the game, Walter be pissing blood, man. So when he
Yeah.
got that cancer, I was like, that it all makes sense now. When I went back and looked at it, I said, I see a lot of things. Walter had a lot of health issues. They even said he almost thought about committing suicide.
Mm. Mm. See, there's so many things in sports on that level
Mhm.
that are just not worth it, what you're
Mhm.
sacrificing for. When you
Mhm.
look at these guys who are on the top level, and I don't really follow football, but the guys who are not on that top level that are not getting that money, they still getting that same punishment. They may
Mhm.
not be around. There's no guarantee. You get injuries and your career can be over in those type of sports. You got to think of now, look at fighters, man. They don't have the same protections. There's no unions or nothing. There's nothing.
Mhm.
I remember I was walking down Queens Boulevard in Queens, New York one day at a lot of furniture stores and stuff. And the guy that fought Roy Jones, Murky Sosa, little knock-kneed guy, I think he's from Dominican Republic.
Mhm.
I said, Murky. He starts throwing punches, and he was knock-kneed and walking like he was about to fall over. The same with Pinklin Thomas. He came to my corrections academy, the graduation. He knew one of the guys who was in my class and went to the same church. And he said, I'm going to bring Pinklin Thomas. And this guy looked so drunk and like he was about to fall over, slurring and everything. Yeah, I'm looking
Yeah,
at him like, yeah. I said, if I smacked him, he'd fall. He was through.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I'm like, is this what you want?
And
I don't like
think
getting
about
hit in the head.
the thing about the NFL, if you get you a bad knee injury, that's it. Your
That's it.
career
Oh
is
yeah,
over with.
yeah. They could, yeah. A lot. It's like a lot of these sports. You just don't last long no more, man. The body. I don't know. You would think with technology and all this stuff, they'd be able to be some super soldier type stuff. But them was some hard nosed guys back in the day, man.
Mhm.
They was some real men back then. These
Mhm.
guys making all this money and they crying over turf toe for all type of stuff, man. It's crazy.
Well, you got to remember too that the
I
body
knew.
doesn't evolve that fast. I mean, with technology is one thing, and it can make them perform more, but the body will break down. You know, we haven't evolved that quick. That within the
Mhm.
last 50 years, 60 years, you know, the way we push the human body. Yeah, take out the diets and the food and the knowledge of
Mm,
vitamins and the rest and everything, but how everybody has their potential. Like, no matter what you do, some guys are not going to be at the same level as other guys, no matter what sports you play. And that's where you fall off and see. Some people are just damn tough and you
Yeah.
can't break them down. But the technology and the advances in nutrition and training is not going to save everybody. You know,
mm.
so these
Well,
guys are not going to last long. No matter how many steroids they take and how much supplements and all this stuff, it's not going to work for everybody.
but I knew something was up when they switched the Pro Bowl Remember, like how it used to be, you had the regular season, you had the playoffs, you had the Super Bowl, and like 2 weeks later, you had the Pro Bowl. When they switched and put the Pro Bowl before the Super Bowl, I knew something was up. Something had changed. Because they have saying that once they have the Super Bowl, the views just drop off. And they said people weren't watching the Pro Bowl, so what they had to do, they had to put the Pro Bowl before the Super Bowl. You know, just things just changed. But you know, the human body was never meant to be running down the field and hitting somebody with your head.
Especially getting hit in the head, which is worse than boxing the way they get hit, even with helmets, man. Flying through the air and all that. That's crazy, man. A punch is one thing, but
think about that.
You fought and piling up like pancakes, and you on the bottom.
Yeah. And you can't get up until everybody get off of you. You stuck at the bottom. Your arm is going one way, your head is going the other way.
Knocked out, yeah, you gotta wait a while before. You know?
Yeah, but we gotta wait before they get up. Everybody got to get up off. You can't do nothing. You like a little jigsaw puzzle down there, and people just on top of you.
And you're on the bottom. It's not like you're in a comfortable position. You might be in an awkward position, and then they snapping your knee, your ankle, whatever. That's crazy.
It's a tough hustle, man. The NFL is a tough hustle, man. It's with these concussions, man, and all this other stuff. It's a tough hustle, man. It's just a tough hustle. You might as well go play baseball.
Exactly.
And I'm hearing, but the NBA. I'm hearing about the NBA. I'm hearing the NBA. They starting to have problems because they said these guys' cores are not strong enough, and they said that when you run down the basketball court, like you go from one end to the other, that's no problem. But when they have to run down the court and stop and break and spin, turn, they're having problems. Like a lot of these guys are getting injured. A lot of injuries in basketball.
Yeah.
I heard about that. I heard about that today. They were talking about that. Guys run down the court. Yeah, it's like if they run a straight line, it's no problem. Like from one end to the court or to the other. But if they have to run down the court and turn, they're having problems. Like guys having problems with their hip flexion and the hamstrings, pulling a lot of hamstrings, and because they don't have a strong core. They're not doing a lot of strong. I mean, you can do bench press and squats and deadlifts, but they said their core. The basketball players today, professionals, got weak cores.
And that's with any sport. Your core is where it's at.
I was gonna say, the core is where it's at. Yeah, that's what a lot of back problems and stuff start with your core too. If you don't have a strong core.
These guys work on their fronts and their abdominals, and they don't pay them any mind to their lower back. They've been training the lower back properly. You get it's almost like the metal in the thermostat, where they have the alloy. When it heats up, it pulls one way. And your back is just way off. And that goes down to your legs. It translates, man, and your butt. Training your legs and all in between, and every part of it works together. But most people have weak cores, especially these athletes. You want to fight none of them, but you hit them in their gut.
Hey, when you was doing your bodybuilding, how many times was you eating a day?
6 times.
Oh, 6 times. Okay.
Yeah, but it wasn't like overwhelmingly huge meals.
Okay.
Like when there was no competition, I'd eat 4 times a day, good sized meals. But when it got to a competition, they were lower calorie meals, and I ate more. And I manipulated my carbohydrates for my energy because I always wanted to be strong. But my best year, my last competition was April of '85, but my best year as a teenager, of course, was '82. So it was like a smooth landing. From the beginning, when the end of '81 into '82, and '82 was my last year, and early '83. It was really '82. I had to win something. So I said, I'm going to compete the whole year through, maintain my muscle, but just suck out the fat without starving, have the great amount of energy and the good enough food to do that, to take my body on a ride that fat can't hang on to. So I started the year out lean, but I wanted that paper thin skin, and I wanted to maintain my muscle and my energy. And I cut it close. So as I got down toward the second half of 82, I just stayed on what you'd call a diet, which I never really went off. I may have a day. I may have 3 days in the 6 months that I ate something different, but I stayed on it. I didn't want to. There were guys I was competing against that were on drugs, and they were in shape, but you cannot maintain on steroids like that, right? So I wasn't on any steroids. So I said, okay, we're going to go to the rodeo every week, every other week. You're going to fall off sooner or later because you got no discipline, number one. Hell, dude, I had to have that pizza. And then you drink all this water and you had a salt. You blow up in weight. Now you ain't going to look right the next week. And I'm going to be right
smooth.
there. Exactly. I'm going to be right there. So that's why I did it that way. And a lot of guys at the beginning of the year that were beating me because they were juiced up. They might have still been on the juice and lying on the piss test and had the dudes submit urine for them and lie detector. But I still got them. Because when you have that hard, grainy muscle, everything, I was smaller than them too. They didn't look right under the stage. So, you know, after a while, then you're starting to be instinctive with your food. You weren't even saying, it wasn't even about 6 little meals because it was like, at first, you know, back then, you know, eating a lot of tuna fish and sometimes fresh fish and pineapples to help digest the protein. I was eating a lot of protein.
Yeah, that bromelain.
Like rice, brown rice, you know, some vegetables. But as it went down to the year, I got to the egg whites with no yolks, you know, the fruit, certain fruits and whatever. And then the last 2 weeks before that show that I won, I had to win that one. That was like the revenge show. I had to win that one. And I was already in great shape weeks before that, months before that. But I was drinking LPP protein, right? That's a pre-digested protein they had. And I wasn't even eating egg whites. I didn't want much digestive activity. My waist went down to, what was it, 27 and a half.
Oh, wow.
Freaky. Yeah, man.
Lance, did you ever peak? Did you ever peak like at the show or like a few days before?
It all depended on my food intake. So, you know, it was more like everything. You can say the word peak, but not peak in the way that drug guys would say peak. You wanted to be, see, my big thing was a week before a show, when did I want to stop training? Was it Wednesday night or Thursday morning? Because you got to take so many days for your muscles to fill up with glycogen, but you don't want to spill over with carbohydrates and end up looking smooth. So most times I ended up doing something early in the morning on Thursday. I would go home on that Thursday and start nibbling. There wasn't no meals no more. Just nibble and lay down. So I lay down, not sleeping, just lay down. Lay around, do nothing in the house and fill up again. My muscles were depleted. So I would nibble, just like you have an intravenous drip in your arm at the hospital. I didn't have that. I would just not have meals. I'd get up and nibble. I'd look at myself. And so that's really the peak. Because now you know that Saturday morning is the prejudging. So you want to be rested and you want to wake up and you want your muscles full. So when you pump up, it explodes because now you've nibbled, you rested, and your body filled up with these carbohydrates, the glycogen. You don't want to eat too much at one time. You want to nibble. The other trick.
So you was really tuned in.
Yeah. I was a robot. I was a robot. I knew my body so well, and I was in touch with my body. And you don't want to eat food that your gut's filling out on. You know, there's one show that I did, and I experimented because I found out that when you want to watch your water content, you don't starve yourself with water because a lot of guys were not drinking water the whole day, Friday. They'd sip a little bit Saturday morning, but they weren't drinking any water, so they were dehydrated as opposed to taking diuretics like some guys did. And for some shows earlier on, I was doing the same thing. Thursday night, I ain't drinking no water. But that was a concern for guys who were on drugs. I didn't have to do that.
Right.
So what I
Right.
did was the opposite when I found out. The day before, I would consume, I'd eat, I had like 2 watermelons from Thursday night into Friday. People are like, are you crazy? That's water, that's carbohydrates. Yeah, but guess what? I'm going to flush all of that out. I'm taking pre-digested protein, and when you sip it, it goes right into the bloodstream. There's no mass in your stomach to have to crap out. Because when I can hit vacuum, fat as I am now, I can still hit a vacuum shot, right? I know how to control that part of my stomach, but nothing in it, and your body's full. So I ate, it was in Utica, New York. What was it? October 10th, 11th, whatever. I ate this watermelon the night before. I had another one the whole day, sipping on the LPP protein. I had no purpose for vegetables because it's too much fiber. I can get away with that. So you over piss, put it that way. There's a hormone that senses the water levels in your body. And if you take too much water, it wants to level it off. You start to urinate a whole lot. You drink tea, you drink water, you have watermelon, whatever. And that's what I was saying to the ladies on the show. When you have an outfit that you want to wear that you already sized up real nice, or maybe you're in a wedding or whatever, and it's Saturday, but your period comes. Well, drink as much water. Well, why would I want to do that? I'm going to get more bloated. No, you have too much water in your system. Your body's going to sense it, and it's going to try to bring it down to acceptable levels. When you drink a lot of water, it overshoots. You end up pissing out so much that you fit in that outfit even when you're on your period.
Hey,
The
Lance,
timing is everything.
And that's another thing. That's another topic that I want to talk about too. I hear a lot of women saying they don't use the washroom, and they talking about like sometimes weeks. And I
Why?
heard a lot of women say that. Is that it? I want to. Is that normal? Like, I know for them not to use the washroom, but do women got a smaller stomach or some bowels or something because it's intestines or something? Because I heard a lot of women say that, and I'm like, I need to talk to a woman that really worked out and see how many times they use the restroom, so I get
What
more
do
of
you
a
mean?
clarification
Female
on that.
bodybuilders?
Just see a lot of just not the female body, but just regular women in general. They sound like they have washroom problems, like with bowel movements. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if have you ever heard any of them,
Not
anything
consistently,
like
but
that?
I've known women who have issues where they don't even go that much.
Yeah,
You know, I don't really know what that's all about. You know, but I've run into women who, you know, just don't go that much. You
They
know,
might have some
and that,
colon issues.
yeah, that's not good.
that's not good, right?
No, that's not good. I don't care how fine they are, how small their waistline is. That's not good.
Usually,
Because
usually,
I dated
usually
a
when you eat,
girl. I dated a girl, man. Her stomach was like she never went to the bathroom, and I slept over. You know, we did our calisthenics at night and everything, whatever. I slept over with her, but I had to leave, man. She farted that room up, man. I couldn't take it.
because the
The
way
way it
it's
was,
supposed
I
to
could
work,
take a
if
lot, man. You know, that's life.
right,
You know, women do that. You know, whatever you're doing to do. But that there, I was like, you really gonna have to. And she didn't want to hear nothing about that. I don't need that. Look how
she
good
probably
I look.
she probably heard that the last time the guy spoke to her. You guys always tell him,
No,
you know,
and I
whenever
wasn't
you
trying to
eat
put her
something,
down, but you know, her attitude
but
towards
it's a
it's like
facts.
you have a serious issue here, because it's just
Yeah,
like when your bowels are not right, your breath may not come out right, and
yeah,
that's anybody.
that's
But she
true.
was so much into the way, and she didn't eat much. She ate, but she it was almost like I don't know. She had some people have a thing about their bowel movements, and a woman who is a psychologist told me one time that people, for some reason, I'm not saying this is everybody, but people who want to hold it, which is sick in itself, right? They have issues with their mother. It goes back to when they were kids, and that's what I heard. I'm just passing that along, you know,
Hmm.
male and
Hmm.
female. It's like some kind of rebellion when you don't
Hmm.
go. I don't know how that adds up. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what a professional that I know told me. That's the general, you know. And a lot of things stem from our childhood. You know, a lot of things stem from our childhood. A lot of things that we're not aware of. I mean, listen, you know, it's hard enough dealing with the outside world. But the things that are embedded in us, the things that are imprinted in us that we're not even aware of, we get to 40 and 50 and 60 years old, and we still haven't dealt with those things because, you know, you get to be mothers, you get to be fathers. Now you're taking care of the children, but the things that you know, little things, it could be little things. Certain things that affect you in a good way. You know? Yes, Diane, you're right. You're supposed to have a bowel movement every day. More the better.
If you eat something like at noontime today, by noontime tomorrow, that should already be coming out of your system. It should be on its way out.
And you see, right, and see, your transit time is something you can work on, and you want your transit time relatively swift. I'm not saying you want to eat something and drink a laxative and get it out of you quick. No, I'm not saying that. But if it's too long, then we need to do things to speed it up. We don't need it in us that long. Like right now, I got mine down to about 7.5 hours. I time my transit time. And, you know, hey, you eat corn, you see corn when it comes out. You eat watermelon, you see seeds, and it's a different color. It's very, it's very important to monitor. It may be disgusting to some people, but it's very important because that will tell you the state of what your body is going through. And there are charts that you can look at that tell you if it's, I'll give 2 or 3 examples. If it's real hard or real mushy, or it's this kind of consistency, or this, you know, considering what you're eating, that's telling you that's the best way. It's a sample of what's going on with your body. And if we concerned ourselves with that more, because most people don't think about that. Like what Diane said was right, you know. And that too, you're supposed to really have a bowel movement after each meal. Yeah. That's another one that's, you know, I mean, for me, it's been right on point with that. It's been 6, 7, 8 times a day, you know, but I'm my mind and my body is so, I'm not training or anything, but that's just the way I am. I nibble, I gotta go. Not like an emergency or whatever have you, you know. When I purposely know I'm going out all day, I may wake up and not really eat much, not really drink much.
Lance, you're a vegetarian, right?
Well, I used to be strict vegan for many years.
Okay.
And then when I realized that there were certain substances that I needed in my body that you weren't going to get that way, and on my hormone level, testosterone was going down naturally. You know, my body was weakening. I was clean, but there were certain things I needed. So right now, you could say I'm a vegan, but I have a little chicken breast, a little fish, a little egg white, but mostly the vegan way. And I stay away from dairy. I try to stay away from wheat. Those are danger foods for me, you know. But I don't push it. Oh, I'm gonna hog down all this protein, and you don't need that as you get older as much. It's not about that. It's just that I've learned through practice, and I was strict with that from 2011 to 2021. I started adding a few more things in there. Even Mrs. Scurv, she's still basically strict vegan, but she's seeing it too, because again, you know, you don't dominate with the animal stuff. And there's certain, I ain't eating no steak, I ain't eating no pork, I don't eat nothing else except a little chicken breast, egg whites every now and then.
You got your own chickens, man?
I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna build a coop and have it where I don't have these steroided up chickens. But the chickens out here, they're real good. They're real good because they're not into the steroid thing out here. But they may bring that stuff out here, And when these guys realize they can grow things fast, and I don't want that, but they grow them out here with nothing, right? So I want to get that just for the sake of being self-sufficient in case there's some world hunger going on, or something in these chickens, or something in these things they're putting in it that you don't want, and the eggs that you get out of it, and to grow the vegetables and the fruits and stuff like that. You know,
You and the wife got a garden already? Y'all have a garden over there?
Oh yeah. That's strictly her business. I don't know much about it, but she's doing an excellent job. But we want to get, honestly, some more land close by to just grow a lot of stuff on some survival type stuff.
Right.
I want to build a small house on it, something small to be in when I'm not here, like that, to really go into the lifestyle, because you never know. You just never know. So, here you get the boreholes and get your well water and have your filters and stuff. So, water is important. You get it right up out here at the mountains. I have my borehole, but it's not connected yet. It goes like 12 stories deep into the ground and pulls up like spring water.
Oh.
Crazy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I was looking at tanks today, actually. And we have tanks already, but that's in the transition. So some huge water tanks today, man.
What about rain, man? How much rain? Y'all get a lot of rain over there?
In the rainy season, it rains all the time. You get a lot of rain. In the dry season, which starts around this early December to April or late March, depending, because it shifts. And it's weird because that's the dry season, but it's warmer. It's warmer than this season, which is rainy in the mountains, right? Humid, it's rainy a lot, but I noticed the last 2 weeks it hasn't been raining that much at all. It's annoying in the rainy season because it's raining every day hard like a daggone hurricane. You know what I mean? But it's cool though. Whatever you're doing outside, you better do it early. That's what it is. And to look at the chat room, Diane, you're right. They're not drinking enough water. They'll drink liquid and think, oh, that's liquid. I'm hydrated, but you need water. But yeah, the seasons up here is just a wet and dry thing. It's always warm. Sometimes it gets a little cooler at night, like this time of the year, like earlier today. Well, right now for me, it's 5:18 a.m. About 2 hours ago, I went to, took a little break when you were talking and just took a little peek out there, and it was cool for here. I don't mean cold like New York cold or whatever, but when you leave the windows open and you fall asleep and it happens to be a cool night, your feet are cold, and the daytime is back hot again.
So Lance, what do they say about America over there? Like,
they think America is heaven on earth, and 9.5, 9.5 Ghanaians out of 10, they'll sell their soul to come to America.
Oh wow!
It's shocking to find somebody.
I know the few guys that I know from over there. They always tell me they going back. They just making the money here, but they going back.
But you know what happens? They tell themselves that before they get to America, and they never end up coming back because it's too sweet for them. And say, oh, I'll stay another year and make some money, because they're getting into the amenities. See, out here, you have the amenities, but the economy behind it doesn't support you to indulge yourself off of the salaries of what you're making out here. They don't make money. You got security guards working in the local drugstore that make more money than the cops out here. That's my word.
Wow.
So jobs, they're jobs that are here, but the jobs are not doing nothing for the people. They're not doing nothing. They're working poor.
Unless you're connected.
Unless you're connected, you're right. And this is why there's so much corruption here, to be honest. It's expected that everybody's looking to get their palms greased. You go to the airport and you come here, oh, please, could you, help me with And some of them are arrogant. That's not enough. You got to give me more. Because see, when you come from America, in their mind, from what they see on social media, you rolling in dough. You got money. You owe me. You see what I mean? So that's what it is.
Oh,
That's the
brother Lance,
expectation.
you have BMW. I have nothing. Give me your car.
Lance, you got a car, Lance? I know I seen you on that scooter, Lance. You got a car?
No, not yet. I'm waiting till the house is completely done. For
Oh, okay.
me, it transportation is extremely easy because the van's going all the way down to the city, come right here. I can walk out here maybe 90 seconds from my house and catch a van, come down. I'm home all the time. The workers that come, I'm here. The maintenance on the car, I'm paying for a car. I don't need that until everything's done. I mean, I always stay below my budget and everything. I'm retired, so, we watch that. But, this place is going to be fabulous. It's just a lot of detailed, icing on the cake. But I'm cool with it like that.
Right. You got a TV and everything, Lance, or you don't watch TV as much?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got the satellite stuff going on and Netflix and all that stuff. I can pull down any stuff. I don't watch that stuff all the time. I will be using it next Saturday to watch that fight. But I'm always reading and trying to keep up with something that I can talk about, and graphics and artwork and writing and all that stuff. And I'll go in the back, I'll go in the balcony, I'll chill. This is my own private nudist camp anyway. Right. I got a high wall around it, nobody can see me except the sun. They say when the sun don't shine, that doesn't apply to me. The sun hits me every day, everywhere. So that's part of the health.
Lance, didn't you used to be a DJ? Did you DJ once upon a time?
Not really, as far as me being a DJ and getting paid for it. I would go with guys that I knew, and I'd jump on the turntables with them, but I wasn't really officially, No,
I thought maybe once upon a time I heard you say you DJed a few parties or something like that.
Yeah, I would go with guys that had their setups, and I'd go and play around. But I won't claim that. And somebody that, no, man, you wasn't no DJ. Like I had a van with my name on it, and I'm showing it with equipment. No, it wasn't like that. I knew guys who had different sets, meaning their setup.
Right.
I might get on there and do something because I was always at a lot of parties. I threw a lot of different type of parties, and I had guys that bring the big sound systems over to my house. And
did you tell them about the time when you were recording LL Cool J in that restaurant? He said, "Man, get the camera out of my face."
We almost got in a fight. Yeah. My friend Angelo, I was speaking to him earlier. He was always on top of technology. So we had this big behind camcorder that he bought. Big camcorder. This was the early 80s. Maybe it was 84 or I'm not sure exactly when, 83, 84, 85. Right around in there before that movie he came out in. So we were walking. We drove, but we would walk a lot. In Queens, at that time, crack just came out, but certain neighborhoods it didn't hit. So we walking out the neighborhood. He had his camcorder with we walked a lot of miles out of where we lived. And so we were on Union Turnpike. I forgot the cross street. It's not there anymore, but it used to be a White Castle. And at that time of the morning, all the White Castles on the weekends and even during the week, they were always filled up because you had clubs that were letting out. And folks, they go to White Castle, which was like Crystals in other parts of the country and whatever. So they had little tiny burgers and stuff. And it was always packed at night. It was always 24 hours, right? So we walk in there with the camcorder. And so he gave it to me. So I had the camcorder. People were looking at me like, what the hell? This guy got a camera, a big camcorder. It was a big thing back then. And they were big too. So we were standing back. I don't think we were in the line yet. The line was long. And we were kind of like near these seats where we can sit down. But I stood up. And so I had the camcorder. So I was panning the whole White Castle restaurant. Everybody's standing. Some people were eating. Some people were standing up. And it wasn't like, don't videotape me type of vibe. Like, what are you doing this for type of vibe? So, people looked at me. A lot of black men. There were nice cars outside. And I figured, well, maybe some of these guys are drug dealers or something. But I was playful. It was nothing. These guys had these big gold chains on and whatever. Just a bunch of guys, you know. But we didn't come with any violence or any kind of attitude. So I'm panning around left to right. And there's this dude sitting next to me to my left. So I kind of panned down on him too. And he looked up at me and sucked his teeth. He said, yo, man, you better get that camera in my face. So I'm paying no mind because this guy, who we found out later on was LL Cool J, he was a tall guy, but he wasn't Diesel like he got eventually. He was still lanky and young and tall. I was the one who was still very much, I was trained, and I was, you know, you couldn't tell it because it was like not the kind of weather. It wasn't winter, it was maybe fall. We had jackets and stuff on. So that time I felt like I was Superman, right? So I pan around again. I come back and I dipped it back toward him, and he said, yo, I told you, man. Don't put that camcorder in my face. Are you hearing the echo? Because I'm hearing the echo on this side.
No.
Yeah, I hear it also.
Okay, let me see if I could. Maybe it lost. Maybe I hit something. Okay, let me see. Okay, I think it's good now. Let me know if you hear it again. So he stood up. And let me cut this other thing down. Maybe I'm hearing it from over here, but it shouldn't be like that. Yeah, so he stood up, and all the other dudes in the place stood up too, like on command. So now I realize these 15 other dudes are with this guy. They go, and the way they were looking at me, I knew some of these guys might have had some guns. They left their cars running outside with the keys in there, like you better not touch it type thing. So it's still an echo, right? I'm gonna finish this story, and I'm gonna mess around with the thing that y'all keep talking. So anyway, I put the camcorder down, and they all walked out. And there were a couple girls left, a couple other people sitting down by the table. And I said to myself, wait, is there another screen open here with this echo? Let me look into the settings. Hold on. Let me look into the settings here. Audio. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's set right. Let me see. What else could this be? I'll figure this out after. So anyway, I'm not dumb. You know, these guys are there. They all walked out. They jumped in these nice, expensive cars. And these girls were giggling. And they were like little sister types. I said, what y'all giggling at? He showed you. I said, who is that clown? You don't know? That's LL Cool J. I said, LL Cool who? Because at that point, he was just a local dude from Hollis, Queens. I didn't know that guy. But he had that bravado about him, and because he was like such a popular local rapper who was destined for big things, already signed and written, and he was Big Willie. I didn't know. I'd see him every now and then. He'd remember me or nothing like that, but I'd see him in the neighborhood, you know, walking up 165th Street, the Coliseum Mall. It's like I saw Biz Marquee and Sweet Tea driving. She was 2 blocks away from my old girlfriend. She drove a Jeep. In other parts of the city, I saw Rakim from Eric B. and Rakim. He was leaning up on a parking meter in front of the Apollo Theater. He was just chilling. I said, oh man, Rakim. So I whipped out this $20 bill and I had him put an autograph on it. I was gonna, you know, put it up on the wall or whatever. And I made a mistake later on that same day and spent that a $20 bill. Seems to have gone away, the echo. Yeah, it did. Whatever either one of us did, it worked. But yeah, so that's what it was, man. I almost had a fight with this guy. He was determined too. But I guess the other guys,
you know what,
kind of
No, I'm just gonna say, Lance, that when you mentioned around that same time frame, I remember when Courtship came out, and remember in the film, because the Beastie Boys was in it, LL was in it, most of them guys from Def Jam Records is in the film.
That's why he was saying.
Remember when
I told him, I said, "Man, I'm taking you to Hollywood." He said, "Man, I'm already in Hollywood." That's what he said.
Yeah, because he was real skinny back then.
Oh
Because
yeah,
remember
yeah.
when they said the audition is over with, and he said no, and he did my radio, and they said, all right, you straight, you cool, all right, no problem, like that in the film. But he was just like, he didn't have a major part in it. He just had kind of like a little side part. You saw him in the
Right.
audition, you see him in the crowd, but nobody really
Right,
knew
exactly.
that he was going to blow up like the way he did.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And that was before he had a little plastic surgery. And then, there was a guy in my gym at Zen's who became his personal trainer. And his name, a little skinny Jew guy who was boxing the Golden Gloves named Scooter. And I
Mhm.
forgot who Scooter is training now, but Scooter didn't know anything about no damn bodybuilding. And if Scooter sees my face, he'll remember who I am. He might not remember the name, but he's one of those guys that because of his small hat connections, because he was one of them guys that he got himself, he was training Kanye West, he was training LL Cool J, he was training a lot of people in Hollywood, but
Mhm.
I remember, but he was in the camp of some boxer, some top boxer recently, because I saw him walking down to the ring. I'm like, this guy, he's making a lot of money.
Mhm.
And he used to come to the gym and train a little bit, always used to wear these blue tight behind sweat bottoms and this white thermal top. He had no body, But see me now, knowing a little bit, because I never pushed myself that way. I never knew where that thing was going. I could have been right in that same position, making that same money.
Mhm.
Friends of mine were saying that too. Like, man, you could have been. I want to hear about the could have been. You just never know how the future's going to go. But this guy,
Mhm.
I guess he elevated himself to learn something, but he looks terrible.
Mhm.
I'm gonna see if I can get an email address for him and reach out to him, because I've listened to certain boxing channels and they bring up his name as a trainer. And oh, good night, Diane. Good night,
All
Diane.
right. Good night, sister. You said
Yeah,
LL had
so
surgery. He had cosmetic surgery.
yeah, I believe it was a nose job. His nose doesn't. If you look at the old pictures of him, um,
Mhm.
coming up until when he did the video, what was the one where he showed his body? A couple of them when he showed his body. He
Mhm.
was taking some shots, I heard, from the inside, to
Mhm.
cosmetically, not he's filled out now and he's older now, so it doesn't look as pronounced.
Mhm.
But he looked a whole lot different, like really quick, because
Mhm.
it's been stated that he wanted to go gangster. He wanted to go, the whole gangster thing, and the people who were around him were like, "No, don't do that. Don't do that. You ain't gonna last. That's not
Mhm.
gonna last."
Mhm.
Appeal to the ladies, and your
Mhm.
audience will grow with you. It's
Mhm.
something as you get older, they'll be with you. They'll identify with you. They
Mhm.
already think you're good looking, and you know you can do some aggressive things, but don't go gangster with guns and don't do that.
Right. Right. Right.
You
Right.
know that's not going
Say,
to be something long lasting.
ladies love Cool J, so just
Yeah, rock that part
keep
of
it
it.
like that. Mhm.
Exactly. And I
Mhm.
mean, like
Do you
nobody told
remember?
you
You
directly,
remember when
but
Ice Cube? You remember Ice
mhm.
Cube was with the CIA posse? You remember when they had came out? It was Ice Cube with the CIA posse.
I don't remember
This was
that
before
name.
NW. This is before NWA,
Right. Yeah, but
but
I
it was
heard he
like
was out
Ice Cube.
before.
Yeah,
That's crazy how that
yeah,
has evolved. And you
yeah.
have
Man,
these soft
you
guys.
guys had a lot of people, man, come out of New York, man, with that with rap. Because, like I said, I grew
Oh,
up
that
in the
was hot back in
Midwest.
the day.
Oh
It
yeah.
was damn near where New Yorkers felt we own rap. You know what I mean? Even
Hmm.
though it's springing up all over the country and stuff like that, there was a time when it was really, really hot. That even the
Hmm.
secondary guys were dope, because there was
Hmm.
there actually was so many. Like I remember back in the
Hmm.
day, you put the radio on at night, like at night when you had these, like, I don't want to call them second rate radio stations, but radio stations where it was easy to get played and get your music
Hmm.
on. There were
Hmm.
so many rappers that were good.
Hmm.
Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, even Staten Island.
Hmm.
You know, I tell you the time I was driving a dollar van at one time after work. And because I was in the street at those times, and at one point it was so lucrative for me. This was back in from September of 95 to like spring of 98. Then I started driving the Lincoln Town Car. But when I was driving the van, it got me into whole different worlds. You know, I was driving around these strippers all up and down the East Coast. I was getting paid well. I ran into a guy named, what was his name? Mathematics. He was a 5%er. And I was getting my hair cut at this barbershop on it was 109th in Van Wyck. I like to name drop because people might hear this years ago and say, man, I used to go to that barbershop. Yeah, so I to authenticate my stories, I like to put it as it was. So I was fanatical when I was growing hair, right? That's why I got sick of it and just shaved everything off. I like to keep everything perfect. So I pulled up my van, I jumped in there and got a haircut. And, you know, I knew all the guys that were there. We talk. And there was this guy I never knew before. He would say, man, I like your van, man. He says, so you rent a dollar van? I said, yeah, I do. He said, you ever go off the route? I said, yeah, I go off the route, man. It's better for me not to be running my van down. I'll go to a spot, wait, whatever. I would run it as a cab also. So he's like, yo, after this, I'm going to Staten Island. He's like, you want to take me to Staten Island? And this guy, he wasn't hustling, but he had money. So I said, yeah, I'll take you. Just for the adventure. I get to, he offered me enough money. It was lucrative for me. I think there's another echo too coming on through. I'm not sure. But Truth Seeker, I don't know if you have your sound up or something, but I see your graph going up when I talk. There might be something that you got to turn down or something. But yeah, so I drove him out to Staten Island, and if you know, New Yorkers know Staten Island is like the bastard child of boroughs in New York City, because to get over there, you got to take the ferry, Staten Island ferry from Manhattan into Staten Island, or you got to take the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. So you were like an outcast when you were there. You lived in Staten Island. It's like, it wasn't easy to get back and forth. So I drove him out there, and we were supposed to go to Wu-Tang offices. I dropped him out there. He had some affiliation with the Wu-Tang Clan. And so when I pulled up out there, he said, hey, man, you want to come up and meet the guys? So I met Ghostface Killer. I met the one who's the leader. I keep forgetting his name. Oh my God, I'm forgetting. And there was a couple of most of the guys I met. So they were telling me, hey man, your van is mad cool, man. They thought I was from Staten Island. They said, Wednesday, we going to the airport, man. You want to drop us off at the airport? I said, sure. I wasn't no groupie, but I wasn't into their music as much. I heard it, but I was impressed to meet them. So I came back out that day, and I hung out there in the offices with them. And when it was time to go, I was just taking them to Newark Airport. So they all piled in my van. I had a Chevy Astro, so it was 7 passengers, but that was all I was there. So I remember merging and looking on my other mirror, and when I merged out, this truck was like, bam! They said, yo, Sir Lance, don't kill us, man. You know. So we got to the airport, and for some reason, their flight was canceled or something, so I had to bring them back and wait with them. And it was some alternative flight that they had to take a couple of hours later. So I did. And that was how I met them. You know, I drove them to the van. Also, when I was driving to Lincoln Town Car to throw it in, what's his name? Capone. I had a weird story with him. Now, when I was driving the Lincoln Town Car, you had to be suited up. You had corporate accounts. You weren't paid cash. And it wasn't the hustle that you had to hustle, because you had to know the streets and how the heartbeat of the streets went when you drove a van on the bus routes. And I did good. I caught on good with that, and I did good. So, but I left it because it was getting tougher. People getting shot and stabbed and robbed, and I didn't really have that problem because I grew up in the neighborhood. So I said, okay, a lot of the guys were going off the road and they were driving the Lincoln Town Car. So I said, okay, let me get into this. I did this in 98. So I'm coming home. Well, basically the way that they would do it, you would pick what area of the city you wanted to work from. And some guys had their favorite areas, because these companies that you drove for, I drove for 2 separate companies. And there was one that had a lot of entertainment accounts, And there was this other company that was more boring, but they had corporate accounts. And so I would always pick Manhattan West in the Midtown, because you'd get some nice long runs from there most of the time. And when you were in line, you had your direct radio, you had to hold that position. Whatever you got was the luck of the draw. A lot of times I get runs to Pennsylvania. You like those because it's just a straight run. You know, your toll is taken care of and everything. You get a voucher and you want to get out of the city. Sometimes you get a run 3 miles over. It's like a short run, but you lost your place in line, but you better take it. You know what I mean? So I'd be out there from 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and take a little break. You radio in and say, okay, listen, take me off the line. I'm going to eat now. I'll probably be back in 2 hours. Okay, call in when you're ready to work again. So there's a lot of lonely hours out there in Manhattan, but you had to stay near your radio. So anyway, I was done for the day. I think I had a run to Pennsylvania. I had some short runs, but I made a good quota of money that day. So I'm heading on home. And I lived in Queens, right by the Van Wyck Expressway, next to Jamaica, technically on Richmond Hill, but I claimed Jamaica. So as I'm almost home, I get a call on the radio. They call you by number. They said, call me on the phone, because they provided a cell phone. So I called the dispatch on the phone, and this is like 2 in the morning. Like, what is he calling me for? Because I took a long break, and I wasn't going to drive the next day because I was out so late. So he said, Lance, we have a run to New Jersey, to Jersey City, with Mr. Noriega, and please, could you do this? Because we don't have anybody at this time in the area. Could you do it? And I was like, did this guy a lot of favors. I was like, I'm really tired. I said, I might be accident prone. I went to Pennsylvania just a little while ago, man. I drove to Philadelphia and came back after a long, slow day. So, say, please, Lance, you got to do this for me, man. So I called, we on the phone. I said, listen, man, you need to hook me with some good runs. So the guest was on the Van Wyck Expressway, right above Rockaway Boulevard, black neighborhood, right? So I'm not prejudiced against my own people, but I'm like, this time of night in the black neighborhood, who is this? It was a corporate account going to Jersey City. So I pull up in front of this address, and the door is open. It's a private, black household. You can see this old grandmother type in the doorway. And it was strange vibes. Like, she's in there, she waved at me, I waved back. And all of a sudden, this little dude, a grown man, but he was hunched over on this little bike where they had the little tires, right? These little tiny tires. He was pedaling real fast, coming near my car, and I'm looking, and he got off and walked inside the house, came out, kissed his grandmother, and started walking to my car. Pants was sagging. Who the hell is this? In the car, I got a suit on, man. I'm like, who is this? So he jumped in. He said, oh, man, I'm sorry to keep you, waiting. He says, yo, on the way to Jersey City, right? Can you go through Left Rack? See, he was originally from Left Rack, but I didn't know who this was. So he sat in the back, and he's like, yo, could you put this CD in? I said, sure. So it was one of his songs, and it sounded, what, some kind of song, but it was always on the radio. So he was legit, but he just looked like a little corner dude selling some crack. Not that I'm trying to be, racist against my own people, but that's what he looked like. He smelled like weed.
Right.
So, okay. I got into the dispatch. I picked him up. So we did a detour to Left Rack City, and he picked up another guy. And so then we went and got through the tunnel and got out to, and I was tired, but he took off the CD and he played the radio, and that same song came on. And he's like, yo, you that's me, right? Because he was rapping, it sounded just like the dude on the radio.
Right.
I said, oh, snap. So you're Noriega? He said, yeah, man. I see him now. He's on Drink Champs and everything. Now, he wouldn't remember that. You know how many times people drove him home? So we got to the doorway, and I was like, okay, have a good night. He said, no, man, pull over. I want to show you my crib, man. Come on up. I said, okay, no problem. I didn't feel no danger. The doorman told me where to park because I couldn't block up the roundabout.
Right.
But it was a nice, luxurious, tall, luxury building. That's why I said I'm coming up. It was some hood trap looking thing. Nah, man, I ain't going up in there looking like this with no suit. You gonna try to get me. You know what I mean?
Right.
So We went in, other doorman opened up. Good evening, Mr. Norgay. I'm like, wait a second. This dude, I mean, I know he's a rapper, but this dude's living good. So we go inside, and there's it was just so nice, but it was the wee hours now. And so we get into the elevator, we go up real high, and we walked into the apartment. He had a little push button thing, you know, ahead of his time. We went in there, man. That place was nice. And there were girls in there, man. Grown women, but they were like half naked laying around. They were weeded up. So one jumped up, kissed her on the mouth. Hey, baby, how you doing? And the other one, he kissed her on the mouth. And he looked at me and said, yo, man, you want to hang around, man? We're going to have some fun now. And the other guy was like, he said, don't turn this man's mind out. You know, he probably got a wife and kids to go home to. And I'm thinking to myself, you might be a rapper, but you probably never did the things I did. You know, I didn't say that. So I hung around a little while.
Right.
And he brought me something to eat, something to snack on. And he had a maid there. And then I peeped it. The girls were, you know, getting sexual and stuff with the other guy. I wasn't scared, but I'm like, I wasn't living like that at that point. You know,
you're just a guest.
Yeah, and I'm just a guest. But he's like, hey man, you can hang out. He's telling me you can hang out. You mad cool. Because we had a good conversation coming up. He said, yo, man, you ain't corny like the other drivers. I said, nah, I'm not.
I said, wow.
I'm from the same neighborhood. You know, I said, you from left right, but your family's from Jamaica. I'm across the bridge. You know, so we were talking and stuff like that. And you know, I could have hung out and made a connection and got involved with stuff. I drove with the other company, Funkmaster Flex. I don't know if you know him as a DJ.
I remember him.
But that was back.
I remember him.
If you heard his name before, I hung out with him.
Used to do a lot of mixtapes.
Yeah, Funkmaster Flex.
I remember him.
He's on YouTube. You know,
I bought one of his CDs before.
Yeah,
back in the
Modell's,
90s.
the sports store. I don't think Modell's is around anymore. I don't know if anybody who's listening to this in New York would know, but they had several locations and everybody went to Modell's. Sneakers, jumpsuits, exercise equipment. That was like a staple in the black neighborhoods, especially. Jews owned it. And I drove home Michael Modell several times out to Far Rockaway where he lived. Or Rockaway Park, I believe. And it was luxurious. One of the old shows that I just re-uploaded, I was speaking about his house by the beach. And Modell's actually was having this thing for a week. It was some kind of promotional event that they had at different places. And I got to meet some of the DJs from the radio, Hot 97. I drove around a few of them all week. So they got to know me on a first name basis. I felt like I was working at Hot 97. But it was always at a Modell's or some other place where they had free giveaways and they had stars. I had to go to a certain part of Jersey that week and pick up Earl the Pearl Monroe. I'll never forget that. And I'm not into basketball, but I was like, man, you got to roll with that guy. I brought him back and I brought him out and he was there the whole day. So I was kind of hanging out with them, you know, on call. So it wasn't like you're going to go and do another run. You know, it was mad cool. The food, and sushi. I love sushi back then. So, you know, I was hanging out. Who else was there too? There was a couple of notables that didn't get super big, but they were, you know, we thought they were. There was this Chinese chick who was a DJ. She was real good, but she never really made it big. But she was like under the wing of tutelage of Funkmaster Flex. So, you know, in New York City, you do different things. You get a chance to meet different people, and it was mad cool. But I always bumped into celebrities. I'm not gonna say I knew them, but you know, in a place like that, especially back in that day, right before the internet blew up, you know, you get around because I always got around. You know, I remember just to throw another one in there, I had bumped into Melba Moore, the singer. And this was back in '78. I was in Midtown Manhattan. I had this big Polaroid camera. You know, you had to wait for it to develop.
Shake it, and pull it out, and you shake it.
I had it around my neck.
Put its face
down. I was always in Manhattan. So I was on Broadway and I think like 49th Street. It was across the street from where what's his name, the talk show host, David Letterman had his show.
Mm-hmm.
And I went into those little delis were expensive, but I wanted something out of there that I think only they had. So I
Right.
was getting ready to open the door, and she comes out the door. I said, "Oh my God, Melba Moore." I said, "Can I take a picture of you?" "Oh, no, 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 no." And she walked away.
Uh-huh.
And then when I saw her story at that time, she was going through some really rough times. So and she had no makeup on. So
Oh wow.
she did not look like herself. She needed
You,
it.
you- you know, in those services industry, you meet a lot of people. My mom back in the '80s, she used to have a catering company, and she met Linda Hamilton, the sister from Sanford and Son.
Oh wow.
That played Fred's. Yeah, he knew her. She knew her.
Yeah.
They were close friends. She also who else was it that she knew? Jesse. You remember Jesse Johnson from the Times?
Yeah, with the hair. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
she used to work with her when they used to cater
Gigolos
some
Get Lonely
events.
Too. I love that song.
Yeah, Gigolos get lonely
Get
too.
lonely too.
She said, yeah,
Exactly.
she said she used to work with Jesse Johnson's brother. And she told me,
Wow.
she said, I was just thinking about this today early. She said that he told her, because they grew up Jehovah's Witness. And he used to, I guess she was a single parent raising her sons. And one time he was playing the guitar so loud that the mom took the guitar and threw it out the back door.
Wow.
And then he called his mom the B word and just walked out the house.
What?
That's what he told my mom that happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You know,
Yeah.
for a time, what was it back in, I think it was back in 84. It wasn't 85, it was 84. I worked in Bijan. You ever heard of Bijan Paxad, the designer? You probably
in New York.
Yeah, but New York. He had a store about 2 blocks down. I'm gonna drop his Wikipedia link in there. 2 blocks down from Trump Tower. And all we had to do, because he had these ugly suits. He was a short Iranian dude who never wanted to admit he was from Iran, but he said Syria. And he had a big ego. He was really short, and he had this model who he was dating, and she was just on him because he had money, and she kept her hair blonde. So he's from the Middle East, and those guys like blondes a lot of times, and the whole American looking thing, even though she wasn't born in America. But we were just props. We would just stand there, and he would always hire bodybuilders, and so we had a tuxedo on, gloves and stuff, and all we would do was open the door. Now, in his boutique, it was by appointment only. You weren't going to walk up to Bijan's boutique, which was a big store, had a double staircase, and this chinchilla throws and these suits, and these things always at least $100,000, $50,000, $60,000. These suits, and they were really ugly. But he had on top of the staircase, it was like a sitting room that was pretty huge, tables and pictures of presidents from other countries and dignitaries and sports people, entertainers that wore his suits. And he might have one customer a day. And it didn't have to be one customer a day, but you'll never see 5 people roll up in there, because the amount of money he made, when them customers came, he would cater to them. And they would sit up in there with him for hours, 3 and 4 and 5 hours. They had a kitchen downstairs, whatever the customer made, because he would know ahead of time before they come in, unless it was somebody who came at the last minute who was a money person. And they knew not to show up. They would call because they wanted to be catered by him. And he also had a place, I believe, in Beverly Hills, place out there, but he was mostly in Manhattan. So we take turns, me and this guy named Aubrey and another guy that got me the job there. And it was whatever it was paying real good. But people are looking in the window at the clothes, and then you're in the doorway. They got these tall doors, glass doors. And my thing to pass the time by when I was there like that, because it was very boring, I would try to overhear what people outside were saying. And I would stand so still sometime. You see the white people, is he real? He hasn't moved in 2 minutes. You know what I mean?
Like a mannequin.
Exactly. So, you know, you shift a little bit, people will see that you moved and stuff, and they try to knock on the door. Can we come in? And they would tell me to explain, like, it's by appointment. They had a little sign there,
only.
by appointment only. I saw Sylvester Stallone walk by, and he had long hair. He was tan. I don't know if it was a Rambo thing he was doing around that time, but he was shorter than what I thought. George Benson.
I heard a lot of people say that. My partner, remember I told you my partner's from New York. We was watching the fight. He said he saw Stallone in New York, and he said he's little. Yeah, in fact, he said he was talking to somebody, and he said he said I know he heard me because he said, "Man, that dude is little, man, compared to be on TV and the movies."
He had these tall heels on with these long jeans, like to hide the actual, you know, shoes that he had on. But he was walking fast. George Benson and the richest one that I ever didn't meet him. He walked right past me because, you know, he had his nose up his backside. Was Adnan Khashoggi. At the time, he was the world's richest man. Wow. And the hoopla that they made over him, I think he came there in the late afternoon and he kept Bijan in the store till really late, and we had to stay. So when his limo pulled up, there were cars behind him. They jumped out. Wouldn't you believe they rolled out? They had this little, maybe it was like 3 feet across. They rolled out. I wouldn't say it was red, but they rolled out this carpet from the curb to the door. Opened up umbrellas to hold over him. It was late afternoon, but the sun wasn't hitting direct because with those tall buildings, the sun is at an angle. It's just light. And I was walking down the steps to open the door, but the other guy with him pulled the door open. So I stepped to the side and let him walk on in. I think I said good afternoon to him, but he didn't say nothing back to me because, you know, we're not going to say anything to these niggers. You know what I mean? So he came in there and, you know, we were allowed to leave, you know, because he was going to stay late. But there was a lot of tension because Bijan was an egomaniac. You couldn't tell him nothing. You couldn't really speak to him. He'd come in. Everybody had to say, if you didn't say good morning to him when he came in, even with attitude, he'd fire you on the spot. He'd give some of them white girls working for him like a hard time and they're crying. Oh, Bijan didn't like the way I handled the customer or whatever. But he was the one handling the customer. He would boss them around, whatever. And I had caught that injury on my back in '84. I wasn't there in the capacity to lift anything. There was this huge pot with this indoor, I can't say tree, but that's basically what it was live. It had dirt. And he wanted me and this other guy to roll it over a couple of feet. And I told him, I said, listen, I said, I got a back injury. You know, I got documentation for it. Whatever. He got mad. And that's the last day I worked there because he had something to say. And I embarrassed him in front of all the people that he had scared of him. I said, I'm not going to endanger myself and I don't have any backup from this job. And he said something like I'm supposed to be subservient and shut up. I said, listen, I'm not scared of you. You need to find somebody else to come up in here and work for you tomorrow because I'm not going to be here. You understand? And I think I scared him too. He had a bodyguard who was a retired police officer who was up in this room up top looking at cameras. His name was Mr. Rosso. He had the Rosso. He was calling him. I'm walking up the steps to get my stuff, and he's looking. You know, I didn't have a problem with Rosso. He's trying to make it seem like I was going to do damage to him because he's a little guy. He was scared. Bijan. I gave him a few words on the way out. He didn't like it. I never came back.
But I bet you he respected you.
Oh yeah, he was because I always show respect. I was always here on time. Never had no problems. The customers that were passing by, you know, they liked me, whatever. Because sometimes there were people who lived in Manhattan that he was gonna get stuff to them, you know. And he would ask me, he said, could you deliver, you know, one of the guys, his lifelong friend, Mr. Ali, he's probably
Mhm.
passed on too.
Mhm.
He used to dog him out. Mr. Ali was running up and down them steps, chain smoking, and he was always Ali, Ali. He was a bully. He wasn't a nice guy,
Mhm.
right? The way he
Mhm.
treated the women that were there, and he had that Middle Eastern,
Excuse me.
mentality
Mhm.
toward women, you know,
Right.
and blacks were below him. He didn't say that,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
after a while, I saw little things of it. He never saw no fear from me. You know, I was
Mhm.
firm, I was fair, but he
Mhm.
never saw anything on me jump or anything like that. And
Mhm.
they watch me hard. They watch everybody there hard.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, so I delivered this thing something to over by Sutton Place, and was near my old high school.
Mhm.
It's on the east
Mhm.
side of Manhattan.
Mhm.
You go straight down
Mhm.
57th Street to the end, and this guy's
Mhm.
place was, I don't know who he was and what he did. He was some kind of musician, but his I couldn't even call it a condo. It's just like a huge. It was like an apartment, but the ceilings were huge and the furniture. I
Mhm.
was like, whoa, you know.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of money
Mhm.
running around with regular looking people who walk around Manhattan. Sometimes they go to the
Mhm.
bookstores, little restaurants,
Mhm.
and they dress regular, but you just never know.
Mhm. Mhm.
So you
You
have
know,
to keep
the
your eyes open.
most humble, Brother Lance. That been said, the most humble, one of the most richest men that I ever met, and
Mhm.
it was just the most humble. Like we were in a room, there's a bunch of people in the room, and he was talking to me. I was talking with him,
Mhm.
and it felt like we were the only two people in the room conversing with each other. Was Muhammad Ali. This
Wow.
had to be maybe
That's
1983. 1983,
wow.
I believe.
I've heard other people say that he has a way of really making you feel that he's engaging with you, not like, oh, okay, I'm gonna brush you off type thing.
No, no. You would
Total
be in a room.
focus.
It was a bunch of people. It was like hundreds of people
Mhm.
there. And when I was, I was a young guy back then, and he was talking with me. And there was some other brothers around, young brothers like my age at the time, like
Right.
teenagers, in their teens.
Right.
But when he and I was talking, it was like he was talking directly to me, and nobody else was even there.
Right.
I mean, he was
Right.
engaging other people. That's the way he
Right.
was.
Right. But when he
But
spoke
when
with
he
you,
speaks with you, it's like it's just you and him.
right.
And I was like, wow, this is amazing.
Wow.
This man is incredible, man. He's incredible. I was like, wow.
Wow.
He wasn't cussing and doing all that stuff. He was already finished boxing and all that. He was done with
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Yeah. That was about 2 years since he fought Burbick. Yeah,
Yeah.
my friend who I call Jack Griffin, he took some photos with him. My other friend,
Mhm.
Kevin, was in the early 70s. He was training for some fight, and he went to Deer Lake, Pennsylvania, the training camp. But I don't think he had a chance
Mhm.
to shake Ali's hand, but he saw him. But he was real
Mhm.
young then. That had to be when he was like about 12 or 13 years old. So
Mhm.
he took all these pictures, and the former welterweight champion Johnny Saxton was a friend.
Mhm.
Uh, his father was a friend of his, so he came along too. But the
Mhm.
pictures, the photographer that they had, something happened with a film got messed up. Because it wasn't like now with digital stuff. All those pictures he took
Right.
was
Mhm.
damaged. That hurt him so
Mhm.
much. But he always talks about that.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
just something, you live in certain areas, and even if you don't, you just happen to run into people. And there are a whole lot more that I can recall, but I just don't recall right now. But that's just the way it is. The other thing is, you're walking around town and they're shooting a movie, like
Mhm.
in
Mhm.
Manhattan. So back in the day, they block off a whole street. And you see all these cop cars, and you say, "Wait a second, what's going on there? Oh, they're shooting a movie." You find out what the name of it is. It doesn't come out for 2 years.
Mhm.
That's the way
Mhm.
that is. But yeah, man, it's amazing, and
It is.
I had my fill of it. I mean, it's not like I love New York, but I love New York the way it used to be. And I'll be
Mhm.
doing some shows talking. If I can get some friends of mine to bring up some nostalgia. We talk every day about different New York nostalgia, but they don't ever really come on. You know,
Mhm.
yeah, okay, I'll come on later, whatever. And they would add interesting perspectives. Especially from the 70s and the 80s. That's
Mhm.
a different New York. It was still dirty, it was still grimy, but it had a flavor to it. Right
Mhm.
now, it's a different feel. It's too
Oh yeah.
whitewashed. It's too
I've seen them
cleansed. And it's
rats. I've seen them rats up in New York, man. Some
Oh
big
yeah,
rats.
yeah. Now, that part is the worst ever. A friend of mine, or Madam Whipass, who comes on and does little things sometime with me. She was telling me recently she went to New York, and she was like, "Lance, the rats are different now in New York. Rats were wild back in the 70s and 80s. But she tells me now that like they walk around people. They're not scared of people anymore." She said she was talking to somebody, and there were a bunch of rats by the light pole, about 15 of them. They threw something over there, and they didn't even move. Like they're so acclimated to being around people. And how can you stop it when the subways are the breeding grounds? They go down underground. They're warm in the wintertime. They come out when they want. There's garbage cans to eat out of, and they're big now. I remember, I'll tell you a story about it. This was back in the 80s, like about 86, 87. I was down in Greenwich Village. And, you know, you can hang out down there at night. You know, like I said, that's the gay part of town. But heteros go down there for the restaurants and hang out. And they got that famous basketball court down there, that outside where a lot of famous people have played. Right across the street on the same street, which was, I think, a 3rd Street. There was a McDonald's there. So me and my old girlfriend, it was late, but things stayed open late down there every night, basically, except really Sunday. But there was a poster shop down there where I used to get my black and white posters. Malcolm X, Bob Marley, Billie Holiday, you know, Miles Davis, always black and white. But I had some nice posters there. And so we're walking past this McDonald's, it's closed, and something caught my eye because it was a little dark, but the kitchen part was open. And they had about 15 to 20 rats on the counter in that McDonald's, jumping around. I'm like, they must.
And it was closed?
Problem. It was closed, yeah. Rats like you don't sleep. Rats.
Yeah.
In the subways, the rats are on the train tracks jumping around the 3rd rail. And I had that situation where these guys, I think I told you the story before, when me and my friend, Sunday night, this man broke in my room, and I grabbed him, but I let him go. My mother was scared. She came in and she thought I was going to kill the guy. I was 17 years old. The next night, we had to call the cops and everything, whatever. Longer story than that. But the next night, because there was a block party in my block on that Saturday night, and I had all these trophies in the front room, posters, it was lit up. And people, you know, somebody saw that and said, okay, I'm going to go in there and rob. But nobody's bedroom is in the front like that, but it was. So now I'm riding the bike with my friend. I'm messed up in the head. I was violated, meaning that, you know, somebody broke in my room. So I'm going down Hillside Avenue off of Sutphin Boulevard, and this car pulls up next to me. And it was a woman in the middle. It was a Ford. Oh God, my father had one. It was an old vehicle. It was 4 doors, and it was a small vehicle. So anyway, they pull up parallel next to me. I'm riding my bike down the street. My friend Elton is behind me. And so they pulled up next to me slow. And the driver said, "Is that him?" And the girl in the middle was crying, and there was a guy on the passenger side. It was a bench seat, so they sat across. Yeah, that's him. I'm like, they think I did something to her. So it wasn't good because I saw the gun in his lap. They pulled up about 6 car lengths and pulled into a spot face in, like they were waiting for me to pass them. So I did a high old silver with the daggone bike, and I told Elton, "Get out of here. I don't know who's hit these guys are, but they're going to kill me." And he's sitting there, "Well, what's happening?" Man, I said, "Get out." I left him because I wasn't leaving him like a punk. But I knew they were coming after me for some reason.
You tried to tell him. It's not like you just turned around and just
I'm going to sit here and have a conversation with you. Are we going to sip tea? No. So I rode my bike so fast back half a block. They made a spinning U-turn. And they cut across oncoming traffic, which there was none. My bike hit the curb. The subway station was there. I jumped off the bike, hit the grating, jumped down the steps, jumped over the turnstile. The toll clerk, and they had pulled right up before I hurled myself down. So I'm thinking they're behind me. So I'm running down on the side that was going toward Manhattan. There's nobody down there. I ran to the end. And what made me bring up the story is the rats. So I'm quiet, they had this electronic thing that was buzzing, so I couldn't really hear anything. So I said, these guys probably think I'm going to the Manhattan side. I decided to jump down on the tracks, you know, and the platform was high. Never looked. I've never been down on the tracks.
And then the train could have came too.
Yeah, well, check this out. There were 3 lanes, you know, one for the Manhattan side, one for the going back toward 179th and 168th Street. In the middle lane for express to go through because express trains would come through there. And I had to step over the 3rd rail. You touch that thing,
you get electrocuted. Yep.
Yes, instantly. So I stepped over between. I stepped over. Now I'm in the middle. I step again, and I stepped on a rat, man. I wanted to jump, but I couldn't jump because if I jumped and touched the 3rd rail, I'm dead. So I stepped over the other one. I'm on the other side, and I had to really pull myself up. Now I feel the wind coming from the subway, which means that there's a train coming.
Yeah.
So I throw my leg up, pull myself up. It was a shorter train, so I had to run up to catch it. I got in, and I took the from Sutphin to Parsons to 168th and 168th. So you can walk down from Hillside Avenue and go to the precinct. Go to the precinct. I told them what happened, and that was a precinct that years later, when I say 89. And that was 80 when that happened. So 9 years later, that was the same precinct they brought me to, and those cops pulled me over and beat me down. So yeah, I told everything. Come to find out, that girl, I danced with her at the block party for like 10 seconds. My friends were around. I was in front of the house, and she came to me, bending over, pushing up on me. So I did a little wine with her, held her around her waist, whatever, and then she walked away laughing. You know, girls do that sometimes. I was 17 years old. Didn't know that she had the mind of like a 8-year-old, a 9-year-old, 7, 8-year-old, but a grown, fully developed, voluptuous woman's body. And she was pretty. I didn't know that. I didn't do nothing to her. But when they said, is that him? She remembered me from that with her mind that was not, she was 22 or something like that, but she had the mind of an 8-year-old. Come to find out, it was 3 years or 4 years after that, they found her body decomposing by the side of that highway that was in the neighborhood right there. Yeah, because it's not her fault because she had that kind of mind, but she had that kind of body. Guys were coming over to the house, neighborhood drug dealers, regular dudes. When she was home by herself, but they shouldn't have left her, you know, she's in the doorway with some little scanty thing coming on, you know, and they look at her and she's smiling, and ended up some dudes going up in there in the neighborhood, man. They're running trains on her. And nobody else really knew. Older men, just everybody was getting it. Mailman and everything. Yeah.
Wow.
Mailman got fired.
But she was. I know you said she had the mind of a child, basically, but she was volunteering to do this. It wasn't like anybody was like making her.
No, she volunteered for it because, you know, that was pleasure. But she was had a child's mind. But she got attention, and a lot of dudes were running through her, and she wanted it. She'd come out. She knew that if she came out, a little t-shirt on, half naked, bending over, something like that, and somebody walks by, hi, good morning, boy, you looking, hi, how you doing? My name is so-and-so. They didn't care that she was talking a little different. Her body was really out there. I mean, as a man, you see her, you don't know. She was a specimen, and there was no look in her. She didn't no crazy looking eyes and nothing like that. She was really a beautiful young lady, but these guys took advantage of her.
Brother Lance, let me ask you a question. That being said, because originally we talked about social media, right?
Right.
Now, at that time, social media didn't exist. You're saying like the late 80s.
Right, just about, yeah.
You see women today.
That was August of 1980 when that happened, but she died 4 years later.
Okay. Today, we see women like on OnlyFans. Would you say that a lot of this activity with women objectifying themselves, do you think it's more based on money, for them getting monetized, or you think it's more based on attention?
It's attention. The money's a byproduct, but it's a validation because there are a lot of women who, the way that they look, or the way that men will ogle them and look at them, a lot of them don't feel it. And the attention is like a narcotic because it's not real. And they're getting this free attention. And girls who may not have a certain look as far as their body is concerned or their sex appeal that conveys over the pictures or the video, they still getting the attention. Because these guys out here, I'm not saying you have to find a picture perfect woman. There is none. There are women who fit certain standards, but these guys will try to get something from any old whatever. Bad body, not taking care of yourself, whatever. It is what it is. And it feels good to these women. They can make money, but it's that dream again of being this person who's worshipped, and they can get money from these guys. And social media has made them feel as though they're worthy for this, that you have to pay me just to sniff my panty. You got to pay me just to look at what I got between my legs. You see what I mean? So it's a validation thing, because I'm not saying women are insecure, but we all have some measure when we're younger, especially of some type of healthy insecurity that we have to overcome, more or less. Some don't. But like with me, my father as a real man raising me, and you know, the physicality that I had earlier on, and I didn't have the normal set. Oh, my arms are too small, or I don't look. I was a young teenager competing, so I had that confidence. But in the world now, as far as like, oh, what are you gonna do and make money? And I had that insecurity, like, you know, I gotta get money. You know what I mean? But we all have different levels. It's like an equalizer on a certain song. You know, you push up certain levers to balance the sound out to the acoustics of the room or whatever. So we all got to change little things, and it may be more for you in this one point for you, and it may not be none for me, but it may be more for me in this point, and yours is covered. So with women, and they grow up this way. Now they see this, and you even have some older women who get into this stuff. They get intoxicated from the attention. You know, that attention is a drug. Even the men who are in it, they get crazy. Look at the YouTubers who get to be egomaniacs, and you know, it's all about them. They invite a guest to come on the show to interview them, and they're talking over them and dominating, arguing with the guest. And you interview, so let them talk, and you may disagree, but let them talk. People want to hear what they have to say. You know, the only time I'd get crazy is if somebody comes on and insults you as a person who comes on, or a guest that's being interviewed or whatever. Like, don't come insulting nobody. We're gonna have some good talk here, but don't, you know, you may say, oh, I disagree, and you tell the reason. That's cool. No, man, you wrong. You stupid, man. You don't know what the hell you talking about. No. We can't have it like that now. And I got to moderate. When you're in the ring as a referee in a good boxing match, they usually don't see the referee. When he has to do something that he has to do, you see him then. Right? So that's the approach I take. But yeah, it is. And yeah, she was raped and killed. And she was giving it away to a lot of people. And those guys, they didn't see me to apologize, but I had friends that after what happened with me, I put it out there. They knew where they lived. It wasn't too far. Right? The brothers who were with her, they didn't live in the house where she was in, but I didn't want to have that bounty on my head. Like, these people, somebody's out there trying to kill me. They found out, and they let them know that I danced with her, and I didn't know that she had an issue. But they were seeing every day the dudes that were running up in their system. But I saw it, man. I was like, and
they knew it too, right?
It wasn't. But I didn't do to her what somebody else did to her.
And the brothers knew it too.
Yeah. They found out it wasn't me. Actually, I had a visor on my head. You know, maybe look different. I don't know. But she remembered my face from that time at the block party 2 nights earlier. The night before, somebody breaks in my room. So this is what made me not paranoid, but I'm always making sure my locks are straight. even after we do this show, it's daylight over here now. I'm gonna walk around, and I got a big wall around the place. There's something about me. It just changed me. I'm not scared, but I'm always on point watching certain things, especially at home.
This comes from living in New York.
And that too. Those incidents back to back didn't happen. It still comes from that, because you see it. I mean, yeah, you can live in Chicago and be the same way, Miami, whatever, but that there around those times, and it feels so, man, I thought I was gonna die that night, man. I pedaled that bike so hard. I'm glad the chain didn't pop. They would have got me. You know, and I threw myself down a full flight of steps, concrete, caught myself, did it again. Thank God my knees were young. But that's traumatic, man. The next night, I know it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, but back then, crack wasn't around, and the gang stuff wasn't around, and crimes were more petty. You know, you had guns, but things didn't really happen like that in Queens. And this stuff had to find me again. I was like, God, dog. And I couldn't sleep at night for a long time. I just stay up. You know, my folks were home, but I had to wait till the sun came up to feel safe. It's crazy, man.
It's the streets could talk.
And they could have got me. You know, I mean, they just decided to, you know, shoot me there. It's crazy. But yeah.
Did you ever talk to your friend on the bike?
He grabbed my bike and was heading, because he lived 2 doors. Was it 2 doors? Yeah, 3 doors away down from my house. And he was riding with my bike to bring it. And they were driving next to him. They was, yeah, we're gonna kill your friend. And they were cussing. We're gonna kill him. They weren't gonna do nothing to him because they weren't real killers per se, but they would have did something. They came out looking to do something. Probably just pop me and just drive, or kill me and just drive off, whatever.
Right.
But they were threatening him, and he was scared. But he
Could
got my
imagine.
bike. And that was a good distance where we were too. You know, night before.
You were down there with the rats.
Man, I stepped on a rat, man. And there was a bunch of them, man. That scared me. I would have just jumped. If it was normal, I would have jumped, moved my foot, and I would have hit that, you know. I had to contain myself, you know. I wanted to jump. I jumped a little bit, but it was a bunch of them. And I stepped over it quick. Stepped right in the middle of it, man. And I felt the weight of it wiggling under my foot, man. It was
Wow.
Then I had to walk toward more that were under the edge of the platform and pull up. Oh, man. But I was scared of somebody coming behind me trying to shoot me. So, you know, I wouldn't have naturally wanted to do that around them rats, but And I was so glad when that train was coming.
Like, so it's time to get up. Time to get up and get out. The train, rats or no rats.
Rats are no, exactly. Feet don't fail me now.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
You know what I was thinking about what you said that day about the guy was with the woman and they were playing like a slave role and she was calling him names. I said she probably called him Toby.
Oh yeah.
And he was happy. Toby.
Yeah, man, a lot of bizarre sex play out here. I've seen a lot of it. I've seen some weird stuff that I wish I didn't see.
Hey, Lance, he probably didn't want to be called Kunta. He wanted to be called Toby.
Oh, yeah, that would have made a better effect for him, too. Yeah.
Yeah. Get down there. Exactly. Get down there. Get down there and wash them dishes, Toby. Yeah.
Oh, I know a dude who used to mess with this older white woman, man. They did some of the slave play, too. He actually wanted her to call him the N-word. Yeah. He got off on that. Black man. Got off on that. And he was worshiping this white woman.
Wow.
You know, he was submissive to her. And she was I saw her too. Because I said, man, next time I'm gonna come over there. Not come over there, but in the street. It's like I'm gonna meet her, man. We're gonna get something to eat. I said, man, I'm gonna pay. I want to see what she look like. I was like, yeah, that woman calling you that. I don't care if you think she's gorgeous, but man, she looked like who did it and ran, man? Like
10 miles
are
of
you
bad road.
serious? Yeah, so you would go over there.
You know what's killing me? I remember, I forgot who did it. It might have been you. That somebody did a story about this lady. She's like 80 years old on OnlyFans, like grandmother. And she's like granny. And these young guys are hitting her up. And this woman is 80 years old, man.
There's a
She
big
got on
market
the,
for that, brother.
she got on the lingerie, 80 years old.
There's a big market
80,
for that.
Yeah.
Aside from interracial porn, and of course, now the category now is twisted. The bisexual men, like when they go to bed with a woman, you know, you see you see porn, it's so available, it pops up. You see a man with a woman, you see a man with two women. Sometimes you see two men with one woman, and now you may see two men with one woman, and that woman is sucking on the guy, and the next guy taking turns sucking on the same guy. Like, wait a second here. That's a growing market. That's a growing segment, you know? And of course, interracial is always big, but the granny porn, that's growing. That's big. A lot of young men have a fetish that way. And I'm gonna tell you one thing too, what I heard as I was walking toward the mall in Accra, and there was a street preacher preaching. My mind links up all kind of relevant stuff together. So when I talk about one thing, sometimes something else pops up. But the preacher was a female. It was a female preacher. The guy next to her, but she was. I heard him, and as I approached to pass by them, she starts preaching, and she says, "Yes, you know, in Ghana's cursed. Some of you mothers, some of your very mothers, you have your son for sex, and it's the first experience. There's too many of y'all out here in Ghana. I'm going to talk about it. I don't care who doesn't like me. There's too many fathers with their daughters, but there's too many of you mothers and grandmothers who are having sex with your sons, your grandsons, your nephews. Y'all got to stop because it's epidemic." I'm like, whoa. Never heard that in America, which I know things are going on in little hick towns.
Oh, you know, without a doubt. But you know what's crazy? You know, Lance, I remember like in the 70s, my uncle used to have like little girly magazines, you know, and you know, he might go to the liquor store somewhere, you know, and you grab a magazine and you look in and everything. So you're like, oh wow, so this is what a woman looks like with no clothes on. And then remember how you used to turn to the back and remember when they used to have the videos on 8mm?
Right,
you could order on the little
I had
reels.
a friend that had 8mm hand. We would go in my friend's basement and watch him. He had to string it up.
He had a projector. Did he have a projector, or he had the one where you had to turn it with your hand? Like you put on one side
No, he had
and
the
you turn
projector,
it.
but to turn it with the hand, that was more primitive.
Yeah, it was. Because you had to set it up just right and everything and put it in there.
Wasn't no
you had to
rewind
turn
or
it.
fast forward. You had to turn it with your hand. I saw in the comment section somewhere in some video, this older guy said, "You guys got it lucky because you just, you know, you hit your mouse and you hit the controls and everything." He said, "Man, I had to whack off turning the thing with one hand and
so, but what the reason I bring that up because back then, you know, it had the fetishes at the back. So whatever you wanted to order, so you could say, okay, if you into I don't know, Asian women, white women, large breasts, maybe they didn't do really too much backside back then, but you know what I'm saying, whatever you wanted like that. But see, what has happened is the fetishes has went beyond it's went beyond the fetish, because I don't remember seeing any granny adult material that didn't come until maybe around the 90s 2000.
Right
because I don't remember, at least 90s. I don't remember seeing it back then, because they had the, you know, the black and white and the, you know, the Asians, whatever your flavor was. But I've noticed now everything, the gay stuff was separate. That they had their own place where they got their own adult material. But now everything, because you can stream now, everything is just thrown together today. and you just go and you say, okay, what I want to see, this or that or that. It's like it's all like at the one mall, one stop and shop place.
Right.
You just select what you want, what you into, you know, because it's everything has been more consolidated. Was what I'm saying.
Yes, that's a fact.
Yeah, but back in the day, you know, it was really heavy categorized. You see,
right? And I remember
because I don't remember seeing anything. Like I said, these women, like whether it be Hustler or whether it Playboy, and they advertise like the stuff in the back of the magazine. I don't remember seeing any kind of like homosexual stuff like that.
They would always keep that, especially in Times Square, the old Times Square, where you had nothing but the movie theaters and porn. You know, so you had Show World, you had Playland, you had Legals, and you had Blackjack. And like I said, Blackjack was owned by the Jewish guy who was in prison for tax evasion. And my friend Kelly Everett knew him, and they was having a party at his mansion in Westchester. And we all were meeting up right there for his limo. So all that's plus Mafia was all behind that stuff anyway. But they had adult movie places where it was VHS or remember Betamax that faded out. But Betamax was a better quality, but that didn't last long. VHS was the one that took over. And like I was reading in the magazine, even way back then, they said in most type of industries, like sex always pushes it. It wasn't about watching Star Wars at home. It was the sex industry that pushed VCRs and VHS. And so you had, I would say, porn supermarkets, right? There's one big store that we had shopping carts like the supermarket. Dudes pushing the cars, you know, they're looking at stuff and they put it in their cart. And they had
especially down south.
Yeah.
You go down south, they got them off on the highway.
Yeah.
Look like a mini mall.
You got to park your car around the back because you don't want nobody to see that your car was there because they know what's up. So yeah, we went in there. Yeah, we young, you know, we would go in there, but the fetishes weren't as detailed as they are now. And I remember telling my friend about that. I said, you know what? This is going to get worse. As the years go by, it's going to be more detailed fetishes now to the point where even women, growing number of women are more and more watching porn, more than what most people think. And then you had to go in and get what you wanted. Like I said, you know, my old girlfriend had two girlfriends that wanted to see gay porn. And they were like, next time you and your girlfriend out there, please get us one of those tapes. Get us one. Because in Queens, they weren't getting so. And I'm like, I'm not going to walk up to some cashier with gay porn and pay for it. And
look at you funny.
They're going to look at me funny. So it finally convinced me, and I was like, yo, I'm going to have to buy some normal stuff and put that in the middle and walk out with it. So, yeah, I bought all these tapes, man. And they were cheap. They had some real cheap on sale that were like previously viewed or whatever. So I made a dash into that little part where they had the glittery, confetti-looking curtain that was just gay. I barged in there. I looked around. I barged in there, and they begged me. I said, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it for you. Okay, I'll do it this one time. I barged it. I wasn't sitting there sampling. It has to be black men, and it has to. I'm not sitting up in that little room. When I went in there, there were two white men in there, and they started grinning at me. I'm like, oh, hell no. So I saw some black man on. I grabbed that one, and I saw some black men. I grabbed the other one, and I already had other porn in the cart to cover it, so I stuck it in the middle. And it was the Indian guy that was a cashier. They owned it. So as soon as I get in line, all these guys got behind me in line. That's just the way it happened. So he's taking his time and looking at everything, and he gets to the two gay porn tapes. Oh, I see you. We have sale. We have sale on more black gay content. You can go. I said, no, that's enough for me. He said, no, I am telling you, you can save money or you can get more new arrival. I'm like, this guy's blowing me up. Why he's gonna focus on that? Why don't you focus on the hetero stuff that I bought to cover it, man? Make the sale. Let me get out of here. I didn't say that to him. But I was visibly upset. I said, I don't want that, man. I'm good with what I have. No, it's just okay. let me tell you something. It is okay, whatever you like. This is a new day and age. If you like gay porn, you probably put these to the side so nobody can see.
Trying to solicit.
I mean,
he trying to get a horse still.
Right. Everybody else had the regular porn. I'm sitting there hiding too gay, and he telling me where I can go to the back. And he yelled, he was speaking loud. You can get new arrival of gay porn with new stars. These are old. I said, this is for my girlfriend's friends, man. They're going to have, it is okay. Why did I even try to explain to this guy? It is okay. It is okay. We all have things we like to do. I don't necessarily like anything gay, but if you like it, I'm like, he was drunk or something.
And he put an emphasis on you. But if you
exactly.
But if you
and those two dudes that were in the gay booth, man, they were standing near the door like they were greeters or something, smiling at me on the way out.
Hey, Lance, they were like, "Hi, lover."
Exactly.
Lance, they were like, "Hi, lover."
Yeah. So I got in the car because I was going to do a quick one because you couldn't really park on 42nd Street. The cops would get you. I went in there quick. I grabbed up stuff quick and got out of there. And I told them girls, I said, you better thank me. You better thank me. You going to watch it? I'm not watching that mess with y'all. I said, turn the volume down. They wanted to come to my house and watch it. And they did, but y'all can take this with you if you want. I don't want nobody to come to my house. Yo, Lance, man, what's up with that, man? That's what you watch?
Lance, they start speaking like the Indian guy. But if you to watch with us.
Exactly. It is okay. It is okay.
You said this thing is an epidemic.
If that is what you like, you are free now. You have rights.
You have human rights.
Not only did they think that I was some dude who wanted to see some gay porn, they thought I was politically gay or something. Like I'm out there with waving flags.
And the free gift, they gave you a rainbow flag. It's your free gift.
I would have snagged the taste out of
before you go.
If that happened,
you would have had a heart attack.
Before you go, exactly.
We have free gift. We have free
Don't
gift.
Don't worry, we have free gift for you. You will see it when you leave. Before my rear bumper, they put a flag on the back.
Yeah.
It was actually that was a trick that I knew this lesbian chick, and she had these flags. Oh man, she wanted a flag. So don't give me that. I said, you know what? As a matter of fact, give that to me. And so when there was a couple of drivers at the bus company I couldn't stand. So their cars were still there because I got off earlier. And I went over there, cars, two of them, and I put the rainbow flag on their thing, man. He didn't realize they got out late. They go straight to their car and whatnot. They didn't find out for a couple of days, man. And the rumor was going around. People were telling me, "Hey, man, I didn't know what's his name was with the rainbow flag, man."
Yeah.
And people looking at him all funny. And then he finally saw it, and people were laughing at him. He's trying to take it off, and the stigma was still there.
Yeah.
That was my fault. I put them gay flags in the
Talk about payback. Now that's a real payback. Nobody got hurt.
And nobody got hurt. They got around to some of the passengers and they were cozying up to him. No, I'm not gay, man. He driving, going to Walmart and parking, seeing people, and they see people know you when you're the bus driver.
Well, Lance, back in the 70s, the dog of choice was the German Shepherd. And I remember looking at the back of the magazines, and I was looking, and it had the woman and the German Shepherd. And I was like,
"Oh my God!
Really? People get down like this?" They were advertising in the back of the magazine. I remember that. Wow. They used to do that.
They had some crack dealers that were in Queens. They weren't in my neighborhood, but a little far off. I heard that they had offered all this crack to this female to do that, and she did it. Yep.
That's insane.
Wasn't even horny at first. They kept putting him to mount the girl, and once his little ding ding touched the wetness, he started humping away.
Yeah.
And they smoking. Oh man, that's crazy, man. Look what you did. She let him do it.
And all you all got fleas now. They itch and scratch. Man, I got to hurry up and get home, man. To get a bath, man.
Exactly. They picked
I don't know why
disease.
Yeah, man. I said, you all don't know? It's people. But like you said, these fetishes, man, are just
Yeah, it's
they're just
never ending.
they're just all over. Yeah. You know, the
There's
Pandora's
something.
box.
Yeah, exactly. On a spiritual level too. And now you
Hmm.
have porn to put it in your head. You see it. Now you have a desire for it, whatever it may be, and you put it to rest. These people view the movies and they play with themselves. They're okay. I came. I'm done. That's what they do. So they think they're finished. No, it's in your
Hmm.
head now. It's real now in your head. And then
Hmm.
you run into other people who are all porned up with things in their head. And if it matches up, here you are doing some advanced stuff. And the
And now
fetishes,
they
the
got
fetishes
the
never stop.
and now well, it's been out for a minute, but you know how like in the past you could go to the nightclub and see the girl strip. Now they got, as you know, they got the women, you can see them right on the screen and you pay them.
Right.
And they got that little thing that you press it, say cha-ching, and it's that little thing that they put inside and it vibrates every time somebody gives them some money, and it cha-ching and
Yeah.
that thing vibrates. Now, what I'm worried about or concerned about, what is the physical health on a person long term when they use that? Because
Wow.
all that stimulation, I mean, people just dropping coins, dropping credits, giving her credits. She's on there, she's doing these shows, and that thing just say ding, ding, ding. Has anybody did a long term study when they're releasing all these hormones for pleasure, plus the
Right.
shock of that? How does that affect her body in the long term?
Could you imagine?
You know, I mean,
Because
come on. Mhm.
because the whole sexual thing technically is supposed to be between man and woman,
Correct.
and okay, then that's what it is. You acclimate to each other. You can get into adult play, things, whatever,
Right.
to a
Foreplay and
certain
everything.
point. But when you're starting to merge with gadgets and things over the top, the things you see when people masturbate, and they get into these extreme fetishes that pretty much
Hmm.
they can't really manifest in real life.
Hmm.
I mean, when I was with my old girlfriend and we were doing threesomes all the time, 8 years of that stuff, going back to regular stuff was not normal for me.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? She was into the whole woman thing, and I was young, dumb, and full of protein, and
Hmm.
just doing all kind of stuff. And I was relaxed with it,
Hmm.
and it was normal for me. It wasn't like ooh
Right.
several times a week. I'll save that for a
Well,
private show or whatever. But I've spoken enough on that. But your mind,
a young man
it's real
raving
now.
a young man raving with testosterone.
Exactly. And
Hmm.
and really feeling it, and they doing all this
Hmm.
kind. There was no holds barred. I
Hmm.
often joked and said if we were playing a movie or something, when we all were doing stuff, they stopped doing what they were doing in the movie. They were watching me.
Hmm.
It's funny how the whole psychosexual thing, how you can pull people to you who are into the same things, or you may think about something and you pull something to you. It's
Hmm.
crazy. That's how it works. That's how a lot of
Hmm.
these people who are conservative on the outside, but they could be on a job, they could be on a church board, they doing their thing. There's
Hmm.
a dude that I knew who was a deacon in a particular church me and Mr. Scurv got married in.
Hmm.
There was a computer there. He had keys to the church. Homeboy was going to the church, watching porn and jerking off in the church.
Hmm.
Get
Did
you
you
a
see that
computer for your
video?
own house, man.
Did you see the video? The guy that was in the Catholic Church, and he had on like a something that covered over his body, but he could
Mhm.
take his arms and put it inside his
Right,
what do you call it, his theater garments, and he was
right.
just in there going at it. He was having a field day,
Wow,
literally a
that's
field day.
crazy. This guy's going to
And
town.
I saw the short. Yeah, he was literally going to town. And I remember it was somebody posted it on social media, like on YouTube. I think it was on YouTube once upon a time. And this guy was like, I
Ooh,
was like, man. And he was sitting people were sitting. You know how he's up there at the altar. So the people who were sitting down could see him, what he was doing. It wasn't like he was sitting in the pews with the rest of the parishioners. And he was literally going to town, man. I was like, wow.
They had this
That's
other
terrible.
video they put out there. This it's a black church. I think it was in Atlanta. And the son was straight up gay undercover. But there was some rift with him and his father, who was the pastor. And he took this guy to the church in the show. Nobody was there, and videotaped himself sucking that guy off, and showed the church and showed back him through angles and stuff. Thought he sent it to me. I mean, it's not like I sit there and had to watch the whole 8 minutes. I'm like, once I saw 20 minutes, like, oh damn, because he built up intrigue. You know, it was like you didn't know who it was.
Right. Because that's not normal. That's not a normal thing that somebody would do. At least not on camera, at least.
Right.
You know.
The things we see in cameras now, you know. So I had a pastor from Maryland who used to follow me on Black Planet. And she was all legit and all this stuff. Oh, I love your work. I love your artwork. Oh, you're into bodybuilding? I didn't know you were into body. Could you help me lose weight? And I gave her a little program and told her what to do. She's older. So she sent some pictures after a couple months when she lost the weight in this tight, short mini skirt with these stilettos. I'm like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, this is not the garb you had on when you showed me preaching. I didn't say that. And then the next bit was up close and personal. She was pleasuring herself and telling me about, you know, how she feels about me and all this stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Remember, like Rick James said, we're busting out. In the song where Rick James, we're busting out, we're busting out. She was busting out, man.
Yeah, like, she was.
She was busting out.
And to this day, she'll send me messages every now and then. She's got to be like, she's got to be going on. She was 57 back then. 20 years, over 20 years went by. Yeah, she's and still, if you ever come to Maryland, in her mind, and this thing can hook your mind because even if it's not something overtly sexual, you see a person on a videotape, you don't know them, but it's something about them that hits you a certain way because of the way you were already pre-wired. Right. And because you're walking around with a ready-made template, like, and it matches up with what you think this person is. And then they become a living manifestation of this fantasy. It's almost like the Star Trek episode where you had Nomad. And Nomad was this destroyer of planets and galaxies and stuff, this little tubular little
machine.
Would levitate. And something happened with his wiring. And this thing thought that Captain Kirk was its creator.
Right. Kirk, the creator.
But it was this other person named Kirk.
Right.
So it would obey Kirk, even though it was so powerful, everybody was scared of it. They beamed it onto the ship. And so it had to be perfectly logical. And they figured out, Mr. Spock always figures something out. It's like if you can tell it to destroy itself, because it was to destroy anything that was imperfect, so it could find imperfections in humans and planets and societies. So Captain Kirk convinced it, you know, so I am your creator, James T. Kirk, correct? Yes, you are. And so he said, no, you're wrong. You are flawed. You're imperfect.
So you must destroy yourself.
Get that thing off the ship.
Right.
Before it blew up.
They had to beam him. Yeah, they had to beam him. I remember that. Yeah, remember what it said about? Remember it said about Uhura? She's a raving thing of emotions.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I never forget.
Even the robot was checking out Uhura's thighs. That's what it was.
Yeah. I said that was cold-blooded, what it said about her.
I know. But this is the way it is. And you can have people latch on to you. People will like you. You see people that you like personalities just for whatever reason. Just, we don't have to figure it out. But in extreme cases, you can have people fixate on you to certain points.
Right.
I could tell you some stories on that. You know, some people like your style for no reason. They don't even like what you talk about. They just like you. Okay, that happens. It reminds you of an uncle that, you know, is deceased or something or whatever, or the father you never had. But, you know, men and women do this. The women do it, and it's something, it may not be where you're the most handsome looking or whatever. It's just something about you. And they go crazy. And men do this a lot too. You know, because a lot of them, they're so visual. They're looking at profiles and trying to get with this one and that, and they lie. And it's a game for them. It's like gambling. And the dopamine hit. And the guys that are willing to spend money, you know, they call them simps or whatever. You know? So yeah, it's a lot of what's going on. Like I say, a young lady can be a prostitute and not even leave her bedroom. A lot of parents, they think their daughters are, you know, behaving well. She's in the room studying. Yeah, well, she's in there doing OnlyFans or
cha-ching.
half naked TikToks.
You hearing all the cha-ching? She must
exactly.
She must be doing math because I hear a lot of cha-ching.
Cash App.
Excuse me.
Why are you getting all this money from Cash App? What did you show? You know what I mean?
Like you said, all that dopamine, rush.
Yeah. The other ones in real life who I knew this pastor's daughter one time. She was the wildest thing. Wildest thing. She come over and do this and do this and do that. It's like, whoa, how'd you get this way? There's so much pressure on them to be prim and proper. And those are the ones that will explode on you too. Internet or not.
Right.
There's so much money trading hands now. And we don't see it outside as much. You don't see streetwalkers as much. You got it out here in the crowd, big time.
Yeah.
But still, you know, these quiet little towns and stuff like that, there's a lot of things going on.
Of course.
Somebody I know.
And all people need is a cell phone.
That's all. That's all. Somebody I know out here requested they wanted a certain type of pairing. It was a woman. Wow. Now what is she seeing me to come? I get all the people who trust me. They feel comfortable around me. You know what I mean?
She wants to find her. She wants to find her Kirk, the creator. she wants her Kirk.
Scurv. You know my fetish. You can make it happen.
Yeah. You understand her. She's like, Lance, no one understands me but you. No one.
I heard one of your old shows.
Right.
The way you were talking. Yeah.
You hit it on the mark. You hit the nail on the head.
That's the way it is. And like when it comes to extreme pleasure and what people think can happen, and they say sex is in the mind and it starts there, but you know, we have these prolonged, you know, people who are seeking something, you know, and it could be the answer, and they think it's the answer to their trauma. I find it very interesting that there are many women and men who are traumatized and molested or violated a certain way. And the very thing that they were made to do or whatever can also be, not with all of them, because some shut down, but some, and I know this from experience, some things that some women have told me they want to do, but wait a second, ain't it the same thing that their uncle made them do? And it turns them on. And it's almost like after they're done, they feel disgusted, but they love it when they're getting into doing it.
When they're doing it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because that's their first experience, unfortunately. And most of the time,
just like,
we're influenced by our first strong experiences. You know, with the imprinting and stuff. So,
just like when I was talking about that girl that was a biter, you know, and she said that, you know, her uncle tried to take advantage of her, which he did, and she tried to bite him off, you know, to fight him off, you know, fend him off. She was biting because that's the only thing she had to fight with physically. She couldn't use her physical strength because he was stronger than her.
Right.
And that was her fetish. biting
them down there. Oh my God.
No. Around the shoulder area.
Oh, okay.
Like she was into the deltoid. She was into the anterior deltoid and the traps.
Okay.
She like a nice trapezoid. Boy, you got some traps, boy. You in trouble. So, oh, see you at the mall. See you at the mall. See them traps. Oh yes, yeah. Oh, she's like, oh boy. See that trap, you know, because you've been doing them lateral raises, you know, and them shoulder shrugs. She's like, oh yeah. She get turned on when she said, hey, that's beef. That's meat up there. She see that meat up there, brother. She, oh yeah, I got to see who he is. Yeah, she loved biting them shoulders, bro.
Crazy.
Oh yeah, but that was her. She was going back to that experience she had, you know, with her uncle. It's amazing things that people could tell you, man, about. I mean, you know, you understand human nature. People tell you stuff, man. It's like, wow, man. It's like, really? That happened? Yeah. How did you deal with that? I mean, after the fact, you know?
Right. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the main thing.
It's like, wow.
And how did it affect you? And how did it affect your desires and what you like? And remember, a lot of people can't face these things. They're embarrassed and they know it, but they can't face it. They put it out of their mind and it builds up and they got to release, you know, with this thing in their mind. And if they get to open up to somebody to experiment with certain things, it's on and popping, you know? Like that lady that wanted the gasoline on her, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know, like,
you're going to gas up your car, just catch a little cup and rub it all over yourself. I'm like, what are you sitting there with a lighter and you don't like me secretly and you're going to light me up, have me running down your hallway, burning up? No. Like
Richard Pryor.
Exactly.
Just like that girl I told you about. I was sitting in the car with her. She said, I'll do anything you say. I'm like, anything you want. I'm looking like, this girl wants me to take her in the house and give her a workout. And I'm thinking, but it was only two things that stopped me. One, she was a smoker. And I never really was into girls who smoke because it comes through their pores. Because I wasn't a smoker at that time. And two, she was married. She was married.
Okay, right, you know? Right. Yeah, you would tell me about that. Yeah.
Yeah, but she was serious.
A friend of mine, I used to work with him and work with him at Home Depot. So, you know, they're in the break room telling these, you know, man talk and these guys' stories. He had me cracking up. He was dating this prim and proper young lady and he wasn't pushing up on her. You know, he had other girlfriends and stuff, so he wasn't pushing up on her. So he drops her home, but she didn't want to get out of the car right away. And they're in front of her house in the street, parked under these dark trees. And so, you know, she starts letting him know that she wants to, you know, go down on him or whatnot. So he was like, yeah, well, go right ahead if you want. But he didn't feel too right because the food they ate when they went in the restaurant had his stomach bubbly. So he's like, you know, it's really rough, man. You want to get this feeling, but you got to fight your stomach because you don't want to like let one out in the middle of the whole thing and, you know, turn her off and run her away. So he's like, yeah, the stomach was starting to get more messed up, man, but she was doing it, was feeling good, but I was taking my mind off of it. And she did something that felt so good. And all of a sudden, man, I let one out. I just knew she was going to jump out the car and run away. I said, what happened? She started moaning and doing it better. She was loving it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I let more out. And she's farting away, stink, and she's getting down in it. He said, that's the best feeling ever. I mean, but the way he told me, you know, as a white boy, it was so funny. It was so funny the way he said it. And so
that's a fetish. That's a fetish too.
Said, will you eat what you ate before? Whatever. He said, I ate double orders of it.
That's a fetish too. In fact, I remember there was this, I'm going to say this and I'm going to get out of here. There was this sister, she was being interviewed. The sister was being interviewed and she said she's like a dominatrix. So she deals with men. They have to make appointments to be with her. And so the host was asking her, said, well, what do you do, if you don't mind me asking? Then there's two sisters talking to each other. She said, well, I always make sure that before I meet up with my client, that we discuss what they want, what they like, what they don't like. She may have something like a color. She may say red means stop, green means go, whatever like that. So we established. She said we have everything established before it even happens. She said, now this was weird what she said this, because this interview I heard this like over 15 years ago. She said her white clients, they like to get slapped, kicked, punched, and they're like, these are professional men, work downtown at the bank, the big corporation. These are corporate types. Okay, so she said one of the things she said she's noticing, she gets a few that comes in there that wants them to do number two on them, and she said they have this thing down to a science, because they say, well, the day before we meet, eat this, eat that, eat this, eat that.
Oh wow!
And they know like certain kinds of food, like if it's corn, if it's beans, if whatever, they know, they like, and they really into it. And then she said, and some of them, like someone want to be, backdoored like that. So she said, well, what about your black male clients? She said, well, they like certain things, but she said it's weird. At that time, that's why I said it was 15 years ago. She said at that time, they don't like to be, she said they do some things, they're not that wild, fetish wise, but they don't like to be backdoored by a woman like that. So she asked them, she said, well, why do you think the white guys prefer it, but the black guys don't? She said, well, I think it's because those guys that she do it to, they're going to go back to their corporate jobs. So they don't have to deal with the stigmatism of trying to hold on to their manhood. Whereas the brothers, at that time, she said, they more concerned about their manhood. So they are not going to let you violate them like that, because that's all they got. Whereas these other men, they'll let you do that, but they can still go back to their corporate jobs. They still the boss up in there. They still, the head honcho, the big cheese, so to speak.
Yeah.
But the brother, she said, all he got is his manhood. That's all he has. And really beyond that, that's all he has. Now that was 15 years ago. You fast forward today and you see that's changed. Because I was talking to a sister one time, we were having a conversation, and she told me about now she's single, and she said she meets brothers and they want to get backdoored. They want to get their backs blown out. So it shows you how things can change over time. That's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. Those white men who wanted to get backdoored, they had the corporate situation. They had the sense of manhood through that. They were in charge. And they were, the black man don't really have that, So all he had was his manhood. But now that has been diminished.
Yeah,
that
big
has
time.
been diminished. Yeah,
big time.
So you had these little sissies running around here like that, and they proud of it too.
I saw one brother one day, man, and it was like he trying to get on the he was like on the street, and I'm looking at him and I'm saying, brother, give it up, brother. You coming out here looking like your sister. You got bumps, swamp bumps on your neck, razor bumps all over the place. I said, brother, they got stuff that you could put on your face and clear it up. And to me, brothers just can't do it. It's like, it's a certain kind of masculinity that we have. Maybe
even when they try,
Asians, maybe yeah. It's like, brother, it's just not working. Right. Maybe the Latinos, maybe from the Central South America, but the brothers, like, brother, it's not working, brother. It's something about your manhood. Even though I don't care how you do it, your manhood is always gonna come out somewhere.
Right. You can't,
whether it be in your show, you can't hide your manhood. I say, brother, you just can't hide your manhood. Maybe if you were 5'1" or 5'3", But you just can't. The brother, I said, I wanted to tell the brother so bad. He had on some leggings and some other stuff and some stockings or something. It's just like, brother, give it up, brother, please, brother, give it up.
I saw a black track looking dude, knock-kneed, with garter belts and stilettos on, shoulders like wide,
like
big
a
sloppy
linebacker.
face. Yeah, exactly. And he wasn't even muscular. He's trying to sashay down the street in this skirt. What are you doing, man? Yeah, I mean, how do you see yourself? That don't mean the world sees you the way you
Right.
see yourself. You think you feminine and
Right.
fooling somebody? And
Right.
some of these dudes will follow
Did he,
these
did he have a
guys around
gold
and try
tee?
to-
Did he have a gold tee?
Nah, he didn't. No, he didn't have a gold tee. But
Okay.
yeah, these guys, it's in the mind, man. The minds are getting messed up.
Yeah, that's where it all
Getting on
starts.
the internet, and it's messing them up.
I'm like, brother, it's not working. It's just not working, brother. You know, I wanted to tell him so bad. I said, brother, go back and be you. You can't be you. Nobody can be you greater than you.
That's like that old Steve Arrington song from back in '81. Nobody can be you but you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, brother was in bad shape, man. You know what, Lance, I'd like to do a show maybe in the near future and talk to the sisters about how do they navigate out here with the climate being the way it is. Because I always like to hear like what they have to say. Like how is the women, maybe the ones who might be interested in a guy and thinking about possibly about building a relationship. I like to see what's going on, because men and women can look at the same thing and see it totally different. And sometimes I like to hear from the females to get their perspectives on life. That's why I was so tuned into that program with the sister who does the dominatrix service, because I wanted to hear what she had to say and what's been her experiences with dealing with different types of males, especially from different types of social and economic backgrounds.
Right. I would definitely even start to reach out to different people too that are in different things and get the bird's eye view. Start doing that again. But I know how to go finding. I got little tricks of the trade. A little henchman out there. We can get really into these. I want to get into some real mindsets, on the extreme level. People who are exposed to something who could explain certain mentalities and mindsets and realities. That's the only way to go. There's a lot of fraudulent stuff online, so I want to get the real nitty gritty. But out here, it's so conservative, you might not. People are so afraid of the voice being heard, or you get a lot of wild people out here in Ghana. But they're hiding.
Well, then they can be somebody else. Hey, they can be, I don't know, Bill, Mary, Jane, somebody, and say, okay.
I'm gonna start prearranging some things and meeting up and getting the camera out on people. That's what I want to do. I'm thinking to make you see it.
Say, seeing is believing.
Close and personal.
But just don't get too close.
The camera again.
Don't get too close, Brother Lance. All right, Brother Lance, I'm gonna get on out of here, bro. Thank you for your time, brother, and your patience, brother. And yes, sir. Yes, sir, bro. Thank you. And all right, you have a good evening now.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, brother. I'm gonna sign off soon too. Yes, indeed. Yes, another great conversation. Brother Boz in. I'm saying his name right. No bold speakers tonight. And truth teller. And I'm gonna sign off. But yeah, we're back on the Saturday night tip. It's Sunday right now. Right now it's actually 7:08 a.m. Bright and sunny outside. And I got hungry all over again. So it's not good to eat a full meal and go to bed, but that's what I'm about to do. I'm gonna sleep late. I'm gonna get up. And we're gonna see what we're gonna talk about when I wake up. But for those who hung in there with me and who's here, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I love the long marathons. So people are gonna get up that didn't see the show and say, God dog, what were they talking about for 6 hours and 9 minutes? Right? But I'm gonna sign off right now. And always reach out to me if there's anything you want to talk about. If you know anybody interesting that you want to have interviewed, or somebody that you have contact information that wants to tell a story, let me know, and we'll get it done. I'm back on that again. Never stop, but now I'm ready for it. You know what I mean? This is a whole new phase, and I want to delve deep into human nature. I want to see what's really, really, really on these people's minds. You know what I mean? So that's what we're going to do. Much love to you all. Take care. Thanks for hanging in. Lancescurv out. All my contact information is right below in the description area. So reach out to me. Don't hesitate. Much love. Peace.
Il est là qui cognana,